far. Now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land. Like a fish on land. Must be hell, no more cookies in this jar. Did I take it too far? Now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land. Take it too far, now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land. But I'm deep, deep down on the bottom of a well. I don't belong, can't you tell? This place must be hell. No more cookies in this jar. Did I take it too far? Now I dwell in the sand like a fish on land.
And there we are, folks. We are live, 5x5. Welcome to all the people in the house tonight. welcome, guys. We got some stuff. We got some stuff to talk about, man. We got some stuff to talk about. We've got, we're gonna do the debate. I'm gonna let it fill up a little bit more. We've got a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff going on. But mostly tonight, we're going to be talking about the super cool. We're going to be talking about the debate. Super cool topic. It's going to be on the Reverie. We're going to get there in just a minute. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to fix something here. It's not, it's just one of those things that, it's just one of those things. So everybody doing okay tonight? Everybody's got it going on. How we doing? Got some stuff. So everybody's happy. Got lots of good stuff making its way to the out into the world. Where did I just? Okay. Let me. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to. I gotta get this set up so I can do my opening statement and my points, so that so I don't get jacked up while I'm doing this. So bear with me just another minute or so. Everybody get in, get a seat, enjoy yourself. It's gonna be a good show. We're starting now, but the truth is that we will actually be we're actually going to go quite a while tonight because after this, after we get done with the debate prep, then we'll go into the debate, and I'll change the title and all that cool stuff. And it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be really good. In a minute, I've got some stuff going on. We're gonna have a great time tonight. The debate prompt is, the debate prompt is one that is, it's one that we are going to have fun with. And I got one more thing to do. So let me do this. Where is my, there we go. There we go. Now we got an update here. All right. So I'm gonna put the link, guys, in the mod chat. Later on, we'll have some people come up, or maybe right out of the gate. Let's get into this. Let's. How many people we got out there right now? Not a lot, but enough. Let's see what we got. Let's see who the all-timers are tonight. Let me see. Where are we at? All right, so wow, we have got some people in here tonight. We got the guys that are serious. We've got K2 Keep On Trucking was first in the chat tonight. If you're not first, you're last. That's right. Midnight Newton is in the chat. Good to see you again. It's been a few minutes. Organized Insanity is in the house. I don't know who that is, but it sounds cool. Angel Berber in the house. Good to see you, sir. Your input's going to be important. 13, I've got something for you, my friend. I have got something for you. Let me see if I can make this work. Here, let me do this for a second. Look at that. You like that? Huh? Yeah, right? Yeah. That's a cool shit right there. Yeah. So yeah. I just feel like, that was awesome. Echo. There should be no echo, bro. Oh, wait, hang on. Standing by. Boomity boom boom boom. Echo. Shouldn't have reverb either. This room's pretty good. I did change the setting on my mic the other day that makes it a little louder, I guess. Something. I don't know. I don't know what I did. I do stuff. Stuff happens. All right. So back to the reality here. 13 is in the house. 13 sent me a cool thing the other day, and I like it a lot. Really enjoy it. Michelle is in the house, and Michelle will probably be up on stage shortly. Good to see all of you. Michigan Christian, missed you, buddy. Good to see you in the house. Project VO Pod. What's up, buddy? Good to see you in the house. Tiki Tack is in the house. He helped me with my sound the other day, so it was dialed, and I've not changed a thing. Although what happens is that For some reason, Voice Mod, which is one of the electronic mixers I use, if I leave it on, it goes into like a standby setting, and I have to restart it. Ticky Tack, already talked about you, bro. My bro, R. Allen, good to see you, sir, in the house. Mister in the house, good to see you. Yeah, so good to see you. Who else we got out there? Mikey Balls in the house, bro. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Damien, our parkour guy, is in the house. Good to see you as well. Absolutely. Absolutely good to see all of you guys in the house. It's going to be good. All right, guys, I feel like we've got enough people here to go ahead and read the debate prompt. Unfortunately, it's I don't think I can put it all on the screen. So you might, I don't know if you want to write this down or to refer back to or whatever, but just do the best you can. Yep, copy that. So the debate prompt tonight, guys, is it's an all-timer, guys. This is an all-timer tonight. So let me read this. I'm going to read the whole thing, and we're going to get into it. All right. So the topic is, in recent years, Mississippi, along with a few other states, has been prosecuting women for using drugs while pregnant. Babies are testing positive for illegal drugs at birth. The crimes that women have been charged with changes based on the jurisdiction, but child abuse is commonly used. The purpose of doing this is also different depending on the prosecutor. It may be to just scare these women, pardon me, onto the right path with a drug treatment program and no jail time, or it may be a simple punishment. Do you think that a woman using drugs while pregnant is, and it again, guys, I can't tell you how little these guys proofread. I do apologize. But it says is child abuse, but while pregnant is child abuse. So anyway, it's just bad grammar. Even if you think it's harmful and irresponsible, should the state step in to intercede? If you think these women need intervention, do you think that the threat of jail time is the best path? What other options might we take? At the same time, these drug tests have come back positive for the drugs that the hospital themselves administer. Is a certain level of false reports acceptable to keep this system going and possibly protect children? So we're going to dive into this. I've got let me just grab my my notepad here, my sweet Google Docs prep pad, and we'll get into this. So if you need me to repeat any of it, guys, just ask, and I will. And we'll get this nailed down. So I do need to. All right. So Cam the King is in the house. I see you snuck in under the wire. I see it. BIY is in the house too. I see you guys coming in at the last minute. So yeah. All right, cool. So this is my state. This is, first of all, we're going to pick apart this thing as part of my opening argument. if we're going to answer this, and I usually, I take these apart question by question because these are actually multiple. These are a couple of different things. First, the do I think that a woman using drugs while pregnant is child abuse? No, and no one is actually being charged with child abuse. What it is it is in fact child endangerment. Um, and there's a couple of different legal maneuverings that we have to go through to get there. And most states do not recognize a fetus as a child until you murder it. And we'll get into that in a second. But but they are being charged with child endangerment because the child is once the child is born is when they're able to test for the presence of these drugs. When they find them, the act of taking those drugs is endangering the child, which is now a child, right? So you don't have to, if I, and this can be likened to if I am, and there's a very important distinction here. I'm going to try and be very clear. I may not be. If you have questions, ask. If I unknowingly leave a loaded handgun in the back seat of my car and the heat of the day makes it go off and kills my 2-month-old child, that's not child abuse, that's child endangerment because I endangered the child by leaving it there. As a matter of fact, whether or not the gun ever goes off, I can be charged with child endangerment because I've created an unsafe situation. The child doesn't even ever have to get in the car. The fact that I have the child and the firearm unsecured is enough for most places to charge me with child endangerment. That's why they use that charge, because even though the child is still being born and it's not yet legally a child, you can still endanger it. Now, child abuse is if I'm in my car and I have my son in his car seat and I'm speeding. If I'm speeding, then I will be charged with child abuse in most cases. As a matter of fact, I was in Colorado once, and I was pulled over, and I had my son with me, and he was about maybe 1 year old. And the officer did tell me that he wasn't going to write me a ticket because I wasn't actually speeding that bad, but that if I had been a jerk and whatever, and it had escalated to where he would not have written me a ticket, he would have taken me to jail for child abuse. So these type of laws already exist and they're already being enforced. And the idea that we're going to center on this one is kind of weird, but okay, we'll continue to go forward. Even if that's a weird statement, because obviously it's not an even if, it should just be if. It's just a weird way to word this. Obviously a leftist wrote it. If you think it is harmful and irresponsible, should the state step in to intercede? They step in everywhere else when people are being stupid and irresponsible. Do I believe in it? No. I believe that you should be able to kill yourself any way you want to. That's your right. However, in every other aspect of our life, the state intercedes when you're being stupid. Speeding tickets, reckless driving. A lot of states require you to lock up your fire. California famously requires you to lock up your firearms. Even when you don't even have children. You cannot drive in your vehicle in California, for example, without your firearms being locked up. Now, I understand that that's basically another country, and their laws don't reflect any real values of Americans. I get all of that, but they are laws that people accept and live by in this country. So Unless we want to talk about very specific states, which is what I think is trying to happen here. I am rehearsing my opening statement, guys. So feel free to throw those super chats out there and interrupt me, or come up on the panel and interrupt me even more. Because I am rehearsing my opening statement, right? Like this is, and if it doesn't sound good, you got to sound off and say, hey, that's clunky. That doesn't sound good. But getting back to California, because it is America, then we have to consider it America instead of just picking on states like Mississippi, which is specifically mentioned and targeted to set this up into being some kind of redneck only crime, which it is not. Other states, if you actually read the articles that they give, which I will throw the links in the chat right now. By the way, the articles that are given are from the leftist leaning rags I've ever seen in my life. All right. Let's see. Oh, dang it. This did not copy like it was supposed to. Michelle has disappeared.
I'm still here.
Here's the first article. You guys can read that if you want.
I'm still here, Greg. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Oh, you're really low, though. The volume is very low.
Okay, I'll fix that. Is that better? Yes, no.
Not by much.
Not by much. Okay.
You were great. I don't know what you did. I don't know what you changed.
I see what's wrong. How about now?
That is way better.
All right, here we go. So what is your position on this?
Oh, my honest position is that, well, ideally the state should stay out of all of it, right? Unfortunately, as Americans, we've decided that that we don't want that. And what we want is we want the state involved, and it doesn't matter what and that at that point it doesn't matter anymore what we want, because we have decided that we've decided something different, right? Like the laws are the laws. If I can get pulled over and charged with child abuse for speeding, which is a stupid ass law anyway, why can't a woman who takes illegal drugs not be charged with child endangerment? Like, why is this? How is this incongruent? This seems perfectly logical within our system of laws that were voted on by the people. So supposedly, I don't know, but yeah, I think that's where I'm at on it. I think that for the most part, I would prefer that the government stay out of my life, but that's not what they're asking here. They're asking is it appropriate and congruent and consistent? Yes, it's absolutely consistent with the way our laws are enforced. So I don't know if that makes any sense.
I think it is really interesting to mention about like how some of the false positives can be from like just the drugs administered during the hospital stay of the delivery.
That's not a false positive. See, that's the other thing. They start talking about false positives. Well, first of all, which was so I love it. I love it and I hate it at the same time when people do this in these articles. They cite the science that it's okay. We know this. Everything is great. We believe that everything is perfect. And then in literally the same breath, they'll say that, well, they're using these cheap urine tests that you can't trust. And yet people go to prison based off of those urine tests. So why is it different? Where's the difference here? If a man can go to prison for failing a urine drug test, and it's perfectly okay for that. Why are we questioning it when it comes to this specific incident? Like, you need to have the logic train either this is my position. Either it needs to be the way I believe, and that is you mind your own business. You don't all drugs are legal, and but there are caveats on that, and it's none of my damn business. And we have a smaller state. There is no child welfare agency. There is no such thing as child abuse. There is no DV. There are no, all of those laws go the fuck away. Either we have that or we have what we have now. There is really no in between. That's my position.
I gotcha.
Because I'm a conservative, right? Like, I don't believe in big government. I don't believe that the government should have anything to do with I don't believe that an officer of the law that doesn't know me, has never interfaced with me, no idea who I am or what I'm doing, can stop me and tell me how my child is endangered or not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in that. First of all, I don't believe it's his responsibility. He needs to mind his own damn business.
Mm-hmm.
Second, my safety, we've proven it in court multiple times that my safety is not his concern. He has no duty or responsibility to ensure my safety. Therefore, he has no duty or responsibility to ensure the safety of babies.
Well, then I think you're tossing out all of like family services then at that point.
I do. I agree with that. Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely. 100%.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, 100%. But here's the thing, though. If you're claiming it, so this is the problem with this argument, and that's the thing, is on the one hand, they want all of these things, but they only want it in their narrow range, and that's wrong. Either you go along with what people have said, and that is that it is in fact child endangerment if you endanger the child before it's born, or the child doesn't even have to be present to be endangered, right? And we have a lot of case law on this. So they're not charging child abuse; they're charging child endangerment. Mm-hmm. So when they charge child endangerment, that's the appropriate law to be charged with. If you're using illegal drugs, doing harm to your body during pregnancy, society has determined that that is unwise, and there's a consequence for it. However, what it sounds like is that even at that, even though they're being charged with it, they're really not being punished. They're given the option to go into treatment, which, okay. They're or simple fines or whatever. Now, child services, again, I don't think there should be child services, but if you believe that child services does a good by protecting children, then they are in fact protecting children in this case. Whether or not you agree with the reason of it being because of drugs is kind of irrelevant. Right? Like, that's like me saying that because I'm a world-class driver, and I have so much more skill than everybody else, I should get away with driving as fast as I want. But we all know that that's not how that works. So it doesn't matter that you are a responsible drug, and I'm not picking on you, Michelle. It doesn't matter that someone thinks that they're a responsible drug user or, whatever. It's simple fact, and I couldn't find where someone that had been using cannabis had been charged. So because I don't think it shows up what they're doing, from the article, they're doing blood test and bowel movement test. And I don't think cannabis shows up in those in infants. Cam the King, my body, my choice is exactly right. it is her body and her choice, and therefore she has to live with that choice under child endangerment laws, right? You chose to do drugs. There is a consequence for it. Otherwise, either way, my argument's going to hold because
I mean, yeah, like like to go more on a personal note, my last child I had when I was 20 weeks pregnant. That's like dead midway through my pregnancy, and my pregnancy is now viable at this point. Okay, that means that if I go to the hospital, I have to go through labor and delivery before they even like talk to me about shit. Okay, I ended up coming down with spinal meningitis. I was in the ICU for over a week. And I remember like them realizing what was going on, and then they started hitting me with a Dilaudid, and I freaked. Absolutely lost my shit. I was like, "What are you doing? You're gonna make it so I have an addicted baby." And they're just like, "No, no, 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 no. It's okay. Like we're only doing this for like a week. You absolutely need it. You know, you and your baby will be in distress." And so they treated me, and like I was under like such strict care during that time because of the pregnancy. I was visited by all sorts of obstetrics and ICU and everything. Like everybody was coming in that room to check me out. Um, and I realized like if I had gone to like, maybe a different hospital, or if that had happened later on in the pregnancy and they had just like kind of blindly done those tests, like they're not going to differentiate between the opiates. It's opiates. So, I mean, at that point, then you have to like face, whatever process that they're going to subject you to. And like, I don't like that either. Like, I lean kind of conservative. I don't like the government impeding on me and putting in processes that I did not specifically say that I wanted or needed. However, if there was an issue with the baby, they should treat the baby, which they would be doing anyway.
Right. Yeah. Look, I agree.
Mhm.
And one of the things that I think is really interesting is that the doctors are not the ones, in general, reporting any of this. It's the child services people that work in the hospital, that are stationed in the hospital, looking for this.
Well, who's ordering the test?
Literally looking for people who are using drugs.
But who's administering and reading the tests and ordering them?
Well, I'm sure nurses are. And that's the other people who file the complaints are nurses.
Okay.
Doctors aren't filing the complaints. Doctors know what they gave you. They know what the risks are. They know what's going on. And actually in one of the articles, this woman had talked about how the doctor had actually testified or made a statement that, yeah, we gave her this drug. It's fine. And they ignored that.
Wow.
And so again, this is the consequence of your action. When you want to, when you want to make it so that child services sleeps in the hospital and has, is first one notified, then that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, for sure.
So again, I'm of the opinion that all of it should cease and exist. I don't believe there should be child services. I don't believe there should be. I believe most of the DV laws need to go away. I believe most of the matter of fact, most of the laws that are so interpretive that you can't even define it. If we can't define it, it needs to not exist. If you're having this much trouble determining what child endangerment is, it shouldn't exist as a law. That's just my, again, this is my position. Now I need to articulate this better because this is not a cogent argument. Lauren B, that's correct. They do look for women without kids as well. They do drug tests on women with or without kids. That's true. A lot of people don't realize that every time you give blood at a hospital, especially, you're going to be tested, and there can be legal ramifications because of that.
That's wild.
And it used to be that the Hippocratic Oath would protect you, right? Like you had patient confidentiality, and you really don't anymore. And again, this is a result of our ever expanding, ever overreaching, ever arcing government. So, wow, it got quiet. It all started when they put the support bar high on boys' bikes. Men started suffering at a young age. That's funny. It's funny. It's true. It's funny. So, yeah. So, all right. Let's turn this into cogent argument, guys. So, first of all, I need to tear apart this topic to start with. Just putting it on Mississippi is who cares? A lot of there are more states that do it, including a lot of the super leftists. This statement is meant to draw a picture in your mind that's not accurate. So there you go. Although Mississippi, the article is about Mississippi. But if you actually read the article, it covers the other states as well, including Connecticut. Who would have thought? And let's see. Babies are testing positive for illegal drugs at birth. Well, they're testing positive for drugs. This is the other insightful language in this article. This statement, illegal drug. It's only illegal if it's not prescribed by a doctor. If the doctor gives it to you, it's totally legal. Right? This is actually what makes no sense in the current drug culture in the US. Makes no sense to me is that the exact same drugs that a doctor hands out like candy to returning war vets and turns them into addicts are the same exact drugs that if they go buy them on the street are a felony. Like, this is the dumbest thing ever. This is absolutely stupid. And that's really not, and they're going to accuse me of being libertarian, but it's not. I'm just a conservative that believes that, my concern ends where yours begins. And I don't care anymore. Let's see. The crimes the crimes that the women have been charged with changes based on jurisdiction. This is somewhat true. However, most of them are not even charged. So that's true so far over.
So hold on. What are they saying? Like have they gone into like how things escalate through the process? Like, is it just to family services and then there's no like criminal liability, or is it straight to the police? Like, what does it look like?
So it's adjudicated without. So most of them are. Wait, let me find that. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I just had it. I got to scroll back now. They've been chatting like women in the where the topic is. Let's see. Where's that graph at? Sentenced to drug court. All right. So 44 cases in Mississippi specifically. 44 out of 44 cases, 11 were sentenced to drug court, where they just go in and they get treatment, right? 9 were arrested, no public indictment. 7 were sentenced to post-release supervision, right? Like probably a second or third drug test. 7 were pending, which means that they're never going to go anywhere. Only 6 were sentenced to prison. They probably were actual drug addicts. 3 were dismissed before a plea was even entered, and 1 was retired out of hand.
What does retired out of hand mean?
I said it's retired, but I said out of hand because it just never made it. It never made it even to court.
I see. Okay.
They just decided that it wasn't.
wasn't a thing.
Yeah.
See, this is part of the way the argument, the way the articles are written is absolutely stupid. Public health experts, who the fuck are they? It doesn't. You need to give me exact people.
Yeah, like Fauci, we don't trust him anymore.
Yeah.
He fucked up.
We do not trust it. This is literally like the death knell of this entire argument. Public health experts fear that the threat of prosecution could dissuade pregnant people from seeking prenatal care at a time when the state is facing growing threats to the health of newborns. Well, interestingly enough, it is the threat of drug use that is the danger to the health of newborns. Mississippi has the highest infant mortality rate in the nation at roughly 9 deaths per 1,000 live births. That's the highest in the nation? Wow. I mean, I got to be honest with you. I know that they want it to be bodily autonomy, but I'm not going with body autonomy. We're gonna force. I know the argument they want to have. I'm just not going to give them the argument they want.
Yeah, you just tell them they can't do it right, no matter what.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
I'm on board with that.
They're gonna want to talk about how that it's a woman's right to choose. It's her body. It's a parasite living inside of her. Blah 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 blah. I don't know. We're not even gonna talk about that. I'm not. I'm going to talk about how it's always been a crime. Just because you don't want it to be a crime is irrelevant, because if you want to get rid of this, then you have to get rid of everything like it. And I would really appreciate that, because I don't really want to face going to jail for speeding with my 7-year-old son in the car. So yeah, let's do that. I mean, it's just, it just is what it is. Right. Mr. Boulay sending in that $10 super chat.
Mr. Boulay and the Department of Numismatics donated $10 super chat. 6 is the mark of the grid. I thought it would be 1. Very strange. Must be something in the club soda.
It is a fishing brand called 6 Cents fishing gear. It's really good stuff. But thank you, Mr. Boulay. Thank you for the $10 American. Really appreciate it, sir. Good to see you in the chat tonight. Let's see. Case of infant hospitalizations. They're picking on Mississippi here. In Mississippi, related to drug exposure in the womb, have skyrocketed from more than 300 cases in 2015, when Jones County began prosecuting these cases, to 4 times that in 2021. Now, what this actually tells me is they started looking.
That's exactly what happened.
What's that?
That's exactly what happened.
Right. They just started testing. That's all. They said, oh, holy crap, in 2015, we have 300 kids come in that have had drug exposure, in the womb. So, what we need to do? We need to test all of it, right? Everybody gets tested. You get a test. They get a test. Everybody gets a test, right? So, 4 times that in 2021 at a high of more than 1,200 cases. That doesn't mean they tested 1,200 people. That means that they found 1,200 kids, babies, newborns, tiny little infant guys and girls with drugs in their system. I don't know. I think maybe they're on the right track. I don't know. Again, I believe it's none of their damn business, but still. State health officer, I love it when they put names. State health officer Daniel Edney has vowed to address these issues. His department compiled a recent report that identified the uptick in drug-exposed newborns. The report blamed the increase on changes in diagnostic coding at hospitals, as well as rising substance abuse due to the isolation and reduced access to therapy people experienced during the coronavirus pandemic. That's a lot to unpack there. A lot to unpack. So here's the thing. They did start looking for it. That's exactly what I said. They started looking for it. They started coding it, and keeping tracking it better in the hospitals, right? So that's where it is. The rising substance abuse due to isolation and reduced access to therapy, maybe. I don't know. I can't weigh in on that. There's no numbers given, so I don't know that to be true or untrue. But Edney, a longtime addiction specialist, was shocked to learn from recent reporting by the Marshall Project of Mississippi Today about local prosecutions of mothers not unlike his own patients. Okay. He said, so this guy thinks this is archaic. There are a lot of medical conditions that if a pregnant mom doesn't take care of herself, it hurts the baby. This is the one disease, drug counselor, that will incarcerate a woman for. Warns that prosecuting moms with substance abuse disorders as child abusers, again, that's not what they're being prosecuted for, will only deter them from seeking care, making it harder for the medical community. That has never happened. That has never happened. I think you're right about this, Silvar Ogre. I would love to be able to prove that they get bonus per case. I would love to have like a sectional chart of that. That would be fucking great. I mean, the rest of this article is just all centered on Mississippi.
Is Mississippi a red state?
Is
Mississippi a red state? A blue state?
It is.
Oh, wow.
Deep. They're doing that, but they're in this aspect they treat it pretty blue. Although I understand where the point of this argument is to say that this deep red state is punishing these poor, helpless, addicted mothers at a time when their child needs them the most, and they shouldn't be happening. I mean, I get it. I don't agree with it, but I get it.
Yeah, I think the same thing does happen in the schools for ADHD.
I'm sorry, what?
For ADHD and the spectrum funding.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the better the school gets at determining, or better, I use that loosely, but yeah, the more
Identifying a
efficient,
child.
yeah, the more efficient they get about it, then they get to claim way more, disability funding and stuff like that. Because then they're going to say, oh, well, we need an occupational therapist, we need 5 speech teachers, and not 2. Yeah, they pump those budgets up with the disability funds.
So so this whole Marshall Project article so all of the drug abuse stuff is really a preamble to talking about abortion. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, 100%.
It's just a preamble for talking about abortion, which I'm not going to talk about at all. I don't really care about that. What they're basically trying to do is they basically tie it back to that Mississippi does not. So Mississippi is unique in their application of abortion law, in that it doesn't criminalize pregnant people, nor does it treat abortion as murder. The law stipulates prison terms only for the person who performs the abortion, not the woman who sought it. So, yeah, you shouldn't do that. So I'm not really sure so this whole thing is basically wanting this whole article is basically a roundabout way to attack the bodily autonomy pregnancy deal, but I'm not going to address any of that. That is not the debate prompt, so we're going to ignore it. So, man, I'm blowing up over here. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, honestly, same. Like everybody wants to talk to me right now.
I know it's very strange. Nobody ever wants to talk to me, and then it's like everybody wants to talk to me. Okay. All right. Cool. Nothing that's going to burn the house down right now. All right. So let's get back to writing this or working up the opening statement. So I have to put this in a cogent form. So I normally take it line by line, right? Like, so the first question is, do I think that woman using drugs while pregnant is child abuse? No, I think it's child endangerment. If we're talking about illegal, if we are at a legal definition, right? Can we all agree on that? Everybody, chat. What say you?
I agree.
The chat isn't even paying attention to me. They're like talking amongst themselves or something. If I'm going to leave off the even, if you think it's harmful and irresponsible, should the state step in to intercede? Well, I don't believe so. Believe in that personally. It is currently the law and is consistent with other laws. Laws such as child abuse charges for speeding and child endangerment charges for letting a 10-year-old walk to the store by himself, and I did spell it himself, not himself, himself. A mile away. So if we think that those are okay, then we have to logically we have to think that it is the state should step in and intercede. I personally don't, but so if you ask me, no. It's none of your damn business. And neither is it the states. If you think these women need intervention, do you think the threat of jail time is the best path? See, I don't know what works with addicts. Do they really care about jail time? I don't know.
Yeah, they get to meet all their new plugs at jail.
Plugs.
Yeah. Are there treatment facilities and stuff like that? Like,
that's true, right?
so
yeah.
true.
So,
it's so true.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe not jail time. Maybe. So my true conservative self says that they should go into rehab and then pay for that rehab themselves. But again, fortunately, that's not the way our society is structured at the moment. So I don't know.
Do we think the shame would work better?
I think shaming works. Public shaming, like put it on the news, throw it out there in the church. County jail. Mikey Balls, I like where your head is on that. County jail is appropriate, I think. State prison, a month in jail. You know what? 30 days in a county slammer, probably about right. You know?
After just having a baby, though?
We can defer the Senate. No, I guess really not.
I
don't know.
think house arrest with the
House
baby,
arrest.
with you know, I guess if the freaking, you know, child services has to exist, then
Mhm.
you know, I don't like the jail thing. I don't like putting them in treatment. Like I said, that only gives them more plugs and more access to more drugs. So
I'm
yeah.
disturbed that I actually understood what you meant by plugs because I've been on the internet.
All right.
Okay, Grid, that's the second time it's women, not woman.
Women.
Did I may have missed something. I don't know. What other options might we take?
Cam, I'm
House
just trying
arrest.
to- sorry.
House arrest with supervised.
And the only reason why I think that is because it costs less money than incarcerating them or putting them in jail. Like I said,
okay,
I
totally.
really hate giving the state more money to fuck with us. I hate it.
I like where your head's at on that. I like that a lot. At the same time, these drug tests have all right. So let's just ignore that. At the same time, these drug tests have come back positive for drugs the hospital themselves administered. So what? So what? That doesn't mean that does not mean the drug addict wasn't using drugs. So that so maybe there's a certain level of trust that needs to be established. What do you think? I don't know. Is a certain level of false reporting, this says reports, I'm saying reporting, acceptable to keep this system going and possibly protect children? Again, I personally disagree with this because my personal belief is that you should never use the law in this way. But it is currently the way is that the state is doing the parents' job of protecting children. What I have to really ask here is where are the husbands, right? So, you know, if we're talking about all single moms, then now we've got an even bigger problem, which, you know, probably won't have time to address. But I would say that, to be honest with you, I would think that if you test positive for drugs, then more than likely house supervision with your husband or the father of the child maintaining custody of the child. He can do that in the house, but he needs to have custody. Yeah.
I wonder if there could be like a
correlation
dual
between
custody.
single moms.
Well, obviously, but like I wonder if there could be like a dual custody rather than like trying to pursue it legally. Obviously, the main intention I want to believe is getting eyes on the kid and making sure it's okay, right?
Right.
I want to that is like if that actually is the objective, you know, and not like, you know, trying to turn the money wheel that, you know, pumps money into the state, then I think then maybe the offending party or somebody should assign like a grandparent or something who shares like dual custody of the child for a time, and like, you know, the other parent who tested positive is in like a probationary thing, so that way, you know, there is still at least a contact made and somebody who hasn't had drugs in the last like 90 days looking out after the well-being of the baby even after the hospital. So, and that would probably be like the cheapest thing to do to get eyes on the child and intercede if necessary. And as
I
well as
like
keeping
where
it
your
more in the
head's at.
yeah, as well as keeping it more in the family versus outsourcing to like, you know, the judicial system for this issue.
Silvar Ogre, we unfortunately have to say it referring to the baby because we're not aware of a specific instance or sex where this has happened. Otherwise, I would say baby Jane, baby Joe, whatever. But so first of all, I think I have to work backward a little bit. Do I think it's harmfully irresponsible? Should the state intercede? Again, while I do not believe in that personally, it is currently the law and consistent with other laws such as child abuse charges for speeding and the child endangerment charges for letting a 10-year-old walk to the store by himself a mile away. Child endangerment for not locking your firearm in the trunk of the car. Child endangerment, even if the child never even gets in the car. Child endangerment for not having specific foods in the house. So there's all these things that people are charged with via Child Protective Services and the law that happen far more often and are far more disturbing than a potentially addicted mother being charged with endangering her child by using drugs. I honestly, morally, I'm having a hard time finding a moral ground where there's anything wrong with that, other than mind your own damn business. And it's none of my damn business. So, but if we're going to make it our business, it's our business, and now we've got to get involved. And so the purpose of doing this. Oh wait, hold on, I lost my spot. It's not the state's business. It's not my business. Not anybody's business. And where's the father? So we keep talking about mothers. This is an attempt to dial back, and this is a really weird. What do they call it in football? Flyback or whatever to try and do an end run into an abortion argument. Abortion has nothing to do with this. If the father's involved and he is not a drug addict, he tests clean, then he should probably get custody of the child until the mother is cleaned up. As a matter of fact, Flow State famously did exactly that. His ex-wife was a drug addict, tested positive for drugs. Flow State has full custody of his child. I think, I think that's how the system should work. I don't know that the child tested positive. One of the things I think that's interesting here that the argument doesn't talk about, and I'm going to have to talk about, and I need to figure out how to work this into my opening, is we don't know if those drugs actually do damage to the child and endanger the child. Because so many women receive fentanyl and opioid, as Michelle was talking about, treatment.
Yeah, for legitimate reason.
For legitimate reasons while they're in the hospital delivering.
Right.
My son, my wife had an epidural with my first son. Right. And so on the one of the base problems I have with the whole argument is with the child endangerment thing. The best place I could see you arguing from is we don't actually know if there is a problem with that, right? Now we do have evidence that cocaine, for example, and there's something else, because of the way that it's absorbed into the bloodstream, it is it's very bad for kids, right?
You don't rehab a baby born with drugs. You just stop giving them the drugs.
Your mic went very low again.
Okay, I was saying somebody said you that the baby needs to be in rehab. You don't actually rehab is a behavior modification. There's no behavior modifying for the
Yeah.
baby. You just stop giving it the drugs or
Right.
you wean off of the drugs. So that's unnecessary. Rehab is actually for adults. It is behavior modifying, and it doesn't even work that well.
Right, right. So this is where I kind of come off of. So first of all, I think that the problem really exists in that Child Protective Service is they only really care that a drug was used and not that it was actually harmful to the child. So and thanks to chat, I now remember that crack, meth, and alcohol are the three that affect, that we know, we have scientific proof that affect children, the unborn and then newborns, right? And we have absolute proof. We've tied that to Kronick has kindly printed out for me. Apraxia, dyslexia, breathing issues, bronchitis. That's true. Asthma, and there's some other issues with like crack. I think gives heart problems, circulatory problems, and brain issues. And I don't know what meth is. We just talked about meth. Alcohol causes fetal. What the fuck is that? Somebody just said it. Fetal
Alcohol syndrome.
alcohol syndrome. That was easy. Which is isn't it like a swelling of the brain in the child, or there's something that has to do with the brain?
Yeah, it swells the brain. It like makes it so they don't even produce muscle tone and stuff like that. Actually, it does a lot. Like you can't even.
Yeah,
Fetal alcohol is serious.
yeah. Kronick says that heroin, opiates, because they'll be born with an opiate withdrawal. Maybe. But if that were the case, then there's no way that they would ever allow. Oh, that's fucking good, Angel. Like that. If that was the case, there's no way the doctor would give the child, the mother, fentanyl or an opiate as an epidural or for pain or whatever. Some women they have tailbone issues with during birth. They have. I mean, look, there's a lot down there to go wrong. I don't know how they do it. It's weird, but if opioids were that dangerous, I would think that the hospitals would be able to use them.
We use them all the time.
Exactly, but they use them all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my problem here. I don't see that they're really concentrating on the opiates, but I think that we're really talking more along the lines of.
Well, they're talking. I mean, fentanyl should not be on the street. Like if you're fucking with fentanyl, like you're just like you're gonna die eventually. I'm sorry. You just die. But however, I know that Tylenol 1, which is like I think it's a base dose of Tylenol and like 10 milligrams of codeine is available over the counter in Canada or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like if a woman is having like awful round ligament pain from the baby, and I don't think 10 milligrams of codeine at the end of pregnancy for compensating for all of the back pain, should put a woman in jail. That's outrageous. If she's shooting up fentanyl, fuck her. Like toss her to gulags. I don't care. But like it just kind of makes it all one thing, and does a huge disservice to the families that have to go through the process, because going through some sort of family service process is stressful, no matter who you are. And I guess unless you don't give a fuck and you just toss your kids to the service and don't care. But for a good parent that doesn't want to lose their children, it's an awful thing to go through for something where it's like you were just doing the best you could at the time. I know a lot of women who smoke weed to try to get through morning sickness because they literally cannot do anything else. Or their Zolfran is like $80 through insurance. and they can't get a hold of that either. So it's just a really awful thing to put new families through.
Yeah, again, I mean, in my perfect world, CPS, DHS, all of that wouldn't exist. Because I don't think they do anything to help anybody. Angel Berber, this is good. Do people on parole get that same exception if they receive a drug a drug test that is positive for an illegal substance as a treatment for an injury or surgery? Is consistency of the law the issue here? See, I think it's a consistency of the law issue, right? Like, I don't agree with the law at all, right? Like, I don't agree. I honestly believe that if you want to shoot your brains out with opiates, right? If you want to be on crack until your heart explodes, you have free will. You should be able to do that. I don't want to pay for it. And I'm not going to pay for you to go to rehab. And when somebody shoots you in the back of the head because you're a bad person, I'm okay with it. Okay? However, in our rubber butt baby bumper society, you can't do that. Everyone's got to be protected. Everyone is their brother's keeper. So now I have to worry about it because Child Protective Services is using my tax dollars, using my money, doing things that I don't want them to do or don't care about them doing. I don't know. I don't know how that plays, guys. I don't know. Yeah. Right. I mean, again, I used to be pretty anti-drug, right? I used to be like, well, and I am anti-drug. Let me rephrase. I'm pretty anti-drug. Like, I really feel like that you're a fucking idiot if you do drugs. I feel like you deserve everything you get. If you go to prison, fucking A, awesome, cool, whatever. My problem is that I dislike my tax dollars being used in such a massive amount for a problem that cannot be solved. An addict, by definition, is addicted. Right? You can't change that. No, so far, I've always actually felt like this way. I actually changed my mind in college about this. An addict, by definition, is an addict. And the best thing we can do for addicts is give them one chance at treatment, and then they're on their own. So, anyway. Yeah, I don't like paying government salaries. Yeah, it's Mikey Balls. It's the rubber baby buggy bumper society that we live in. Everything has to be totally safe. You can't have, if your electrical outlets don't have the little plastic safety plugs in, so your kid can't stick a knife in it. We infantilize every fucking body now.
But the kid only tries that one time.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Once you get that first zap, you're like, I'm not doing that again. So
I love natural consequences for my kids.
I do. I believe in natural consequences.
Yes.
I believe that you should have absolute freedom to go piss on an electric fence at midnight so that when your dick feels like it's going to explode from the electricity coming up your stream, you don't do that shit again. You just don't. And I believe that you will never do it again because of that.
Or you assign the stupid people to do it so you can laugh at them.
Right? Yeah. You put somebody else up to it. You're like, hey,
That's right. That's right.
you got to see what's going to happen here, pal. Yeah. Big Jake's Ranch. When I grew up, and I talk about this a lot. First Zap, don't scare me. They still do live taps. Well, I forgot he's an electrician. Yeah. That's funny. I got to tell you guys something. So when I was a youngster, date myself here, there was a loaded 12 gauge shotgun by my kitchen door, and it sat there my entire youth, my entire young life, and I never touched that damn thing because if I did, my mom would have whooped my ass because that shotgun was there for things that go bump in the night and coyotes and wild dogs and shit like that we had because I lived in a rural area. But it was always there and nobody ever touched it. Nobody ever touched it. It was the strangest thing. Most kids would touch it like one time. And the belt would come out, the ass would turn red, and you would never do it again. You wouldn't even dream of it. Didn't need a locked case in my house. I used to go shooting all the time with no safety glasses. I didn't even know what safety glasses were until like shop class in 6th grade. Right. I just, I am not my brother's keeper. If you do stupid shit happens, guys. It just happens. So, yeah. Mikey Balls, I've beat our buddy Chris Lestrange every time I faced him on Verbal Combat. Every time.
You know what gun safety thing does not fucking get talked about because guys don't have to deal with it? But
What's
I'll
that?
fucking say it. There was one time where I went as a date to go to the range, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I want to look cute for the date. Well, let me
Mhm.
tell you something. You do not wear low-cut shirts to the range.
I know exactly what happened.
Oh my God.
But it
Yeah.
happens to do. So I was shooting a match one time, and I'm like shooting out the door of this helicopter, and the brass went out of the gun, bounced around, and it came back to rest on my elbow there. And I'm still shooting, and it's like burning me the whole time. But I'm on the clock. I can't stop and do anything about it. I'm on the clock, so I'm like da-da-da-da. And then finally, but there was a mark of the casing on my arm right there. So I feel you. I feel you. But there are a lot of natural consequences. Like I was out with some friends of mine, and one of the girls wore a mini skirt, and we're out hiking. And I thought it was odd that she was wearing a mini skirt, but I thought, maybe my friend's planning on getting lucky in some bushes somewhere, and it's none of my business. I'm a big believer in none of my damn business. Not my problem. And at some point, someone ahead of us kicked over a ground hornet's nest. And those little bastards came out with a vengeance, and she got stung somewhere very sensitive.
No way.
Very sensitive.
That's awful.
Like all her legs, she had like 5 or 6 stings on her legs, a couple on her arms, but the most important one was somewhere very, very sensitive. Anyway, so don't go hiking in miniskirts. It's not a good plan. Anyway, Angel Berber, my buddy, says, Grid, while I agree with natural consequences, that means we should be back to open carry and armed society. Is a polite society. I open carry. There's one right there. Can't touch it. We're on YouTube. And when that was that was the way we open carried. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm 100%. Dude, you're absolutely correct. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you guys are singing my tune here. What's up, Khaled? That's what is good. What is good today? So I think I've got a pretty good opening. I don't know. I may have to refine it some more. Let me let it simmer while we chat here, and then and we wait for the link to come in. Oh, you're working. That's good, man. That's good.
The kid keeps coming in. Sorry.
Smoking Spaceman was like, soon as you said miniskirt and ground hornets, I started laughing.
Dude,
Yeah.
that's horrible.
Ground hornets are mean, man.
They are awful.
They are so angry.
Mm-hmm. I do not like wasps and hornets and shit like that.
I used to catch wasps by the wings. You probably don't want to do this, but if a wasp is like crawling up a wall and you can get come in behind his head and just grab his two wings, they can't sting you. And they get really pissed. But they try so hard to sting you, but they can't sting you. And then you just throw them, and then they get all fucked in the head, and then they can't find you again. But I used to catch wasps. That was a fun thing. So, Mikey Ball's like, fuck wasp, bro. You've won 4 VKs? Damn it, I got to start staying up late on Friday night.
Fuck wasps. I sent Glenn's awake now.
Oh, Glenn's awake? Yeah, let him get up here, man. I want to hear his take on this subject.
Mm-hmm, for sure. I might jump down. The kids are stirring, so I need to.
Oh, yeah. No, if you need to go,
mode.
Feel free. Mods, the link is in the mod chat if anybody wants to come up. I'm doing debate prep, so we're just bouncing around. I'm simmering right now, so I'm talking about other things. But Chris Prattle, that's fine. Hey, check this out, guys. I'm not gonna say who did it, but check this out. You know what? Huh? Yeah, that's what's up. Yeah. I've got to start. I gotta stay up on Friday nights. Nope, Glenn did not do that. Glenn did not do that. I'm not going to out if the person wants to do it, wants to say they did it, they can say it. I'm not going to out them. So, but it's awesome, right? That's cool. Is that a record? Damn, Clarissa Lestrange. I gotta get into verbal combat on Friday night. I may have to sleep all day Friday so I can whoop ass all Friday night. That's what I'm saying. All right. All right. Well, does anybody want to come up and help me with the debate prep? Glenn Lawrence drops in. What's up, my buddy?
What it do?
I don't know, man. I'm just up here making shit up as I go along. What are you doing?
Waking up from a nap.
You want to hear this debate prompt now, or what?
Yeah, what's the debate prompt?
All right, you're gonna love this one. If Michelle hasn't prepped you, you're gonna fucking love it.
Well, she prepped me, but not for debate prompt. Never mind. Moving on.
I'm just gonna sit here quietly. All I'm going to say.
I'm gonna be quiet too. What's the debate prompt?
Yeah. All right. Check this out. In recent years, Mississippi, along with a few other states, has been prosecuting women for using drugs while pregnant. Babies are testing positive for illegal drugs at birth. The crimes that these women have been charged with changes based on jurisdiction, but child abuse is commonly used. The purpose of doing this is also different depending upon the prosecutor. It may be just to scare these women onto the right path with a drug treatment program and no jail time, or it may be simple punishment. Do you think that a woman using drugs while pregnant is child abuse? Even if you think it's harmful and irresponsible, should the state step in to intercede? If you think these women need intervention, do you think that the threat of jail time is the best path? What other options might we take? At the same time, these drug tests have come back positive for drugs that the hospitals themselves administered. Is a certain level of false reports acceptable to keep this system going and possibly protect children? End prompt.
All right, I'm all about accountability, holding people accountable.
Hmm?
Who's holding these infants accountable for being under the influence of drugs? That's what I want to know. Like who's putting these babies on 12-step programs or something, or checking these babies in?
So I'm going with that. I'll give you my.
I'm joking.
Let me give you my opening, bro.
All right, go ahead. Let me hear your opening.
Here's my opening statement. So I like to take these because these are always multi-question prompts. I tend to want to break them down because it seems like there's a lot of weirdness about this. First of all, Mississippi is being targeted here because it's a southern state, and the author wants to make this seem like a redneck, backwards ass issue. But Connecticut is doing the same thing in much the same way and actually charging child abuse, where Mississippi charges child endangerment. And this is the other thing that is really bad. The crimes these women are being charged with are not child abuse because Mississippi doesn't recognize the fetus as a child until it is born. It is recognized as child endangerment, which has no child endangerment, actually doesn't have the prerequisite of a child actually being even there. It can just be something that you as a parent do that might endanger the well-being of your child. It is broad-reaching. I disagree with it, but that is the law. And as far as the charges changing based on jurisdiction, I think that that's a normal thing that any and every single court in this country does. This prompt seems to want to target and lead the discussion in a specific direction, and I'll get to that in a minute, that really doesn't have anything to do with anything. So I think sometimes for some women, it will work for them to be scared by the possibility of jail time. Others, it may that may not be enough. They may need treatment or a rehabilitation center, something like that. And smart prosecutors know that, and that's what they do. Attempting to make it seem like the prosecutors are out to get these women is false, because the prosecutors don't go after these women. It's Child Protective Services that are based in the hospital that are doing this. So if you don't want these women charged, simply take Child Protective Services out of the hospital and quit drug testing fetus or children after they're born. It's very simple. If you don't want it, if you don't like it, there's a very simple way to end it. Do I think that a woman using drugs while pregnant is a child abuser, which is a correct wording for that? What I think is irrelevant, to be honest. I don't want to get into what I think, but I believe that it is morally wrong for a woman that knows she's pregnant to do things that we all know, society knows, hurts her body. Can we legislate morality? I don't think that we can. We can always attempt to. I don't believe that we can. And unfortunately, we probably need to rely on things like public shaming and jail, to do that for us. Should the state intercede? I don't personally believe in that, but it is currently the law, consistent with other laws. If I am out speeding in my vehicle, I will get, and with my son strapped in his car seat in the back of the car, if I'm caught speeding, I will be charged for child abuse if the officer so chooses. Child endangerment. We just had a story recently of a woman being arrested and prosecuted for allowing her 10-year-old son to walk to the store by himself in a rural area that he is very familiar with. He had a cell phone. There's no reason to look at that as child endangerment, and yet the law defines it as child endangerment. Child endangerment has no requirement for a child to physically be present. It's just the parents' actions that fit that bill. But my true point would be that it's none of my damn business what parents do with their kids in reality, right? So there you go. Do I think the women need an? I've already answered that. I did like the idea of house arrest with supervision, although what I like better is the child being placed with the father, assuming he can pass a drug test, and the mother being placed on house arrest with supervision until she cleans her ass up, or she just loses custody of the child.
Altogether.
Huh?
Custody altogether.
Yeah, lose custody altogether. That happened. Flow State's wife did that, and that's exactly what happened. I think, and again, I think that this was a very stupidly written argument that's designed to actually lead us into discussing abortion and body autonomy, and the fact that it's okay for a woman to do whatever she wants to her body anytime she wants to do it. But that's not true. We throughout our laws in our current society, there are many laws that say that you can't do things to your body if you want to.
Is this, you said this is in Mississippi, right?
Yeah, they're picking on Mississippi to make it seem redneck.
Okay, so
but Connecticut and several other states.
Does Mississippi have like any of the protective fetuses laws?
I'm sorry?
Does Mississippi have like the protect fetus laws? The protection?
No, they do not recommend.
They don't even acknowledge the fetus as a baby until the baby is born.
The baby is born, and they just lost a Supreme Court case. Mississippi Supreme Court. They just lost a case on that very issue.
So my thing is if they don't even acknowledge the fetus as a living thing, so how could the mother be charged for anything about the baby, and if they don't acknowledge it?
Because that's a very good point. The way that they do it, and I should have been more clear, because you didn't read the article. They're going to assume that you read the article, but the way that the sheriffs in these counties that are prosecuting this are doing it is child endangerment, not child abuse. The child doesn't have to exist yet for it to be endangered. When it tests positive for drugs that the mother used, that is proof that she endangered the child while she was pregnant.
That's kind of okay. I mean, I see why. I just don't like it.
Right. Well, there's nothing to like about it, right? Like, first of all, it's no one's damn business.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you.
The fact that they're testing children for the presence of drugs is annoying, right? The fact that up until that point they haven't tested the mother for drugs,
yeah, that's the problem.
More annoying, right? Like, how many drug tests? How many blood tests do they take of a woman?
Yeah, like, I mean,
these are points that I'll argue later on, right? Because people are going to say the same thing you And they're going to try and turn this into an abortion bodily autonomy argument. And I'm just not
no. I don't even like that approach.
Yeah, they're going to try that, and I'm not going.
Yeah.
This is entirely predicated on the idea of people being of leftists being able to push conservatives into a bodily autonomy argument.
Yeah. No,
but I'm not going to allow it. This is simply a legal argument based on is it and they only ask if I consider it abuse, and I'm going to just say it doesn't matter whether I think it's abuse. I think it's abuse for you to not let your dog in the house, but there are a lot of people with dogs that live outside. I think it's abuse for people to
I think if you're fat and you don't work out, it's the personal abuse.
Yeah, I think it's personal abuse, but that's irrelevant, right?
Yeah.
And there's just no point in it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
there's no point in arguing bodily autonomy. This is not a bodily autonomy argument. They try and make it a bodily autonomy argument. And in the article, it specifically talks about bodily autonomy and abortion and how this could affect Roe versus, the lack of Roe v. Wade and all that. And I'm like, that's all red herring. That's all garbage. We're simply dealing with very simple things here, concepts here. And that is,
it almost seems like there's an reaching with the government aspect.
It is an overreach. It 100% is. Child Protective Services should not have an office in hospitals.
Exactly. Now, let's say like the baby was born, it had drugs in its system, and due to the fact that it had drugs in its system, the baby had complications, and they had to do like an immediate something.
Mm-hmm. It happens all the time.
Maybe at that point, the doctors could inform, like, for the child's welfare,
Well, I mean, this is going to be a panel debate, so unfortunately, it's not a 1v1 or 2v2 where I could define.
I do like the fact that you mentioned the father gets the custody. I mean, I think that's how it should be, anyways.
Yeah.
How to get that though? Like, you would have to say, okay, the mother was under the drugs, or she's on drugs, right? So, for the sake of the child, the mother being on drugs when she came in, it would be child endangerment to put the child in her care. Then the child endangerment would actually be going against the doctors who are giving the child into somebody's care that they know that is on drugs.
So there's a couple of things here, guys. I don't know what's going on here. My thing, it's messing up there. So first of all, Silvar Ogre, the baby's bodily autonomy is not going to come into this because they don't consider it a child. Mississippi's laws do not consider it a child until it is born. Ghost, Mississippi does have abortion laws, but they don't punish the mother. They punish the person who commits the abortion.
So they go after the doctor.
They go after the doctor.
I think, like, because at the point where the baby comes out of the womb, it's in the doctor's care. It's in the doctor's custody at that point. If the doctors know that the mother's a drug addict and they give the baby back to the mother,
I think I can throw those out. I can throw those out as good obfuscations if I need to, right? Where I can say, well, if we're going to talk, what they're going to do is they're going to talk about bodily autonomy. They're going to try and dial it into abortion, and I can throw out, well, before we even talk about that, let's make note of the fact that a doctor does multiple blood tests and would have known if there were opiates in the system if this woman is an addict, and he or she, whatever the doctor is, should have been aware of that and done something about it. Now, you get into Hippocratic oath laws, you get into doctor-patient confidentiality, you get into a lot of different nebulous areas here, and this is why, by the way, that most of these crimes are reported not by doctors, but they're reported by nurses who have no patient confidentiality most of the time, or they're found by CPS. So CPS apparently does drug tests on every, or not, well, I don't know if it said every, I think it said every baby born in a hospital, they get drug tested. Well, I mean, they do a standard battery of blood and poop testing, and they find drugs. They will often arrest the mother. So, yes, yeah, Mississippi. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know if Mississippi does charge as a double homicide for ending a pregnant woman. A lot of states do. The laws are they're kind of contradictory, but yeah. I want a tiny bit of brain power added to this. Come on up, Chris Lestrange. Add the brain power. Somebody get Chris Lestrange the link. Chris Lestrange needs a link. Stat.
I'm wondering, like, okay, wouldn't it be once the baby is born, it's in the doctor's custody, right? They're doing all these things to it. If the doctors give the baby back to the mother who's under the influence, wouldn't that make the doctors putting the child in danger?
See, that's a great point, because again, they're not charging child abuse, or they're charging.
Yeah, but child endangerment would be a better.
And that is such a nebulous charge.
Yeah, it's such a nuance.
You can get charged with child endangerment for for having a child in your home, you being home alone and leaving your firearm on your desk.
Trust me, I know. I had that one happen to me.
And you can be charged with child endangerment for that.
Yeah, and they drop it eventually, but yeah. I had my gun on my table as I was cleaning it when the cops came over, and then yeah.
And there's no child. The child doesn't even have to be there.
My son was in his room playing video games. Yeah, it was stupid. I mean,
yeah, a lot of times the child doesn't even have to be in the room.
They ended up dropping it, but they confiscated my gun, and then I got it back 2 years later.
Yeah, sounds right.
It was dumb. California
always is.
But I mean, I would say that would be child endangerment if you knowingly give the child back to a person that's under the influence of a substance. You are endangering that child by doing that.
Well, this is where the really nebulous stuff comes in, because just because there are drugs in the system doesn't mean addiction. So now you're making a judgment call. I mean, it's a weirdness, right? It's a weirdness in most of these states because, well, mainly because people are stupid. I mean, I personally, again, it doesn't matter what I personally believe, but I personally believe that if there's a doubt, the child goes to the husband as long as he's not an addict. If he's an addict, then it needs to go to someone else.
Be a ward of the state.
A ward of the state, an aunt, an uncle, a grandmother, somebody like that.
Like any family member would be able to petition for the child, but as long as they pass the drug test and you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I get that. But like
but Child Protective Service has way
too much of an overreaching.
Right. They have absolutely too much. They just have too much overreach.
Now, let's say, like, okay, so I get the fact that like, being under the influence doesn't mean addict.
Well, and also women are also getting charged, and this is only like 2 or 3 really, but when the doctor gives them an epidural, which could be fentanyl, it could be some other opiate.
That's another thing. I was going to say that, like, because that was what could it be? Wouldn't it have to be dependent upon what the if
this is why I think it doesn't matter unless it's been documented previously, right? Like you can't just like by the time that kid's been born, that woman has had at least 3 or 4 blood tests, like complete blood panels. And if she's doing drugs, then the doctor knows. right? Now he
Yes.
can't
No,
say
see,
anything
that
about it
that would be
because
another thing. That would be different, though.
he
I'm
can't say
saying,
anything because of the Hippocratic Oath and the
yeah,
um
but he would be still, since he is aware of this, right?
mhm.
It's still child endangerment because he's choosing to give the child back to the mother if there's this history of blood tests coming back dirty.
Yeah, but he'll hide behind that he can't reveal patient information.
Hmm.
But again, this is where it goes into, right? Like if he knows, all right, let's just say that. So look, I just had a kid 4 years ago. If my wife had gone in and had some weird blood work, came back that she had opioids in her system, and the doctor asked her about them, and she gave some bullshit answers. I think I think the doctor has a responsibility to make that report. I think that I believe that is the case. I don't know that. I'd have to do some research. But even if he doesn't, you could just, CPS, man, I don't know. This gets into something that is weird because
Mississippi
if
does
it's an
have
actual addict, how do look, you can't hide opioid abuse.
Mississippi has fetal homicide laws.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess the mother being under the influence of
It's not homicide. It's not homicide if it's a live birth.
Yeah. But they only have so I guess if the child dies, then they could get the mom for that.
Mm-hmm.
But if the child's alive, the fact that they don't have like homicide or laws that she could fall under if the child's alive. It's only if it's a miscarriage or something,
There's some discussion about miscarriages that are where the baby dies as a result of the mom's drug use, being able to charge the mom with murder. There is actually some discussion on that.
That's the fetal laws. That's the
yeah. So that exists.
Yeah.
What happens is the problem we get into is when the baby is born alive and more or less healthy, but they check that first stool, which there's a name for it. I forget what it is. They check the first stool. They check then they do a blood test, and it comes back for opioids in the system. At that time, they have no way of knowing if that child is harmed by that. They have no way of knowing if it's just from the birthing process, which can take quite a while, honestly. And so, I think they're doing the best they can with the child endangerment law. There's nothing, I've thought about this a little bit. There's nothing I can think of where you can't, or there's nothing where you could, being consistently legal or in the realm of legality. There's nothing that you could do and stay consistent where where you charge the mother right out of the gate. You understand what I'm saying? Like, unless that child dies.
No, I agree
with anything other than child endangerment. You can charge child endangerment all day, every day.
Yeah, I just think like the doctors should, at some point, if I'm going off of what Mississippi already does, since they charge the doctors with abortion or whatever, then they should also charge the doctors with child endangerment if they give the child back to a mother under the influence.
Yeah, but they're not doing that. What the problem that's coming, the root problem is that CPS, or the root problem that the debate prompt is dealing with, is that CPS and nurses are turning these women in. They test positive. CPS finds out, and they have the woman arrested.
Yeah, that is a problem. I get that.
What I find interesting about
Let's see what Chris
child
has to say, because
Chris, I can't hear you, bro. Chris,
yo,
that's better.
is that better?
I've got you turned all the way up, and no, it's not better.
Yo, is that's something?
That's getting better.
Getting better. All right. So what I wanted to ask was, with the child endangerment laws, at what point do we get into fucking Minority Report, where now if you live in a bad neighborhood, it's child endangerment. Now when you do this, it's child endangerment, and same thing with usage on the parents. If it becomes an issue, shouldn't there be some factor of sobriety or competency put into question with regards to it? I mean, as I know with the States, most of the people there are on opiates. So what, are you just going to take everybody's children now? Or does it just relate to when they're babies, or where we factoring in? Where's the threshold break on this now?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? That's the question.
Yeah, so I would say that it would come down to a competency issue. You can't say because somebody tests positive for these things that would be a reasonable, that would give reason to take their children away, or, to call CPS. So I don't think these nurses are in the right to do any of that. As I mean, what would happen if you got hurt, you took the wrong meds, now you got opiates in your system, you had the baby, you didn't know, maybe you're just a dumbass, and now your kids get taken, but you're not even an addict. So I would say at best, maybe a hold or a sobriety check on the person would be more reasonable.
Yeah, so I can't really play. I can't play too much in the whataboutism world, because what is happening, none of that's not happening. What is happening, I can only deal with the is, and what is happening is Child Protective Services is finding, or the nurses are finding drugs in the child system. They're reporting it to the police, and in some cases, we don't know how many, what percentage, although it has risen. In 2015, they found 300. Because they restructured the way that they document the drug test and did some other internal things, they basically started looking for it. Now they're up to 1,200 a year. So when we're looking at that, or pardon me, when we take a look at that, then it's that's what they're getting charged with, and they're not getting charged with child abuse. They're getting charged with child endangerment most of the time. Now, we're only talking about the Mississippi courts. We're not talking, because Connecticut, they may charge child abuse. There's 5 states right now that actively do this, and there are other states that allow civil proceedings and some other things that happen that are relevant to the discussion.
Well,
but
we're
just not worth talking about in the discussion.
Yeah, so what I don't get is, if doctors have to take what I believe is the Hippocratic Oath, and therapists need to do that, lawyers need to do that, why are these nurses not doing that? I feel like that would be the solution to this whole fuckery, is to have that put in place. As I don't know about, like, this whole thing of the child endangerment situation. It just feels like Minority Report did. It feels like we are preempting that this is going to end badly. The same thing with what Len said happened to him. It seems like such a load of bullshit, of because of this small arbitrary thing, you're making a conclusion as to what's going to happen to the child. How the fuck could you even know that?
I mean, they're not. That's the thing. So they're not charging child abuse. They're charging child endangerment, and child endangerment can literally be anything.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying is the issue.
Well, it's always been an issue. I agree with you. It's an issue.
Yeah, so that shouldn't be a thing. They shouldn't be able to actually lay down.
But that is the legal system that we're operating under.
Yeah, but the nurses should, if the doctors aren't able to report these things, then the nurses shouldn't be able to report these things. I feel like that's quite simple, right? Isn't divulging of medical information illegal?
Well, no, Child Protective Services absolutely has some form of legalese that allows them to do that. And I've not dealt with CPS ever. Glenn has, but I have not. Glenn may have more input. Glenn may also be asleep.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, though, I understand the issues, and obviously, you know.
What's the question?
So, Glenn, so I've never dealt with CPS. What do they, I guess, tend to use as the idea of it being okay for them to what's a word I'm trying to think of here?
Intervene.
Yeah, intervene, right? And use the information that they gain from the doctors. It's just the way the laws are here, Chris. It just is.
Mine had nothing to do with doctors. So when the police came over.
Right. Yeah, actually, he was talking about the child endangerment laws, and I said they could encompass anything.
Yeah, they were like, "Oh, your firearm was visibly on the desk, right? Accessible, but it was broken down. Like everything was taken apart. I was cleaning it, so it was not even functioning.
Yeah,
but just because the firearm was there, that's what they used as to get that from me." Take the gun from me. And they were like, look, we could either take the gun or, we could charge you for child endangerment. Well, they took the gun. CPS still got involved. And I had to go through this firearm safety course in LA. And then a year or 2 years later, they gave me back the firearm.
Yeah. Which that's ridiculous. That's completely ridiculous. I mean, at that point, if anything that they deem a risk to a child, I mean, you could find a reason to take anybody's kid. Then
I mean, they could probably even use the fact that if you are cooking and the burner is on and you're not watching the burner on the stove, that will probably be considered child endangerment.
It is.
Allowed to have a barbecue?
It is child endangerment.
Then you're allowed to make a fire outside and have a barbecue, a fucking bonfire, cook a marshmallow. What the fuck are you even allowed to do then?
It's an encompassing thing. It's stupid. There's no definition of child endangerment. Is it the child is currently in danger, or you might be potentially putting the child in danger? What is the exact? Nobody knows.
That's exactly it. The thing is that Chris, to your point, allowing. All right, so if you smoke, which you probably do, if you smoke and you leave your lighter out, and your kid gets a lighter and sets the house on fire, you could be charged with child endangerment.
That's fucking stupid.
Because you left something dangerous within reach of the child.
The world is dangerous, Grid. What if you live in fucking Montana and there's bears?
Again, you're preaching to the choir. I think that we infantilize everyone.
No, but what I'm saying about the child endangerment, it feels like fucking, that's why I mentioned it feels like Minority Report. It feels like you are getting into trouble for a crime that that never even fucking took place. I fully understand child abuse laws, but
They're not even
I don't
factoring intent.
understand this.
You can't even hear intent.
Yeah.
Where's the intent of the crime? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
there's no intent.
Yeah, I know. Glenn and Chris, you guys are both really muted.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, that's way better.
All right.
Yeah.
They're not factoring in intent. Where's the intent?
Yeah, that's the thing. There is no intent if it comes down to child
We're getting a
endangerment.
TTS in, I believe. Maybe. Why didn't this TTS? Oh, it may be because it's $14.99 Australian. It may not quite hit that $10 US. But it should, right? Let me see. Did the TTS fire? I'm not hearing it. I could have it turned down, though.
Happy New Year's, Mrs. D.
Happy New Year. Yeah, I
Did
wanted to
the-
say you guys aren't on the 31 yet. I'm on the 31 already now.
Guys, did the TTS fire? Did you hear it on YouTube? Because it didn't do what it's supposed to do. That is annoying.
Yeah.
I hate it when my stuff doesn't work. It did not fire. All right, let me try again. Why is this not working? We got to get that fixed because I really dislike it when that doesn't work. It didn't even show, though. That's a weird thing. I mean, it should. Oh, wait. Now let's refire it.
Hey, Grid, I'm about to drop off. I got work call I got to do.
All right, man. Go do your work, man. I'm gonna mess with this for a minute. Thank you for helping with the debate prep, man. I really
No problem.
really appreciate it.
Didn't probably help much, but you know what?
I mean, everything
I
helps.
annoyed you a
It
little
all
bit.
helps. It all helps, bro.
All right.
It helps
Talk to you later.
running through the ideas. Cheers,
Yeah.
Glenn. Keep up.
Let me see if I can fix this. I've done something messed up here. And let me see.
Is it a Streamlabs issue or a YouTube issue?
Well, oh wait, here we go. There we go. That's probably it. Let's try this again. I mean, I say we will. Well, this will annoy me if this doesn't work. Well, let's see. All right. Let me see. I'm gonna run a test, guys. Sorry.
Kevin donated $75. super chat. This is a test super chat message.
Did that come through? That stays up a long time now. Oh, 9:30. Oh, that's it. That's the problem. That's why it's not showing. That's okay. I'll read it anyway. Miss D sends me $14.99. I finally got a chance to catch Sir Grid's stream. Smiley face, salute. Hey, Glenn and Chris. Hey, chat. Happy New Year to my American homies. Stay safe and blessed. Thank you so much, Miss D. I really wanted that to go through, but that's okay. I can read it just the same. It's all good. All good in the hood. All right. Cool.
Happy New Year, Miss D.
Good deal. But the second one, the test one went. You guys heard the test one out there? Hopefully you did. All right. All right, Chris. So throw me your some input here. Tell me what you got.
So yeah, I think the whole thing on the child endangerment is so arbitrary to the point where it's charging somebody for something that hasn't happened. You don't even need to prove intent. That's a bunch of bullshit. It should be on the factor of real actual harm that can be shown. That's actually tangible, not just some bullshit. Or it should be on the case of physical, actual child abuse or something like that, where I mean, obviously we all care about the kids, so then government needs to get involved. But I don't understand why these moms are being drug tested and it's being given to authorities, as I mean, not even all jobs do that. So I don't understand why resource that's meant to be for health reasons is getting involved in this shit right now. Because, like I said, your wife could have taken the wrong meds, have opiates in her system, and what now? Now that gets reported. She's not a drug addict or any of this. It's just something that happened.
It must be time to go get on the debate. Let me jump out. Let me jump into that. Chris,
Yeah.
sorry, buddy, got to drop
No,
down.
we're good, Grid. Get him.
All right, let me go get set up. I missed my prompt. Stand by, guys. I'll just give me 1 second. All right. So first thing is I got to jump into the StreamYard, and then I got to jump into the Discord. So I'm going to pull myself off here. Let me hide him. I got to hide. And stand by, guys. I'll be right back.
Wrongful Rage donated $19.99, super chat. It's showtime, get him good grid 1 and have some fun while doing it. You got this.
Somebody go over to Scott's channel and tell him that I am backstage. They're ignoring me.
ZT then donated $10, super chat. I'm here for it, sir. I'm here to see you rock this. Take 2024 out with a bang, celebratory hands in the air, fire, party face.
If I, was invited.
Can I try to bridge a gap here?
I agree with at least the concept of what you're saying. Whether it applies to our friend Connor or not, or my friend Connor or not, I'll leave that alone. But I'm saying that I'm just talking about like the concept of taking money from a person on the other side. If I remember this controversy correctly, like Progressive Victory, who I had worked with as well, like put on various streams, right? Like sponsored various streams to talk about being anti-Trump, but also
we can cut this now. He admitted multiple times that his goal was to make sure that Trump didn't get elected and that Kamala did.
Yeah.
That was his goal, right? So even if he was against Trump for different reasons, supposedly from the right-wing side, right? Like the idea that his goal was to get Kamala elected and then calls himself like a Burkean conservative of slow progress.
Well, it's also
that's his
going to get elected. I want to build a bridge here, Brian.
Get elected?
Okay. So like say like Progressive Victory had offered me money for whatever reason, right? Can you imagine the difference in type of what would have happened and how they would have used me potentially as opposed to Connor, right? I would not, even if they gave me money. I don't know why they would, but if they wanted to, I wouldn't change my views. I would still say the same thing. They could maybe use me as, look, this is what the conservatives believe, but I wouldn't start pretending to have their beliefs or keep my beliefs and then push theirs. No, he's never changed. I wouldn't change my stuff and then push their agendas secretly, right? Like he's come on there, he's saying he's a conservative while secretly pushing his agenda and saying, I'm a reformed conservative. I saw the light with Trump. Let me show you all these things. Oh, and then you ask him, I don't know, what's your take on immigration? And it's ultra progressive. You ask him about his guns and it's center left. You ask him about any other position and it's progressive, but then he dresses it up.
You say he hasn't.
But but the difference is though, if you an actual conservative took the money,
he's always kind of been elected.
If an actual conservative took the money from them and did it, they would just keep saying what they want, and maybe they could use him as A or whatever. His actions show that he's always been a progressive and he's been a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's what I'm saying. They couldn't use the guy as a lolcow because he's over here trying to be deceitful.
I don't think he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. If anything, under this premise, he'd be a wolf that like glued a cotton ball to his head. I mean, like if he hasn't changed, and it's been obvious the whole time, I don't know how he's deceiving people allegedly.
Okay, so like, would you say it would be dishonest if I started honestly going around and declaring myself as like the king of libs, and I'm Admiral Libs, and you should listen to me. I'm a reasonable liberal that is sitting here, and I've seen the light, and the party's moved too far to the left, and I'm here to save the Dems and bring them back to the core of the values. You would laugh, right? Because it's dishonest, right? Because
it's you, and we'd be like, you're joking.
Well, no, but that's what he's doing. But he's doing it for money, and he's trying to pretend that he's not doing that.
Is Latoid a wolf in sheep's clothing? Because some might say
people fucking exist, and like this is my
Scott's a sheep in wolf clothing, right? Isn't that your motto?
Let's go to Lactoid first, and then we'll get back to it.
Hedgehog.
Hedgehog.
Banner
Sorry.
says hedgehog, and
my comment. I don't know. I'm much less. I've talked about this before. I think that like political identities are, it's pretty subjective, right?
Limited utility.
It's limited utility. Somebody can call themselves a conservative, and it's like, yeah, I think that I'm conservative, and then like you put them up next to like the Overton window, and they're really not. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're lying. I think that the really the best I'm not even sure if it's like a criticism. It's just pointing out that like it was done for money, which is progressive victory is not just like a let's get Kamala elected. There are organizations
it's a leftist
out there.
Organization.
Yeah,
like
there
their
are
mission
organizations
statement is
out there
specifically designed to turn the Democrats
specifically
into a radical neo-Marxist party. It's
specifically to get the Dems more left. And so if it was just like, yeah, I'm right wing, but fuck Trump for whatever reason, there's plenty of organizations that would do that, right? but that's not the one that was offering money, right? Yeah. The one that was offering money was like, let's get like dye our hair, let's fucking do it, right? And that was what he joined. I have no doubt that he probably wouldn't have joined Progressive Victory if there wasn't money.
I came in late.
Fraud points. I mean, counterpoints.
Counterpoint. Okay.
Counter truth. I don't know. I can't remember what his name is. I got more. Don't worry.
But yeah, hon. So you understand that they were the one offering money to do a thing, right? Like, and money is an enticement, which I feel like your side is very much for in general, right? So it's enticement to work together on a shared goal, which was not electing Trump, right?
But money.
No, that was
not the money. He's being let
me
elected.
Yeah. Money, I think, indicates the reason why people get suspicious about money because it indicates potential hidden intent. Let me ask you this, Prime.
Sure.
Let's say, like, you know my position on guns, right? Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, I've had an evolution. Let's say I've had an evolution, and now I think guns are terrible.
Yeah.
Guns are awful. We got to regulate these shits, okay? It is compatible with libertarianism, okay? There's a liberty argument, blah, blah, blah. And then you find out that, like, some anti-gun lobby has been depositing $1,000 in my bank account every week. Would would that lead to the conclusion that I'm being sincere?
Hold on, but my understanding.
Can I just read their mission statement?
That, like, his positions haven't changed, though, right?
So yes,
they said that. So
I'm not as like I don't even care about as much as Admiral Gibbs, but I get it. What and it's listen. I think Admiral Gibbs and I both, and interrupt me if I'm wrong, Admiral. I think we both recognize that his positions haven't changed. The issue is that his positions have always been center-left blue dog Democrat positions. Mm-hmm. And he's always claimed to be a conservative. He's always claimed to be a representative of the right in a space such as Twitch, where it has been very difficult for the right to get a foothold, where it has been like, I remember people like, Dylan Burns when I was doing Hippy Dippy. I know, not the best name to bring up, but nevertheless, right? Like, when I was doing those, Dylan would reach out to me constantly and be like, do you know any fucking actual conservatives that will be on this panel that have like any audience whatsoever? Like, it was a struggle because the space was swamped with people on the left. And so he sat in a position where his policies were center left, where now we have this money from an organization that's goal is extreme leftism. Its goal is not just, Trump is bad, we need to get rid of Trump. I mean, I can read you their mission statement, or you can read it yourself, but I mean, they talk about creating lifelong activists so that the Democratic Party cannot ignore the progressive bloc and can no longer be what they consider to be like neolibs, right? Like they hate the Democrat Party for not being left-wing enough. Like that's who he's getting paid from. And then all the while he's like, yes, I'm one of the conservatives. If you need a conservative with a big platform on your debate show, I will represent conservatism. I will represent what the normie Republicans think. And it's like, no, you won't. You never have. Now we have the receipts that prove that you're not just, someone that like occasionally has a bad take as far as conservatism is seen, but now we have the money to show that you're working directly with, leftist activist organizations. And it's like, why do you keep calling yourself a conservative? Because the money's good.
Just the one more thing I would like to add is I think he kind of touched on this with the taking of the space and how like suddenly you're working against more people when you thought you had people on your side. It's also that when he represents himself this way, not only is he representing his views and pretending his views are conservative and trying to sell them to people, because that's what we're doing. This is an activist sphere, right? We're trying to get people to eventually make. Some of us we want to make money. Some of us we want to like bring people to our side so we keep our viewpoints in power. We convert them, but it's also that he goes and simultaneously on those panels turns to the people that are filling the conservative void and goes, "You're insane, you're stupid," and tries to discredit them. So not only is he pushing his views and taking up a space, he's also further trying to like pull the ladder up on the way out and push these people down and make sure that any views that are any further right than his are made to look like insanity next to a reasonable Republican. And hey, all these other leftist views aren't really that far left.
But that rift is there already in the Republican Party. Isn't there a whole rift in the Republican Party? Isn't that what the Lincoln Project is all about? It's like there's a clear rift. He is a conservative that is pretty distinct now.
That's not the same. Like
the Lincoln Project is like such an infinitesimally small portion of the voter base, and is a large portion of the money in politics from that degree. Like the amount of money that they were getting, the anti-Trump, never Republican, just didn't exist in the voting base.
I can recognize that.
Right?
Probably
like you're talking about a faction.
Yes.
You're talking about a faction of money from the left.
Yes, but it's not my point. My point is, like, I can recognize that Connor's probably a minority now in the conservative movement. Yeah, but he still identifies as conservative. Like, I don't see what the issue is.
But the issue is that he's identifying as something that he's not and pushing us others down. That like are.
Corey, did you have a problem with Tim Pool taking the Russian money?
I mean,
no.
I mean, I don't think it's good, but what do you mean by problem?
Like let's say you found out that like Tim Pool was taking the Russian money. He denies that it had anything to do with
when you spoke out Russia.
He denies that he denies that he had shaped any of his opinions or focused on anything because of that. But he took Russian money, and there appears to be some evidence that hey, we really like we'd really like it if you kind of focus a little bit on this topic. We really like it if Tim Pool could believe everything he says, but the fact that he's taking Russian money and he happens to sort of focus on the issues that they want him to focus on does affect his credibility.
For the record, I did debate on a panel with Connor about this, and Connor was very angry that Tim Pool took that Russian money.
Wow,
that's hilarious.
Well, why?
Because that's how much of a fucking grifter he is.
See, I'm okay with the money
where the money was coming from.
I'm sorry, but
the issue is that the issue really isn't even the money.
On why he think it's a problem? Why did he think it was a problem, Fabian? Why?
Because he thought that the money might change his opinions. Hilariously enough.
Not because it was for anti-American shit or from a foreign entity.
Even now, like the disagreement, like even Lactoid is coming from a different angle than Gibbs. I'm more sympathetic to Lactoid's point than Gibbs. Gibbs is saying he's pretending, he's grifting, he's a liar, and Lactoid is not making those points. Exactly. Like even that, you can't even pin him down.
I can't do that. I've done it on many panels. Like, there's a reason why he spurgs out every panel.
There's multiple things that are being complete. This is why I was trying to like pull these things apart in my questioning. But I think after listening to you all, I'm getting a better picture of this, right? So when I first heard this, I was more focused on the issue that was brought up, and this is all brought up in the context of progressive victory and taking money from them. Like, well, people can take money for all kinds of reasons, right? That doesn't necessarily like implicate their entire ideology. But if there is a larger a narrative behind it, then it enhances, right? So if there's a narrative that this individual comes on panels in this space, right? And I'm not saying I'm gonna agree with any of this. I'm just like trying to like elucidate what's
descriptive.
So
yeah.
Can I jump in on this?
Narrative that this individual comes onto the space and
Greg, we can hear you. I'm sure Pram will let you go. I'm sorry.
Yeah. He comes to these spaces and says that he is a member of this ideology, right? Or he takes part in this ideology. Then people like take him seriously. Okay, well, this person represents this stance, right? But then when we're having an actual discussion, they turn around and like, well, all this is wrong, right? Like this is completely wrong. And people who actually really believe this, they're insane, right? Like I've had moments like that too, right? In an Israel-Palestine debate, right, where the people were on like my side, but then end up like undermining like, lots of things that I was saying. I'm like, well, this is bullshit, right? Like, and it's very frustrating. And if there is a long enough time frame where this person is acting like this, right? Then on top of that, right, you find out, well, they're taking money from the quote unquote the other side. Well, yeah, that only just compounds everything you've said, right? And then you would think, okay, this person's grifting, right? Like they were actually lying the entire time, and they've been an effective tool for my political enemies to say that like the things that I believe in are unreasonable and stupid and ridiculous, and so fuck that guy.
Nailed it.
Okay.
Yeah, nailed it. I knew you could relate because every panel we've been on together, like especially right after the Kamala one. Yeah, I'm gonna turn it. I just want to give prime props. I even after the Kamala thing, you've always stood by your beliefs, even when like other lefties have gone against what you said, like or within like whatever y'all did a little different ones, and you're like no, and it's just funny because I've seen that, and I'm glad you can recognize where I'm coming from.
Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, so I think this is really interesting because I have said multiple times that my entire purpose behind even having this channel is to grow it to the point to where someone will pay me to say the things I already say. So I'm a capitalist, so I don't have a problem with any of that shit. There were a lot of people who were unhappy that Destiny came out on Piers Morgan and said, you don't know if I believe anything that I say, I could have been paid to say this and it wouldn't make any difference because I'm still saying it. So you don't know. And the idea that someone's motivation behind what they say somehow detracts them from the value of what they say is very interesting to me because at the end of the day, the words are what matter, the motivation, maybe not so much. And that's what's called politics, folks, because that's how politics work. And the real fact is you may never know. I don't have a problem at all with Tim Pool and Lauren Chen and all those people and the money because it's money. And they never said anything that was super pro-Russian or in any way influences anyone's opinion in a weird way, other than probably ways that leftists don't like, which is fine with me. Leftists may, I don't particularly care what Destiny says, but I'm sure that most leftists are okay with it. And I'm sure he gets paid. So again, I don't really have a problem with much of any of it.
Can I respond to this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, so I would agree that the person's actual motivations are irrelevant to the strength of the argument. You can have somebody who doesn't believe what they are saying and make a very good argument still. And the argument should still be dealt with on its own terms.
Isn't that what lawyers do all the time anyway?
Absolutely. Okay.
Right. And you need to be on both sides of an argument. You suck.
You are assigned a side. I've done debates where I have been assigned a side. I mean, that is just how it goes, and the idea is you should be able to argue both sides. But I do think someone's motivations matter though when they're a political agent, right? Because being a political agent isn't just like, oh, I'm going to come out and like make arguments. It is cooperating with certain people. It is aligning certain things, targeting certain things, basically building this sort of shadow network to achieve certain goals. And if that network is obscure, opaque, not really saying what they're doing, but you know what the goal is and you know there's money involved, I think it's reasonable to be skeptical.
Like the entire federal government is what you're talking about.
I am skeptical of the entire federal government.
How did Tim Pool not say anything pro-Russia? How did Tim Pool not say anything pro-Russia? I'm very confused.
He said very pro-Russian things.
Yeah.
Anything for Russia that he wouldn't have said anyway.
Doobie?
And I said,
So, I don't know.
I'm not pro Ukraine. I think Zelensky's a thief and a spy and a traitor and a dictator, and he should be thrown in jail. So, matter of fact, the fact that he owns a house in Miami, Florida, should offend every single person on this panel, but it doesn't.
I didn't know that.
I'm Canadian.
Well, yeah, okay, I'm sorry.
So, Wick has been challenged on this kind of thing before too, right? Though I think Wick is actually like some type of lefty, right? I'm not challenging him on that end.
Yeah.
But he's been questioned for taking the money in the first place. Right? People call him a sellout for interacting with that organization at all, for having Brown Owl on, for all this kind of stuff. And Wick has said that he's kind of detailed a little bit of what happens behind the scenes, right? With when you're a streamer taking money from the organization, and he said they have like weekly like strategy meetings, where they talk about strategy, like how do we talk about this issue, what are the things we're going to hit, etc. So if Connor is a right winger and he's taking part in those meetings where they're strategizing for how to defeat the conservative message or how to push the Democrat Party more left, like that's more than I'm just taking the money because I'm already talking about this thing. He's actively helping the side that he says he opposes.
And by the way, he stated he's not participated in the canvassing side. So if he's either getting paid for nothing, or that's what he's getting paid for.
Yeah, people don't get paid for nothing.
Oh, you talk to conservatives. How will this message sell?
Yeah, it could be absolutely useful.
Undermine the conservative movement. But so
someone who understands the conservative messaging tells you how to attack conservatives. It's absolutely.
But then at that point, he must be getting paid for something. Otherwise, it'd be horribly irresponsible on behalf of the payor. Why would you pay for a free product?
Bring back the horse and buggies.
I want to point this out because I think
these streets.
I think the left might have a harder time. I think the left might have a harder time empathizing. So let me just. For a second,
that's why
because I do agree that it probably feels,
I can't. It's very difficult for me to read.
A bit of a nothing burger. Like, yeah, the dude always had these same opinions. Back to the show. Why does it really matter? And I think I'll explain maybe why it matters to many of us on the right. I consider myself on the right, even though I'm a libertarian, right? Nevertheless, I think the problem here is that, and you can believe this narrative or not believe this narrative, but this is a narrative that most right-wing people will probably agree with, right? That we are in a culture war. We are in a culture war on a whole bunch of different issues for the culture of America and of Western society. And it feels like, and I believe it is true, you may disagree, but nevertheless, the right feels this way, that the left has legacy media. The left has academia. The left has most of the government bureaucracy. The left has the education system. Even and the one thing the right has fought fucking hard for is to have what came to fruition in this last election, which is like Joe Rogan and like the online kind of like YouTube podcast space. And we are fighting in places like Twitch and YouTube polls and panels for the right to be represented there. And what ends up happening is we see a panel of 3 people on the left, maybe one's radical left and one's a centrist lib, whatever, but 3 people generally on the left, and then supposedly 3 people on the right. And one of them is working against us, and like we're trying to get into those spaces, and we're trying, because like if I was a grifter, I wouldn't be a fucking ANCAP, right? Like the struggle that I have to do to get views is an up-road hill 10 times harder than any other fucking political ideology. If I was a commie or a tanky or a fucking center lib or a traditional conservative, like it would be so much easier for me to get people in because I sound crazy the moment they tune into my stream. But like I'm fighting a culture war. And then what I end up seeing is an agent of the other side, even if he's an unwitting agent, right? I'm not saying he's there like, I'm rubbing my hands together to defeat the right. I think he realizes that he gets on more appearances and more stuff when he considers himself kind of right wing, as opposed to just admitting he's a blue dog Democrat. And what ends up happening is now it becomes this 4 versus 2 panel with one person supposedly representing us, making our ideas look crazy. And it's not about the panelists. It's not about Connor. It's not about the 6 people there. It's about the audience and the space that we're trying to fight for a foothold
exactly
in,
it.
because every other fucking institution is against us. And it's like, and we have to be careful with every 10 words that we say, because even the platform we're on is fucking against us. And it's like, we have to be careful and self-censor. And now we have to fight a lopsided battle in a space. And you have 17-year-old, 16-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old people in the audience that are watching politics and getting involved in politics for the first time, and they're getting a skewed, biased representation that makes it look like, oh, I always knew the Republicans were retarded. That's what my fucking professor told me in college, and now look at them. They're eating at each other like idiots, and it's super frustrating. And so I think that's really where the anger is coming from a lot of people.
Yeah, and
it's not about one.
I don't
dude
think that
taking
encapsulates.
Well, hold on,
Gibbs.
no, it's exactly that, almost on the head. And it's because like even these 16, 17-year-olds, right? So he's sitting here, he's representing himself as a reasonable conservative, right? And these are influencing these people who are impressionable. And what are they going to do? They're going to go up thinking this is what a representation of this is. Oh, well, you know what? I guess I was always really a dim. I'm a dim. We should move to dim. Let this guy push me in these ideas because, well, those other conservatives look real crazy compared to those other 4 people. They all said poo-poo. And it's a battle for the hearts and minds. And this guy is doing something nefarious and being a false prophet and leading these people to the fire. That's what it's like. It's awful.
This could all be solved if people asked about issues before doing debate panels. Because if the problem, I guess, is somebody saying, "Oh, they're oh my gosh, the conservatives are getting like gangbanged on this panel now because this person said, oh,
because
I'm a
they'll go in there
conservative."
and represent his ideas as that. No. So this is why I was so happy.
I don't agree with Gibbs or Fabian.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous point.
No. This is why I'm so happy you said that, Connie, because I go on these immigration panels with him, right? And he would start saying,
I agreed with her.
And he was, what? No, I was saying that he goes, hey, check this out. My views, this is the real conservative plan, and anybody that goes any further than this is insane and evil. And you know what? I guess if we have to choose between my real reasonable conservative plan, these crazies over here that are like the remnants of this new MAGA party, or the leftist dim plan, well, I guess their plan don't seem so bad. Hey,
Elon is like going to war with conservatives right now, like on Twitter. Like they're like this happens all the time.
Hold on, this is different.
Is he as sheep in wolf's clothing?
This is totally different with Elon. No, Elon has identified as a Democrat. He said, okay, over time, I've moved to the right because the overtime window's moved. And so he's basically a 90s Democrat, which is MAGA. MAGA is a populist movement. And Trump is a 90s Democrat. He's a New York Republican. So, yeah, it's crazy because that's the center right now. And, yeah, I maybe moved something over here. But he's still farther left of that, which is the center. Like, it's crazy. You have multiple Democrats in MAGA now, right, that used to be Democrats because that's the center. That's where the center is now. And then he's just way down there.
Serious?
I'm
what
sorry,
on
that's what
planet the fuck Earth?
What do you mean?
How?
I mean,
how is he the center?
Bill Clinton would be a Republican
Premier
now.
Katya, very quick, Premier Katya, real quick. Can you name a substantive difference between Bill Clinton's presidency and Donald Trump's presidency in terms of policy?
You can't.
Because I don't know every policy that Bill Clinton was running on. I'm not up to date on his presidency and
even the personal lives are similar.
Let's go over. So
go ahead.
Bill Clinton meant
it's not a policy position.
No. Don't. Let me get through, right? So Bill Clinton built more border wall than any other president. He had 2 different operations to secure the southern border. Bill Clinton did NAFTA, and it was and Trump just cleaned it up and modernized the same trade agreement. Bill Clinton signed the assault weapons ban, as well as the very famous, tough on crime bill legislation. And what do we have? We have Donald Trump that wants red flag laws, but also wants tough on crime. In terms of foreign policy, they were both fairly peaceful presidents that engaged for the most part in trying to get treaties and trade agreements. That was their foreign policy focus.
Yeah. I mean, he also was way more for foreign intervention.
Did he spawn Belgrade?
Trump was way less for foreign intervention. No, what Bill Clinton did in Grenada as well as in Bosnia,
even their economic policies are similar too.
Was more pro-war than what Trump is. Now again, let's look at Wall Street and deregulation. Right, Trump has been for deregulation. Bill Clinton signed the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act.
Bill Clinton would be deregulating
Wall Street.
Absolutely.
Every single solitary time
JFK
you
would
look
be a
at a
super
policy
Republican.
section, Bill Clinton and Donald Trump are almost identical in
Yeah,
their
it's
presidency
crazy.
and their
Sure, if you
policies.
talk about his
They did.
stupidest
Bill Clinton
policies,
did.
but
Bill Clinton
wait a
worked.
minute.
No, Bill Clinton worked with Newt Gingrich on welfare reform, like over and over and over again.
Like,
They're very
yeah.
similar.
Yeah, gotcha. So I had the same reaction when
Similar
I
in
first-
degree, no. Similar in like a concept,
You're
maybe.
right. Bill Clinton had way more prostitutes than Donald Trump.
I had,
True,
I don't know about that.
I
anyways.
don't know if I would say that. No, I definitely wouldn't say that. But
Bill
Just
Clinton had
because
more
he hung
risk.
out with
I would-
Epstein more doesn't mean that.
Okay.
What? So okay, I had the same reaction because I had this reaction. I was on this panel, when we talked about this. And I had the same initial reaction. Oh, that doesn't sound right? But that was a knee-jerk reaction, and I'll admit my failings here. Right, I had a knee-jerk reaction to that statement, but when I sat and thought about it, why am I defending Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton is all those awful things, right? From if you call yourself a leftist, if you're a leftist, then you recognize Bill Clinton did all those things. Like literally, the presidency of Obama was reversing all the things that Clinton had done, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that he was great. I'm saying that saying that they had the same policies just because they were both bad on things doesn't mean.
Oh, sorry, what would you say? Just because he did the same.
If they were both bad on something, right, to different degrees, that doesn't mean that they had the same policy, right? I don't think they had the same policy on
Listen, I'm not.
healthcare. Just because he
Katya,
wanted to
Katya.
decrease immigration did not believe that, or didn't mean that he believed about the same
Katya.
things.
You know that he ran on
I'm,
immigrant,
Katya, I'm not
doing
saying,
that as an
Katya,
issue,
I'm
right?
not saying. Hold on. I'm not saying Katya. I'm not
Doing
saying they're the same
what?
people. What I'm saying is when you say it's insane to call Donald Trump a 90s Democrat, I go, well, the 90s Democrat president that we had, policies
Trump
were
is doing
very
now.
similar to Trump and what he wants, right? Like you can disagree with 90s Democrat policies and say, I think they're bad. Fine, we can discuss those. All I'm saying is it's not insane to think that Donald Trump is a 90s Democrat.
He's a
That's
New York
fairly
Republican.
more
On
centrist
some
than what you think.
issues,
Clinton
but
On most
to the
issues.
fact that they would go like that, no. I mean, on so many issues, especially social issues, no, I do not buy it.
No, on social issues, he's more progressive.
Maybe for
He's
him,
the
maybe
only
for him
president to be
himself, but
pro-gay
not when he
marriage.
allows people to go. Okay, but here's the thing.
Though. Hold on. But it's from your perspective here, right? Now, if you're
Well, maybe I'm
liberal,
going-
right? I don't, and you called yourself a leftist, so I went with that, but I don't know. Maybe
That's fine.
you are or not, right? That you can define yourself
Another wolf in sheep's
right?
clothing.
But if you're a liberal, then you're really not going to like this statement. But the liberal wing of the Democratic Party has shifted right. Bill Clinton was a representation of this shift to the right. In a whole list of parts, the deregulation, for instance,
that's
of
true.
Wall Street. That's a shift to the right. For welfare reform, right, where he demolished the welfare state, right,
So
and blamed
based.
all that. That's a shift to the right.
We had a surplus.
Yeah.
Right, but there's a difference between they shifted to the right
So
and
now
they
it's
had the
.com
same
boom.
policies. And also, hold your horses. Are we comparing his
Lot of horses.
personal beliefs with Donald Trump's personal beliefs versus what they allow in their
Donald Trump
government
didn't
or what
believe
they
in
support
ethics.
overall?
The Oval Office with an intern.
Thank you. Anyways, so we all love talking about sex and hookers. That's all fun. But I'm talking about the policies
You're
we
gonna
do like sex and hookers.
and ill-informed. I have to make fun of you. I can't.
Well, you're not making
seriously.
fun of me or distracting everybody. I haven't been able to get my
So
point out because of
mentally
this.
unarmed. I'm trying to take you seriously, but I can't. You don't even know the
Really
Mentally
great.
unarmed.
I love talking. Can I speak, please? So I was going to say, if we talk about what Donald Trump personally supports on social beliefs, yeah, I'd be more
Right,
likely
bro.
to buy that. But not when we're talking about what he allows, Congress to get passed, or what he, will be like, okay, you guys want that? Sure. Towards what, Republicans support. I will say that that's dissimilar to 90s Democrats. But so if we're going on their
So what
personal
is-
beliefs.
Hold on. Well, fuck his personal beliefs. I don't care. It's fine. I'll
Okay,
retract
then
my
I
statement
disagree
that
as
Bill
much
Clinton,
as possible.
that Bill Clinton was all about, what was it in the army? The don't ask, don't tell. Whereas whereas he, Trump was, pro gay marriage. personal beliefs aside, right? Let's set that aside. In terms of the way that they govern, what is a major policy substantive difference between Bill Clinton and Donald Trump that showcases that Donald Trump is not in a similar fashion to 90s Democrats and undoes all of those other examples that I said? Like, give me a big like big uppercut. I'll give you time if you need time to look it up. But your claim is that we're ridiculous for even saying that, and then I gave you a bunch of evidence for it. So please give me evidence to the contrary that shows that Donald Trump is governing so much more right wing than a 90s Democrat and is so much more different than, let's say, Bill Clinton's presidency was.
I mean, what's really crazy is Donald Trump even supported by Bill Clinton back in the day, because he was, guess what, a Democrat at the time.
Thank you.
Healthcare.
Healthcare. The things that he actually supported. When we're talking about his healthcare plan of 1993, specifically, this was, something that was definitely far to the here's the thing. I can't tell you what Donald Trump's healthcare plan is because he still hasn't said it. We're talking about our concepts of plans.
We can look at his actual presidency.
Who knows?
Right? We can look at where he negotiated Medicare prices. He negotiated insulin, but Joe Biden took credit for that. He used socialist policies, right, to make Medicare cheaper and to lower prescription drug prices, and then got rid of some provisions of the ACA that the CBO had specifically said were costing a bunch of money. To me, that sounds like a Clinton 90s Democrat.
That was after he couldn't repeal it completely. Thank you.
Katya, is your point here that, Bill
the president
Clinton,
can't do that.
Hillary Clinton, when they first
right,
came into office,
because Congress voted against it, but he wanted it to happen.
Hold on. Were they looking for a Medicare for all solution, basically? That they were going to massively expand government health care at the start. But then, that
was in 93. By 94, Newt Gingrich took over and he realized that he had to work with Republicans. So he was a president of compromise.
So
what does that make him personally more similar to Donald Trump? Because
we already said we were getting rid of personal. You can't bring in personal when you want to. And
Katya, is that what you're referring to? At least because that's my understanding. I'm not sure if it was the
Right.
93 bill that you're referring to.
Yeah, but my big question, yeah, I did. Yeah, I was talking about the, his 93 healthcare plan.
What was the plan then?
I don't know as much about it, but I know that healthcare was one more thing. That was one thing where, here's the thing. I'll have a debate about this.
We'll give it that.
Huh?
I said you were.
Well, like I said, I'll give you time.
So,
I get that you were surprised by this, right? Like, this is a thing that I've
No.
before.
My problem is your premise.
Here, can I?
Here's the thing.
Listen, I'm trying to be as nice as I possibly can, and you're
listen,
making
Prime, can I
it
say,
so difficult.
Prime,
to
can I
not just
say
call you a
something? Can I
retard.
speak for like
We've all
legit
let
10
you
seconds?
talk.
Can I
I'll
speak for
listen to
actual
you.
10 seconds?
It's okay now. Donald Trump is really a Democrat. He's a conservative Democrat. He's the best that the conservatives get. We would much rather have a more conservative person. However, Donald Trump is as conservative as we can get into office at this point in time. He is still a Democrat.
That's great.
He was a 90s Democrat. He's not a
But he
moderator.
actually makes a good point. He actually makes a good point.
Oh my God, guys,
Can I please?
make your point, please. Go ahead.
Right. So I've never been able to finish the sentence. That's my issue here. Right. So my problem is we're talking about how his positions versus, Donald Trump's positions and how they're so similar. Yet literally you said it yourself, Scott, talking about how, he was more conservative. Yeah. After Republicans were in control of these, House of Congress, after he had to work with Republicans, that has nothing to do with him. That has to do with the material reality of the Congress he was working with, which I feel like has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about, the president's actual policies, and if they're ideologically similar. Like what?
Okay, so for example, the Glass-Steagall Act, which was one of the many examples.
Right,
that
I
gave you of how
disagree
they were
with that.
Hold on. Right. Of course you disagree with that. I know that you disagree with that.
No,
The
I
argument
disagree
isn't-
with how he got rid of that. I disagree with that.
No, I know that, but the argument isn't, do you like how Bill Clinton governed from 92 or specifically, let's say from 94 onward? The argument is when you say that it's insane to call Donald Trump a 90s Democrat, and then I say, well, in the 90s, and the Democrat was a president, that would be the closest fucking comparison we can have to a quote 90s Democrat would be the president in the 90s. And when I give you all of the positions of the president in the 90s, they're similar to positions that Donald Trump and the way that he governed. They just happen to be 15 years later, right? I understand that you don't like that Bill Clinton signed the bill that repealed the Glass-Steagall Act. He didn't veto it, okay? He worked with Republicans and got rid of that because he presided over the dot-com boom, and he wanted to get rid of the barriers between the credit reporting agencies and the banks being able to do investment banking as opposed to mortgages and personal banking. He wanted those barriers gone because he wanted to milk the dot-com boom for everything that he could. It's a very similar type of deregulation that Donald Trump puts into his policies. I understand that you dislike it. That's not the argument.
No, I know that.
How are they substantively different in the way that they govern? Because you said get rid of the personal. I said, okay.
Well, okay, if we're getting rid of the
Let's
no, I
talk
didn't
about
say
the way
get
they
rid of the
govern.
personal. I said tell me which it is. Which do you mean when you're talking about that and to
about
compare
both. I would
apples
say
to
both.
oranges?
I would
I'd
say
put probably
both.
both,
I would
yeah.
say he's more
I'll put-
socially progressive as well as more governed in a similar.
I
fashion.
mean more the policies,
Socially,
but both.
Trump was
Probably
more,
still.
without a doubt, more progressive.
That's more
But
personal,
just,
yes.
but that's how time moves.
Lactoid wanted to say something a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can find differences, right? Bill Clinton raised taxes, Donald Trump cut taxes.
Climate.
Donald Trump increased military funding. In fact, Donald Trump increased military funding. Just the increase itself was more. It was more than the entire military budget of the UK. And Clinton cut the military by a pretty significant margin. So there, you can point to some things. I would agree that Bill Clinton definitely is a more right-wing Republican. He definitely was more right-wing Democrat. He definitely was more financially responsible, just in terms of, I guess, how he handled finances. Because, I mean, yeah, it was a rare moment where the overall national debt went down. And it went down somewhat significantly, right? I mean, it was a surplus for a while there during a booming economy. That's hard to do. So, I mean, you can give Bill Clinton some credit, I think, on some of the things that he did. Obviously, not endorsing everything that Bill Clinton did, obviously. But you can find some differences. My question is like, and
Okay, so the reason why I was pushing back against that is because of this idea that, I mean, if these similarities aren't like kind of part of a natural progression of time or whatever, which you did later say, and are like some idea of like, oh wow, the Democrats have gone crazy while Republicans have stayed the same or whatever.
It's not my argument at all.
Not what any
I'm,
of us
I'm,
have
I'm
said.
completely outside of the. I hate
Right,
the
you
fucking
are.
GOP.
Well, I mean, so
hate
you're
how-
referencing what
I
I'm
hate
saying.
the GOP.
So okay, well I'll take this up there because I think she's referring to what I'm saying. I'm saying okay,
Yes.
yeah, the Overton window has moved so far, right? And you're okay. I'm not talking about overall, but I'm talking specifically, at least in the political talking sphere, even on like cable news networks in here, you put people that are going to represent the more like outspoken, the extremes, and you're going to have of the little subgroups within your big tentpole umbrella, right? Like, so, you know, here you have libertarians, you have like different kinds of Republicans, all sorts of stuff, then you have Dems. Anyway, so when you have Connor, and this is what it all comes back to, acting like he's one thing, etc., it's similar, like right here, he's over here pushing for all these views that, okay, yeah, the Overton windows moved, but these are like 90s Democrat views, right? Trump is not that far right. He's literally, like you said, like moved forward, so he's right at the center. That's the center, right? That's populism. Populism is what the people, the popular
center
group
moved.
wants. Yeah, the center's moved, and it's moved to the left, and it's okay. This is where Trump was on the left, right? I'll use my knife here, right? Here was where he was. And the Overton window has moved over here, and now Trump's on this side, and he's in the new center. And you say something like that here on Twitch poll, people are like, that's crazy, Lordy, gives you insane for saying that. But that's because they're all the little echo spheres, and the most right-wing guy they have is Connor misrepresenting himself.
No, I won't deny that there are similarities, but what I will deny is calling it the center, right? If the Overton window moves, why is the center the same thing as it was in the
Center's moved
90s?
as well. Gibbs, the reality is that Trump has really not changed his rhetoric since he was like in his 30s. You can go back and watch him in interviews, and he says pretty much the same.
Watch him on Oprah.
Yeah, watch him on
Oprah when the left loved him, right? And before, and in 2015, when The View brought him on, the same View that hates him said, introduced him as my good friend Donald Trump running for president, right? They all, like in 2015 and before, they all loved Donald Trump and said that like he was a great businessman. And what did he mostly talk about on Oprah? He said, she asked him if he would ever consider running for president. He said, I don't think that I will right now, but like, but if I keep seeing our country getting ripped off by China, like this is going to be an economic problem for us.
You can also understand like a class solidarity, right? Two billionaires talking to each other. So I'm like, oh, my great friend here, Donald Trump, right? He's such a good guy. Yeah, because she's in the billionaire club. There is a level of class solidarity. That doesn't necessarily mean that represents the left. I agree with
even in early.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the same thing happened with Elon Musk, right? Like if so long as you don't tug on people, like so long as you don't rock the boat too much, so long as you have like center left, like neoliberal views, that's what most of the billionaire class is. Center left neoliberal views. And if you rock the boat, we saw this with like actors and actresses that came out hard for Palestine, right? Immediately they were ejected. And we saw the same thing happen to people like Elon Musk, where, he got behind the Trump train, he got behind MAGA, and he bought Twitter and was like, fuck this, we need free speech. You guys are getting crazy. And now the same people, like you can even just like, you can look at like Neil deGrasse Tyson, for example, is a great example where like before Elon Musk buys Twitter or like starts talking about politics, oh, he's this great visionary. He's going to get us to Mars. This is so amazing. No one can do what he did. He's so much better than NASA. And then all of a sudden he falls out of love with like the political elite. And now he goes on Bill Maher and he's like, oh, what's the point? There's no return on investment. This is so silly. Elon Musk is a man child. Like he does everything he can to like shit on him. Like I absolutely.
Wait, are there any clips of
solidarity
Tyson praising Musk?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you? I don't know. Can you link some to me in terms of like?
Years ago, I buy that.
I'll mute myself.
I'm a huge fan of Tyson.
Absolutely.
But...
go ahead, Grid. Were you going to say something, and then Katya?
No, I was just pretty much agreeing with Gibbs, and basically, if you look back, I mean way back into the late '80s, Trump's positions on things haven't changed. He's the same guy he has been. Now maybe he's a little more. He uses more rhetoric now, but I'm not going to hold that against him.
I do want to say one thing, right? Like referencing what Lagtwood was brought previously, right? Like things change when you're a political agent, right? Like you can like for instance, my friend Gibbs here. I love my friend Gibbs. I think Gibbs is great, right? But at the same time, we disagree vehemently on a whole list of things, right? But that's okay because, neither of us have any power, right? But if Gibbs is running for office, right, then like it changes my calculations because then Gibbs is going to put like his ideology into action. And now I've got an issue, right? So like, yes, I will introduce you, and I feel like Gibbs. I like Gibbs. I like him a lot. He's a lot of fun, right? But like, if he's in office, he's a danger, right? And and maybe like Lactoid and Scott and all that, right? Like, would say the same thing about me if I was in office. Like, hey, he's a danger, like because like. My politics, right? And if I have a chance to put him in action, well, then you're not going to like that, right? And then it just like we have to approach this person differently. And so Trump is a lot of fun because Trump, I imagine, actually is a lot of fun.
Very quick. I apologize that this is a fucking Rubin Report short, but I'm in the middle of a fucking debate, so that's what I've found very quickly. But it's just there you go. I'm going to put it in there. It's just the video of him.
So
anyway, but that changes the calculation.
Yeah, no, I get that, Kays. And did you say Kays or Kai? How do you say that?
Oh, it's Prime Kai.
Guys, okay, gotcha.
Just call me Prime.
Prime. All right, cool. So like, I get that, and I've actually been in that situation where one of my friends became an elected official, and he didn't do anything that I thought he would do. Like he went absolutely the opposite direction Now, some of that was he had better information than I did about what needed to happen, and he made it happen. But that was irrelevant. But one of the things I think is an issue, Prime, is that it used to be, and I remember because I was young and I watched my grandfather and his friends, you could have a meeting of Democrats and Republicans and could sit around and talk politics without it coming to blows and without them cursing each other and driving off with squealing tires. And now I don't believe that you can do that.
The best data that we have shows that the right shifted to the right ever so slightly, and the left shifted into two distinct groups to a bigger degree.
Yes.
Right. So what it actually looks like when we do like polling data is that the right coalesced and shifted slightly to the right, and then the left, the neoliberal left, right, kind of shifted slightly to the left. And then another group of disaffected liberals and left people shifted way to the left. And so the left has like two of these groups. And I think with Twitter and things like that, I think we're starting to see the exact same thing happen on the right. Right? Like there is a significant portion. I don't know what percentage. Is it 0.5%? Is it 5%? I don't know. But I think the catalyst was likely Israel-Palestine, but there's certainly a distinct group on the right that are like, the Jews run everything, like fucking, we need fascism to save America, right? And I do think that is a smaller group on the right than the radical left is on the left, but that might just be because the left got there first, that right? Like, because I don't see like that faction of the right, like, just magically dying off right now. It seems like it's becoming more and more powerful. I mean, like today, even I logged onto Twitter, right? I saw some woman and she's like, I don't know what she does. I didn't research her. She looks like a white girl who's famous for being a rich white girl. I don't know, like an IG girl or something. And she shared a photo, and it was like a picture of her and her friends smiling, being like, when the Uber driver says they're going to be here. And then it was a picture of her and her girlfriend having like really ugly faces. And it was like, when you find out it's an Indian man. And I read that and I was like, I commented, I was like, it's weird to me that I'm still kind of offended by racism, by the amount of wild shit that I say, and like how much I say things that like people don't. But like I saw that, and like the only thing I could think was like the narcissism involved, and like the need to capitalize on like the H-1B visa, that drama that's going around, so that you can get likes and entertainment, and like the blatant comments from everyone just talking about how, oh, Indians love to throw shit at each other and they stink and their food's horrible and they're horrible people. And I'm just like, I'm imagining like a 15-year-old, 16-year-old, like second generation Indian boy in high school, who opens up X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, sees that and is like, yeah, this is what American women think of me. This is what American people think of me. They see my skin color, they see my name, and the first thing they think is that I'm disgusting, that I'm going to harass them, that that my food is horrible. And like, and that sucks, right? And then like, and I said at the end, so keep your chin up, bro, and, get a degree in engineering and you can laugh all the way to the bank while you're quote unquote stealing another American job. but you know what I mean? Like that faction of the right is becoming palatable to mainstream discourse. Like 5 years ago, you could not just be like, Brigitte stink and they're gross and I hate them. And people would be like, what the fuck did you just say? And now there's a significant portion of people that are like, well, the Pajites are a problem. And it's like, whoa, like what the fuck, man?
It's funny. I was talking to a Canadian like yesterday, like 3 days ago, who was making these kind of arguments, right? And like referencing like old, like 10-year-old graphs about like India's like sanitation crisis, right? Like 10 years ago, that like many people didn't even have access to like plumbing, and they've done a lot in the last 10 years to try to rectify that. But even so, it's an issue, right? But this Canadian guy who considers himself a leftist was making arguments about Indians being totally like incompatible, the culture's incompatible, they're going to come here, they're going to shit all over the beaches and the streets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Shit that I've heard from like white nationalists for years. It was very, very strange to hear that from somebody who considers himself like a lefty Canadian.
Yeah, I agree with that, Doobie. I've like anecdotally, I gotta say, I really have noticed. It seems that everybody like there's more racism. It's more like from every side. Like, and then it's even like different crackpot like conspiracy theory groups on left, right that like are incompatible. Like I saw the other day on my Facebook, we had a conservative like anti-vaxxer and like a flat earther arguing with like some lefty like UFO like bullshit. They were both like the only thing they could agree on is they hated Indians and it was and Jews ran everything. It was crazy. I'm just like, where's like this? Like, how is this seeped into like every culture somehow recently on like all the sides? I don't understand.
To speak that a little bit, like I've spoken to a lot of lefties who are like Israel supporters, right? Who will make arguments that I've heard from fucking right wingers for years since refugee crisis about how Muslims are incompatible with white culture, and you know you can't have too many of them here because they're gonna try to impose Sharia law. All these things that I've heard from like actual white nationalists coming from leftists because they support Israel and because they buy this idea that the Arabs are like inherently violent because they're Muslims or whatever the fuck. Like it's so I don't know if I'd call that like an Overton window switch, but it's definitely like something about like the rhetoric and the
it's the problem with this concept of the Overton window, right? Like we have this weird like I get the idea that there's like a level of acceptable discourse and that shifts left and right, etc., right? But our concepts of left and right are very we'll say surface level, right? Like our like when you ask people to define left wing, you can kind of do it philosophically, but when you ask people to define right wing, it's very difficult for them, and it's even difficult for me. My best example would be the Distributist did a video a few years ago, and it's like the 9 core principles of right wing, and it's like an hour and 20-minute video, and it's really good. You should all watch it, even if you're a lefty, to like understand what. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat in a minute. But like, it's that problem, because what I think you're seeing with the rise of Trump is not necessarily, and the rise of like populism, both on the left and the right. Like, why did Bernie Bros switch to Trump? It makes no fucking sense, but it does actually. If you stop looking at things if you stop looking at it from a left and right wing perspective. And so what happens is our society and our government has ridden on the coattails of the industrial powerhouse that America was following World War II and the baby boomers. And we have completely destroyed our manufacturing. We have become a service economy. We have become a global enforcer of Western hegemonic economic power, except we're starting to have problems with the Belt and Road Initiative. We're starting to have problems with, the 2025 goals of Saudi Arabia, right? Like, we're starting to kind of lose that game, and we've been really dumb about the wars we've chosen to get into. And we had the same thing with Ukraine. I mean, why was there a 2014 revolution over there? Why? Because fucking Ukraine is an interest to Western, Western capitalist interests because of their natural resources and natural gas, and we could not fucking have Russian influence there. So we had to fucking, use the National Endowment for Democracy and use different CIA groups to fucking fund different political fomentation and have a fucking coup. It's not our coup, but it's a coup nevertheless that supports our interests that we backed. And so what I think is actually happening is kind of like, well, what is populism? And populism at its core is a general outrage amongst the people that those in power, those that are the elites, those that are, whatever name you give them, are people that are not representing our interests. And so it's not really a fully fledged out political philosophy that is, right wing or left wing. It's an anti-establishment, anti-status quo philosophy. And so we're seeing kind of destruction on the left and the right because of a general dissatisfaction with, from the left, it's, the Gini coefficient, income inequality, it's the loss of jobs. It's, the opioid epidemic in, places that used to be coal towns. It's, it's the energy crisis. It's, it's inflation, right? Like, from different multiple domains, we are a country, we are an empire that is in a slow decline. And what we are seeing is a backlash against that. And the political establishment of the left and the right, the Democrats and the GOP, are having to come with some sort of reckoning. And Trump is the first strong wave of that reckoning. And it just so happens to come from the right, but it just as easily could have come from the left.
I agree. I really love that.
Yeah, and Bernie's example too. I think of that.
That was really. I see you, Katja. I think that was really poignant. And something that people have just been missing. I also want to say quickly is that, I think the concept of the Overton window is useful, but like at some point the metaphor flattens like the discussion, right? Like yes, there are shifts, but like there are shifts on multiple axes, which is something Scott was getting to, right? Then there are times that people are more establishment and more anti-establishment, right?
Yeah, the Overton window example only works when the society and the government are stable, right? When the situation is stable, it shifts one way or the other because everybody is like, oh, the Democrats won this time, whatever. The Republicans will go back to the drawing board and we'll figure it out next time. But when shit gets unstable, when people get too displeased, they don't look to move closer to the center so that they can win and like move and play this tug of war game anymore. People start getting ready to go, no, fucking abolish the FBI. No, get rid of this. They start to say, fuck the system.
I agree with you there as well. But also I just wanted to say that like there are different windows, right? So like you're talking about economically and socially, right? And when you could look at it from a different perspective of like the people versus the government.
Yeah, I mean, like look at Luigi and like people on the right supporting him, and like that's not something that would never happen 10 years ago.
Right.
But yeah. So like there is a view of like how far like the right has shifted among like the the proletariat, the voters, right? But then that might be a different calculation where you're looking at politicians or elites, right? Meaning like the billionaire class, like the conservative leading billionaire class. How far have they shifted? I think like when we talk about the Overton window, we just say the Overton window as if there's only one thing, right, that the country can shift on politically. It flattens the conversations and we miss like important details. But Katja.
Right, which I mean, I agree with you there, which is also why I feel like the whole, I guess, thing we were talking about previously, but for example, like Bill Clinton isn't something that in a lot of ways is definable, because I think a big problem with that little discussion we had is because it was like a lot of apples to oranges situations. Like, it would be comparing a broad idea like border security when people are different on the specifics of that, like completely. We were talking on different standards about like more populist policy compared to like, more establishment policy, and what's right or left there when it's not as easily definable. When we're talking about like, so if you're talking about these views versus the views of the party, but then somebody's diverging from the party in a way that wasn't happening then, like these things are not as easily
No, it's the exact
definable.
opposite. It's the exact opposite. You have to recognize the reality that Donald Trump is so similar to Bill Clinton in policy positions so that you can understand what
How
the
is
fuck is
that?
going on. Stop. I gave you like 10 examples.
No. I
Like,
mean, how is that when he's supposed to be like the populist leader of the populist
They want to go
movement?
back.
Yet Bill Clinton's
but no. Right, but like I'm not saying that Bill Clinton was populist. What I'm saying is you have to look at the descriptive and go, well, why is it that I'm looking at Donald Trump and I am like, dude, this dude's crazy, and the way he's governing is crazy, and the things he's saying are crazy. But then when I look at the policies, they're similar to Bill Clinton, and that's when you begin to peel back and realize, right, that Donald Trump is a populist that is trying that there are two different things going on. Like two things can be true at the same time. Like Prime Kai said, there's two different Overton windows going on here. You're seeing the craziness. You're seeing rhetoric like you've never heard from a politician before in 100 years in America, right? You're seeing a president that is saying things that are like we used to have presidents that gave canned speeches that speech writers wrote in a room and then speech tested those speeches. And now you have a dude just going out on the campaign trail, shaking his arms around, making fun of retards and like just saying wild shit. And you're like, how does that match with Bill Clinton? And I'm saying that doesn't. And that is covering our ability ability to be able to adequately perceive the actual policy positions because it's overshadowing one over the other. So you have to recognize that they're very similar in that regard.
Right. I'm going to say that maybe here's the thing about the policies, right? There are policies of theirs, like you mentioned, stuff like military or like border security or whatever, where you could go like, oh, in this direction, you know, they're similar because they both supported something changing in the same direction, or they both pointed out the same problem. When one is like, oh, we need to tighten up our border a little bit, but then the other's like, we need mass deportation. There's like a bit of a difference here, right? Even though both are saying border security is an issue, like the solution, right?
The context
the
of the
policy
current
is
situation
very
is
different.
The policy as Trump governed, right, is very similar to Bill Clinton. Now, the rhetoric of what Trump is saying is radically different than how both of them governed. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that you have to recognize that there is contradiction between the way that he speaks and the way that the culture that he is in and the way that the landscape has changed in terms of political rhetoric and the feeling that people have and the ways that they need to be appealed to the way, right? That's one side, to the way that he actually governed. And that contradiction is where all of the truth lies.
I'm confused because when you ask conservatives, a lot of times.
I know you're confused, honey.
Thank you. You'd understand if I could finish with one thing. Okay.
I do want to, because
I've only explained it like 20 times.
No, that was in relation to your last statement.
So I do want to move out. So Grid, I'll make your point, and then I want to move on.
All right. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. First of all, I want to congratulate Gibbs on wearing a real shirt tonight. There's no flower print. It's not a Hawaiian shirt.
You don't like my Boogaloo Gil?
What's wrong with those shirts? Lactoid wears them all the time.
See, he doesn't know. See, I thought, you know what? Now I know he's a socialist. Those are the official outfit of the Boogaloo Boys. Come on, you know what I'm saying?
True.
And second, you know, I actually haven't seen very much of the anti-Indian stuff yet, but it could just be I just don't go to those parts of the internet very often. But I got to tell you, some of my favorite people as a angry white man, some of my favorite people are the Sikh. I love those guys. They are just amazing human beings as a culture. Why?
Yeah.
Strong Christian beliefs, strong family beliefs. They will cut your throat if you fuck with them. I like all of that.
Strong Christian beliefs? You mean like values that match Christian values?
Yeah, Christian values, yeah.
Well, Sikh also similarly believe and often state that they're worshiping the same God as the Christians.
Right.
So the Sikh are not like they're not like Hare Krishna, right? Like they're worshiping one God, and that one God is represented in those values of like duty and obligations. I think the main thing people don't understand about India, right? Because Americans don't know fuck all about anything, is that like India is like 100 different fucking languages. Like there are so many different cultures in that country that like you can take videos of like some fucking festival where they're flinging cow shit and be like, oh my God, this is what Indians are. And it's like, no, dude, that's like 2 villages. Like you don't understand that like India is like one of the most diverse places in the entire world. They just all have the same skin color, so fucking retards can't figure out that that means they're diverse.
Yeah, don't tell them they have the same skin color.
Yeah.
I know they get all fucking up in arms about it. You
I don't know. I think that every Sikh I've known has been a honorable, trustworthy human being, and that's what I value in human beings.
Yeah,
Cool. So,
but there is like a massive like there are Indians who are like not quite as light as our friend Scott here, but like getting in that direction, and then ones that are way darker than me. Like it's a massive divergence there. In that
watch Bollywood films, and the evil guy is always super dark. It's
always
true. You can I can't watch Bollywood. That's sometimes like and the same thing is true with like Korean TV shows or movies that are like horror or something, because it's like when you're watching a Korean show and it's like, and then there's this Japanese guy, you're like, well, I know who the murderer is, like it's gonna be the Japanese guy. And it's the same thing with like Indian Bollywood films. It's like as soon as there's a really dark guy, you're like, oh, that's the bad guy.
You know what's interesting about India is that it was colonized so heavily by the British, and we always give those guys the a pass on that, right? Like they basically conquered the world and slaughtered, enslaved, and basically committed genocide of multiple cultures in India alone.
True.
And we never really talk about that, about the.
True, we should.
You should hold on, Grid. You should read Dinesh D'Souza's 3 Cheers for Colonialism.
I have
interesting take on that.
Yeah,
I want to take a look. That sounds interesting. But
yeah,
it's insane. But yeah, on the left we discuss British imperialism. That's the thing that we do on our circles. That's the thing we discuss. Yeah.
Can I finish my one sentence? Because the last time I got cut off, I looked really stupid, but I was gonna make kind of a non-shit point. I was just gonna say that when we talk about what Trump actually did in office and how it's similar to other, other presidencies and the like, in another discussion or in other situations, Republicans or Trump supporters usually explain that by saying that he was hampered by the deep state and the system, and that's why he couldn't get it done. Not because he was a moderate that didn't want to get it done.
That's not, well, you could say that, but the problem with that is let's look at the programs that he pushed that he got done because that he wanted to do, right? So you can make that argument about programs that he couldn't do, but you could talk about, let's say, for example, he pushed massive funding increase, the biggest funding increase ever for historically black colleges and universities, HBCUs, right? You can talk about his opportunity zones where he specifically gave tax breaks to businesses to go into low socioeconomic status black communities.
True.
You could talk about Medicare things that Medicare reform that he did in terms of negotiating drug prices. There are a lot of positive things that he did that are are things that Democrats would usually support, not Republicans.
Sure, I'm just saying that there's only usually only so much people can do in one direction or the other, and that doesn't always inform their personal, or not even just personal, but what they want to happen, because that's why we have so many checks and balances, because everybody's
but all of those things are things that Democrats would normally support that he wanted to do because he's a 90s Democrat.
Sure.
Well, I mean, Trump has even said this
he
though.
Wanted to support some things.
I mean, he said this though in the 90s. He said he was he campaigned, I don't know if he campaigned, but he was seen with the Clintons. He backed the Clintons. He was a New York Democrat. He was New York Republican. He's always been very close to this these views, and I don't know. It's crazy that you're really fighting so hard.
If you just want to
I don't know why you're fighting so hard on this.
Bad job, or you just don't realize how much you hate 90s
even their
Democrats.
language. I was just reading Clinton's inaugural address.
I think maybe you just hate 90s.
No, my issue was the framing. I don't. It's not that I'm defending 90s.
It's a cherry picking issue, right? People that when they start talking about, well, he couldn't get it done he couldn't get it done because of the deep state. Well, there are things that he couldn't get done, he wanted to pull the troops out, and he was
of Syria, right? And then the deep state stopped him, and no one went to jail despite the fact that they went against his orders. That would have been a great
thing for our country, but it didn't happen. Not because he didn't want to, but because
he's also the first president since Dwight D. Eisenhower to say, and he's the only one to say it when he wasn't a lame duck and wasn't getting out of office, that there is a military industrial complex that holds him accountable, and that he is that you have to be afraid of when you're president. No one else says that shit.
Well, just a few other little. Hold on.
Your issue is that you don't have a deep understanding of reality.
Well, hold on. If you even look at the Clintons, hold on. I'm getting it here real quick. If you even look at the rhetoric, Clinton, one of his big slogans was what? Renewal. What does that sound like? We're going to renew America. Man, I don't know where I've heard that before. Maybe make America great again. Renew America. Those are big similar things. He gave this in his
another
address.
Similar slogan, Reagan's slogan, which was "Make America Great."
Yeah, I mean, there's all these things. It's crazy that you're fighting so hard against
Clinton
this
fought on hope
comparison.
and change. Clinton fought on hope and change, and so they all copy each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my issue is how a lot of these things are being weighted incorrectly, or they're being applied incorrectly. That was my main issue.
Only you.
Let it go. You got defeated 15 times.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, maybe I want that. Excuse me.
Let's knock it off. All right, because we've got it. All right.
Sorry, Reagan's slogan was "Make America Great Again."
Okay.
They call me Trump.
Okay. Yes, indeed, Corey. right, so moving on. I wanted to actually get the main topic started off earlier. As I understand, we have some long intros that we're going for. So I just kind of wanted to jump in on that. Before then, just quickly indulge me, right? Doobie, you there?
Yeah.
Have you been watching the show called Silo?
Silo? No, I haven't.
It's a great show. I'm guessing no one here, no one reacted, so I'm guessing no one is watching it. It's
Never
on,
heard of it.
It makes sense because it's on Apple TV. But it's
Only losers watch that.
Exactly right.
Some of us sail the seven seas, so
some of us do, right? Not Prime. Prime would never, right? But sometimes the booty of the seven seas end up on his computer magically. Don't know how that might have happened, but
what's it about?
Oh, it's a fantastic show. So it's about the last 10,000 people in the world. They exist in this silo, kind of like a missile silo, right? So it's like a big vertical living structure. And they're trapped in there, and they don't know like what's happened outside. They know something bad has happened outside, right? And they can't go outside. And they're like just trying to like survive within this silo.
Oh, it's Wally. Got it.
And it has
probably not as cute.
I haven't seen Wally, so actually
you haven't seen Wally?
It's a great movie.
Wally was a great movie.
Wally's really good.
I just haven't. I have Disney Plus, so I should take a look. But in any case, yeah. So they're trying to survive. There's some fascinating mysteries. It's really good. It's based off a book, and I've been like following this thing. It's great. So I wanted to know if you're watching it. You're not. So I would recommend.
I will 100% check it out.
Yes, so amazing. Corey too. I recommend all of you Silo.
Yeah, well, so I looked up the Wikipedia page. It looks interesting based on what you described. I'm curious because this I don't know this series, but I've heard of it. Is it because it seems to be similar to like the 100? Like a post-apocalyptic last survivors, but I never watched the 100.
The 100 was interesting too. I saw like the first 5 episodes or so before I fell off. But no, I didn't follow
like a similar premise.
It was really interesting, actually.
I did watch more of the 100 actually than that. I didn't finish the series, but I was like in the second or third season of it. I don't know. And is it like the 100? To a certain extent. It's more similar to like, in the 100 there were the people in the space station, right? It was closer to like that dynamic was happening in there rather than what was happening on Earth.
Okay.
Yeah. So check that out. I've been like glued to this. I've been like trying to not binge it, right? So okay, and it's a little bit. So the first season is done, right? That was a year ago, and now currently they're on their second season. So it continued, and it was like Apple's biggest like drama, right? Like it exploded in terms of its popularity. So it's almost certainly going to get a third season, which would complete it. Like it finished the first book. I guess the second season is going to do the second book, and then I just finished the first season.
Yeah, check it out.
Amazing. Yeah. All right. Okay, so we can move on. Hey everyone, thanks so much, and also you guys, the audience members, you should watch the Silo as well in case you haven't already. But we're gonna move on. If you've enjoyed this conversation so far, consider supporting the channel. Support the channel, subs the channel, give bits or give subs. If you are out there and this has been a fun conversation so far. We've like gone all over the place as we always do in our free topic. So help us out so I can continue to provide this for you. You'll get after viewing and you'll get access to our emotes. So thank you for those who do. We're gonna move on to our main topic. I didn't do intros, but like you guys can, if you want to intro yourself, while you're in the opening statement, go ahead. So the topic is, in recent years, Mississippi, along with a few other states, has been prosecuting women for using drugs while pregnant. Babies are testing positive for illegal drugs at birth. The crimes that women have been charged with changes based on the jurisdiction, but child abuse is commonly used. The purpose of doing this is also different depending on the prosecutor. It may be just to scare these women onto the right path of the drug treatment program and no jail time, or it may be simple punishment. Do you think that a woman using drugs while pregnant is child abuse? Even if you think it's harmful and irresponsible, should the state step in to intercede? If you think these women need intervention, do you think the threat of jail time is the best path? What other options might we take? At the same time, these drug tests have come back positive for drugs that the hospital themselves administered. Is a certain level of these false reports acceptable to keep this system going and possibly protect children? So yeah, I ran into the story like Thursday or something last week, and I ended up reading a bunch of articles about this. And this has been going for quite a while, right? There's an archive of these articles talking about women being prosecuted, like having child services come, like their children are taken away from them, and to get them back, they have to go through some drug treatment program, or maybe just like straight up jail time. Some of them have been like just locked away. Some of them are like there's a few that were there's at least one that was serving a 20-year sentence. I believe this is in Mississippi. And you know, just for doing it while pregnant. Now, there's always a talk about protecting children, right? And like irresponsible parents and how we should punish them. I think this is interesting because it's happening while they're still growing inside of them. I'm hoping we can have a conversation that doesn't like break cleanly off between like left and the right, because I think this straddles an interesting gray zone for both sides. So I'm hoping for a wider conversation there. So we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah. So when my mom was pregnant with me, she was trying to get pregnant with me. She stopped drinking all alcohol and all drugs, any sort of drugs, alcohol, anything whatsoever, were cut off entirely. And she made my dad stop smoking. And the reason is because she wanted me to have the most advantage possible, and to not be harmed when I was in a position where I couldn't advocate for myself, where I couldn't defend myself. And for that, I will be forever grateful. And I think that there's few like there are a few things that make me mad, but like when I see like child abuse, in this case, a pregnant woman drinking or doing drugs or smoking or anything along those lines, especially if they try to defend it with horseshit excuses, it actually does make me very upset. And it sort of, because again, here is somebody who you're destroying, like you are putting them at such a disadvantage because of really raw selfishness and a refusal to make a relatively minimal sacrifice. It's good for you as well, by the way, in order to protect, again, somebody who can't advocate for themselves, that can't defend themselves, and can't protect themselves. When you're that small, you are reliant on your mother to protect you. And if she abuses that, and if she abuses you, yeah, absolutely, the police should be involved and the state should be involved. I think that's one of the few functions of the state, which is to protect children. And how I would deal with that, I'd be okay with jail time being on the menu. I'd be okay with other punishments being on the menu. When it comes to dealing with that, I mean, there needs to be some kind of stick here to prevent that from happening. Now, in terms of the hospital administers some kind of drug and then they're getting in trouble for it, I mean, that obviously we got to be careful about that. That can't be maybe greater scrutiny when it comes to those kind of situations. I agree that those kind of false punishments would be upsetting and those would be bad and they would cause a lot of disruption. But on the general concept of do you get to legislate against this behavior? Absolutely, and I think we should.
Yeah. I didn't. I forgot to expand on that last part, so I just do that very quickly before I go to Scott. Just that so the audience understands. Yeah, like during like maybe so that the pregnant mother will come to the hospital like to get for labor, and maybe they'll get some like drugs or some opiate or something to deal with the pain, right? And then they drug test the mother or like the baby, right? Like there's tests for this, and they'll find it, and then like, oh, you're a drug user, right? And like I've never taken drugs before. Like no, we've got proof of this, and then they'll call CPS. They'll put them through the same rigmarole they do for those who've been doing it for a long time, you know. So this is a thing that's happened. There are many cases of this happening. That's just like part of the system. So in case people are being a little bit confused about that, go ahead, Scott.
Okay, so I have a lot of different feelings about this. So first and foremost, right, from a legal, philosophical position, anything that you do that permanently damages the development of a child, and you can prove with some reasonable degree of certainty, right? Obviously, we lack perfect knowledge, but if you can show that there is permanent damage to the development of a child, that this is the highest form of aggression, and you lose the rights as guardian, you should not be able to keep your child. You should not be able to maintain, being a mother if you're, let's say, if your baby is born with, let's say, fetal alcohol syndrome or something of that regard. But again, the standard for that is permanent damage in the developmental process. And I think, one of the problems of understanding that is like, well, if you don't have a strict standard such as permanent damage, and you just say, oh, well, you were doing drugs. Well, are we going to prosecute women for not having a healthy diet? Because if you have an unhealthy diet, if you're eating McDonald's, you're permanently you're doing some harm to the development of your child, right? If you're eating high processed, diet, for example, you're doing some harm to the child there, right? So there is kind of a weird line that we have to draw about, what is normative and what isn't normative. And so, smoking cigarettes while you're having sex and then finding out you're pregnant and quitting, right? Well, that can, most of the damage that's done from cigarettes and alcohol is not, in the second or third trimester. It's usually in the first trimester, right? And it's very often when you don't know that you're pregnant is when most of the damage is done to those children. And so this is probably going to be my most extreme position here, which is I don't care if you don't know that you're pregnant. If you're letting dudes nut in you and then you're smoking cigarettes and drinking alcohol and doing drugs, I don't care that you don't know that you're pregnant, because at the end of the day, if you permanently damage the child, like that's on you, and your ignorance is not an excuse, because you know that you could potentially bring life into this world and that your body was poisonous to that life. The state, as always, is doing a horrific job of punishing this and going after this. I mean, having CPS people with no knowledge of what's going on, automatically reporting women for getting, morphine or getting an epidural, and then that being in the baby's meconium, and then, investigating them. I mean, those first few weeks of skin-to-skin contact with the mother and with the father are incredibly important. Stress has an extreme degree of influence on milk production, right? This can be the difference between having to forcibly put your baby on formula because you can't produce or you can't get a baby to latch. This can have severe psychological effects. This can increase postpartum depression to a supreme degree. We need to be very, very careful about who we go after, and not just, oh, well, you test positive, so we're going after you. We need to see, again, permanent harm. If we don't see any permanent harm, then we need to fuck off. And the reason we need to fuck off is that the cure is worse than the disease at that point. Again, the woman has a right to her body and what she puts in it. But again, when another baby is in there, that's no longer just her body. She is doing something and feeding that body. I do want to say something else, which I think is a bit of important to this discussion, but maybe not part of the topic, which is the over-medicalization and the kind of like male dominance in terms of the structure of hospitalization, pregnancy, and birthing. Like, luckily, because so many women are getting into the medical field, this is starting to slowly go away. But many of these problems are caused by, a structure that was created by male doctors as opposed to midwives, as opposed to women that were, in charge of this process for centuries. And it has, like, the overusage of epidurals is one of the big reasons that we have so many C-sections. And it's why we have so many of these drugs. It's why we have so many of these cases, is because we have, part of it is women waiting to have children, poor family planning, having children in your 30s, et cetera. But we need more midwives. We need more doulas. We need more laughing gas as opposed to epidurals. We need more natural pregnancies. We need more water births. We need more positioning where, people can sit when they give birth, as opposed to being laid up in a bed with 17 people around you and your legs paralyzed. And then lastly, just, to point out, because it wasn't mentioned, and I think it's an important part if people didn't go all the way through it, right? Like, we need to be doing meconium testing more than anything, and we need to be doing pre-screening. But obviously, with a lot of pregnancies, you don't get pre-screening. Like, people come in and then they immediate, it's an emergency, or they're already dilated. We need to get an IV in them immediately. I mean, in those situations, you don't have good data. And if you don't have good data, again, the state needs to fuck off. I'm not against the state going after, cracked out, women that are giving birth to crack babies, right? But I am against the state, having a bunch of ignorant social workers disrupt women's lives and make this already over-medicalized, stressful process worse. And I think it's a travesty of those. So those are my main points.
Thank you, Corey.
Well, I'll try to keep it brief, but I agree with the overall sentiment that I guess Scott alluded to in terms of, it's complicated, at least to me. To me, a lot of it boils down to, sort of as the articles that you sent alluded to, of like personhood, because one of the issues was like, this law enforcement took matters largely into their own hands, so to speak, because they saw the fetus as a person, as opposed to whatever the state, in that state didn't recognize it. And so in the, ultimately, I don't think prison is the right answer. Maybe in the most extreme circumstances, but as of yet, I can't think of a circumstance yet that I would advocate for that, where I think there's largely a medical problem, and I would focus hopefully on treatment and rehabilitation, and maybe at most forced rehabilitation, whatever that might look like. And I think it depends on, in my mind, when the drug has been either taken or administered. Because if it's administered in the first week of pregnancy, I don't really care. If it's administered in the first even trimester, I also don't care either. Probably somewhere after this, mid to second trimester, then I would start caring. And then I would think about, there's actual harm being done to a potential person or person. But ultimately, I don't think jail is the right answer. And just to keep it brief, I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs, who promised not to be brief. So there we go.
My thing up here.
I was actually making room for Gibbs.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Corey.
Waiting on this all week.
I might have lost a few games last night before I wrote this. So, all right. Thanks, Prime, for having me. I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. I'm here to defend America from the dangers of leftism and attempt to usher in a new golden era of prosperity in the American empire while we're expanding outward into the universe. Also, talking about what I've been watching lately, let's take some inspiration from the currently best-written series of shows on television in its own new golden era, and started off with, finally, the Admiral has returned to Primes. Woo! Let Papa Gibbs drop some gospel on you. All right, so how can someone be charged with a crime for doing drugs while pregnant because of what happens to the baby when it's born, but not when they have an abortion? That seems to be the underlying question here. Others on this panel want to push back against the idea that it's the same thing or similar, but to those people, I say that y'all are unprincipled hypocrites without any concrete morals. There are only two ways to be morally consistent on this issue. Excuse me. The first way is if abortion is legal, then so should smoking those primo rocks with Cracky Magoo while 9 months pregnant. The other way is if neither is legal. If you don't take my worldview of might makes right and doing what's best for themselves in any given situation, there are only two ways for a person to pass a moral consistency check on either of these issues while still believing in morals and ethics, etc. Once again, this check does apply to yours truly, as my only consistent check is, always has been, and always will be what's best for Papa. It's been proven many times on many panels that I am by far the most morally consistent person on these panels. I'll bite the bullet every time and tell the truth, even if it's ugly. While others are going to lie to you. The audience, us panelists, and many other even cases they attempt to do mental backflips and logical loop-de-loops to justify their moral consistency and lack of integrity. That being said, I, Admiral Givens, your political prophet, am capable of looking at things through many lenses and being quite empathetic. In this case, though, I don't have to do that because these two scenarios are unequivocally a one-to-one comparison. If someone says they believe in abortion in her body, her choice, the only way that person's opinion should be given any credit is if they turn around right now and are willing to watch a mother do heroin while pregnant, and instead of judging or having an issue with it, they excitedly run to all their social medias, then grab a bullhorn and go to the streets, celebrating this person's decisions with the same fervor and excitement as they do for protesting abortion. The other position for the peasants that don't get the luxury of openly admitting they always do what's best for themselves, like myself, is actually much easier to defend. Now, I'm not a betting man, however, and I do encourage all the people on this panel to raise their hands if they agree with my next statement. But if I was a betting man, I would wager an extremely high amount of money that the people who think abortion is murder will be consistent and also say that doing drugs while pregnant is probably wrong. Go figure. Now, before getting to the meat of the problem, we need to talk about the root cause of these issues. We need to name the people specifically responsible for this mess and definitively define who consists of that group. Because whether people realize it or not, we cannot even talk about the real solutions till we identify the group responsible and why they are the way they are. Then today we can argue about how to treat the symptom they have caused and hope we get closer to curing these people of this highly contagious sickness that is infecting a portion of the United States. That being said, the only group of people that thinks in such a manner that they always are the always dishonest and capable of higher thought and leftists. Thus, let's define what a leftist is and know in perpetuity, without question, for the rest of the panel, what it is. When I say leftist, I know people in the chat and probably in here are going to try and pull the Gibbs is a dumb country bumpkin meme as usual and saying something like, he's lumping all of us together. I'm a special snowflake, type 663, and us beta cucks deserve to be recognized as such because reasons. Thus, in avoidance to cut this argument at the pass, I'll clarify the definition. Using the most accurate and encompassing definition, which is the definition from Oxford's Language Dictionary, which states, leftist, a person with left-wing political views. This means anyone who is the left of center established by the current state of, guess what we talked about earlier, the Overton window, is a leftist. Basically, anyone with more left-leaning political views than right ones is a leftist. So pipe down, little leftist beta cucks. Papa Gibbs is dropping knowledge. That's the final word on the definition tonight. Whether people object, it doesn't matter what you think. Even if our wonderful host Prime disagrees, it won't matter because it's been determined, and if you disagree, you're just wrong. Now, you may think this leftist bashing on my end is off topic. However, you'd be wrong. It was important to establish that leftism encompasses all thought left to center, no matter how much they want to say I'm wrong, and I only think that the left means anything left to center. Sorry, putos, you can't trump the definitive definition set forth by Oxford. Just because your online echo chambers and the few righties in your friend group that you bullied into your accepting your position of leftist accept it doesn't mean it's correct. Now back to the meat of the matter. The reason it was important to find leftists for this is twofold. Because it shows the hypocrisy they have in regards for the lives of these children and how they only care for its cause when it suits them. And secondly, because many of these women doing drugs and having babies these drug-addled welfare babies are checks notes, predominantly Democrats. Wow, shocker! I'm sure a portion of these women are also the wives of these leftist cucks who hate the fact their limp, weak, low-T leftist husbands can't satisfy them, and so they let Giga Chad Republicans breed them, and now they have to kill their babies in order to be able to keep peace with their weak husbands. Or maybe they turn to drugs while pregnant because, once again, the inherent hypocrisy and evil in their belief systems cause them to hate themselves and their weak pronoun and having significant others to the point that they have to do drugs to cope with them, allowing such a low-value individual impregnate them. I can think of a myriad of reasons the lefties would care about this prompt so much. Speaking of the prompt, let's get to it. Do I believe in an intervention of some kind needs to occur? Absolutely. But what kind of intervention do we need is the real question. These women in the current solution propose just to address a symptom of the problem while doing nothing to solve the root cause of the issue, which is their evil, morally inconsistent leftist beliefs and ideology. I do, however, think they need a metaphorical intervention of some kind in order to see the error of the ways. What that looks like from a psychology standpoint, I don't know. My background isn't psychology. However, as the only religious double doctorate and a certified minister, I can definitely tell you there's a style of religious intervention I think could help these people. It's called an exorcism. Pretty sure there's a horror series of two about them. Honestly, the parallels are interesting. I find it amazing how many leftists dye their hair and screech incoherently while they attack religious people in the same manner as literal demons. But I digress. Moving on. As for the prompted question of whether or not the state should step in, I'm against it because I don't want my taxes wasted on this. A big reason being that leftists don't actually care about children or women, just like they never cared about African Americans or immigrants. They just use these issues that are important to people and manipulate themselves into power while cloaking themselves in a disguise of moral superiority. However, it's less a Gucci cloak and more a Temu cloak of moral superiority because it falls apart at the first weakest inspection. In fact, next time they try to pretend they care, just have them try to justify what they do to these babies who die in abortions via horrible horror movie level deaths. What's even worse than that, and somewhat ironic, is at least with my worldview, I openly admit that I'm a dickhead and doing what's best for me at all times. But these evil leftists would never admit that. Instead, they'll try to frame it as some righteous moral cause. The fact that these evil moral regulators have the audacity to sit here and get on a moral high horse pretending they care about babies and women would be so laughable if it wasn't so goddamn disgusting. Y'all want a real solution to this problem? Have these women take guess what time it is? Y'all thought I had to make an opening without saying it? Wrong. Have these women take personal accountability and make them live with their decisions. Actually, you know what? It just came to me. And God Emperor Trump has inspired me with his new framework for the homeless. So we can expand this idea and solve the problem permanently. The state of action the government can do to solve this is really simple. Let's start with daddy government, turn off the spigot of our hard-earned tax dollars by cutting the welfare payments that go to them and funding to any programs that these people will be getting. Next, we make Miss Cracky Magoo sit in the new glorious Trump hobo tent cities that are hopefully strategically placed far from me in some god-awful physical location. In fact, I vote we ship the hobo camp to like the top of the Arctic or the middle of the Sahara Desert. Then let Miss Magoo stare at her worthless dry-adult spawn and ponder her despair at having to live with the consequences of her action. Then at least these people have a chance to serve a higher purpose, which is a first for many leftist and welfare recipients. What is that purpose, Gibbs? Well, I'm so glad you asked, because I'm going to tell you. The purpose will be to serve as a horror story and inspiring people to actually want to do something with their lives instead of living off the teat of their fellow man. You know what? Maybe they can serve a second, more profound purpose as well. They can serve hard-working taxpayers as entertainment. We can set up cameras after moving the homeless and drug mamas and fence them in, cut the funding. And finally, they can provide some value to society and they unabashedly leech off of their whole lives. As entertainment, the lefties will eat each other alive, as leftists always do, when the funding and power is cut. While this is happening, we can simultaneously use the minuscule amount of taxpayer funding necessary to maintain power and maintenance for the equipment, to create live streams requiring paid subscriptions of the leftist utopia that will form in these places full of extremely valuable and intelligent individuals. Eventually, we can even cut the funding for that as their society evolves in such a progressive manner without the rest of the taxpayers to fund their lives. The live streams will start to pay for themselves and be one of the only things government provides that actually makes it money. President Trump, you can have my expansion idea for free, as I am a true patriot. Finally, in conclusion, I know being as morally consistent as to a golden god like myself is impossible for many of y'all because it's icky. I realize I'm better than y'all. I don't apologize. So if y'all can't be a genetically superior golden god like myself, then you can at least be like the consistent righties who think both abortion and shooting heroin while being pregnant is wrong. I would apologize for the length of my opening, but the amount of times I've had to sit through dissertations here, I've decided that instead I'm going to say you're welcome, because at least you got to listen to somebody who actually contributes to society instead of somebody writing a research paper that they wrote, doing moral rigmarole, defending mouth breathers who only continues to live due to daddy government holding their grubby, lazy hands, allowing them to never have to take personal accountability for any of their actions. Thank you, Prime, for having me. And to everyone else, once again, what can I say? But you're welcome.
Gibbs, there's some men outside that would like to speak
Okay.
to you for that murder you just committed.
Thank you.
I do have to say,
all of our brain cells. Oh Lord.
I like how you
I just want to say for the record,
you wrote in your own question to yourself in your own opening statement. That was
Why
very
not?
true.
apt.
I just want to say for the record that I am not a golden child of perfectness like Admiral Gibbs are, but both my babies are blonde, so I'm putting in good work.
Okay.
So Gibbs started talking at the top of the hour, just about. It was 11 minutes. It was 11 minutes.
Yeah, you know how I feel.
Yes, we do.
Hell, Gibbs, I've been here longer than you. I've experienced this magic many times. I know. I get it. Okay. All right. That's
I think you might have beat my record.
Maybe this
but
will
not
serve as a
combined.
warning. Yeah, maybe this will serve as a warning going forward, because we're going to do that game. Just kidding.
You can go ahead and concede, those of you who want to.
Okay. So let's
move on. No shame in the game.
How? On what? I'm confused.
Let's go to our friend.
Crack on crack baby Chaz. That was his argument, okay? Crack
Was
baby
that his-
Chaz.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. So thanks for having me, Prime. Yeah, I'm Katya. I'm at Premier Katya on both Twitter and Blue Sky. And yeah, I know we just heard a lot about getting bred by Republican men, the teats of our fellow man, desert hobos, and the entertainment Hunger Games to make money for the government via crack babies and I guess their parents eating each other alive in the apparently in the desert, considering that's what was mentioned prior, or the Arctic. We don't know which one yet. I guess Trump will give us a plan any day now.
Greenland.
That's what he's gonna do with Greenland. Okay.
Saskatchewan after Canada becomes the 51st state.
The illusion.
So anyways, as fun as that all is, basically the point that I'm going to make in response to the small part of the opening statements that we've heard so far that was about, human life or consciousness or this, that, and the other, and how it relates to this issue, especially the intersection of this, as well as the, concept of being pro-choice versus pro-life. I guess it depends just how you define things, because if you're talking about a consciousness argument, the difference is that, if we're talking about prior, to the state of human consciousness, if a fetus is aborted, they will not become a crack baby, and they were not experiencing consciousness to begin with. But if they're given crack in that time period, they will become a crack baby. Anyways, it's my position as well that, people who are that dependent on drugs should probably, it's a bit more moral of them to just have an abortion if they can't get off the drugs, instead of, having a baby that has been, addicted to crack. But I digress. The main thing I want to discuss here is drug dependence, because there are situations in which people are dependent on certain types of drugs to the point where going off of them on their own would cause a miscarriage, most likely, or worse issues to the fetus, or it might cause the mother's death as well. We're talking about things, like alcohol in extreme circumstances. We're talking about opioids. And what I want to say is, if we care enough to want to prosecute people, people who are pregnant and that drug dependent should have access to at least medical detox, because a reason why a lot of people don't is because of cost and because of, what people have access to financially. I think if we're going to consider this to be a social ill that's on such a extreme level, people who are drug dependent should not be able to use that, I guess, as some sort of a reason why they could not just quit on their own, because somebody, obviously, if we're talking about things like opioids, somebody who's been on it for such a long time, who is doing extreme amounts of opioids, can't really just go, oh, I'm pregnant, let me turn it off, because, yeah, bad things happen to them medically. Now, I don't think being in a situation where you're going to give birth to a baby that is dependent on drugs is a good thing. I think that society should do things to prevent these things, including what I've mentioned, drug treatment for people who are pregnant, this, that, and the other, to kind of prevent this from happening. Now, if it does happen after there are avenues for people to not do that, and there's enough evidence, then I could see the argument. Obviously, then, there's situations like, as Scott said, where women are being harassed after they've given birth for stuff that was in the epidural, or for stuff they were prescribed prior by a doctor. That's ridiculous. Like, a doctor's literally saying, yeah, you're pregnant. Yeah, you can have this. So people shouldn't be missing time with their baby, or they shouldn't be facing jail time, having to deal with the rigmarole of, getting a lawyer, dealing with potential prosecution, the stress that may cause on both them and their child. Basically, I don't think it's a good thing, but I do think that we need to approach this from a situation where we can actually prevent it in a humanitarian way, instead of a punishment after the fact. Because if we just do punishment after the fact, but we do nothing to prevent it, there's still a bunch of kids that are getting permanently harmed. Because, fun fact, a lot of people who are really drug dependent and who are drug addicts and who are in that situation where they would end up in the Arctic hobo entertainment camp are not thinking ahead. And a lot of them don't care, or are not trying to keep the baby afterwards. They're going to give it up for adoption. So they're just concerned with their dependence. But yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Thank you very much. Dealey.
I'm a little bit torn on this one, to be honest with you. So my instinct is, fuck them, they should go to jail, right? But I don't think that's actually fair. So, I mean, like Katya kind of pointed to, these people, assuming we're talking about addicts, they have they're not in the right mind, right? They have a mental/physical ailment that's very difficult to deal with, and they can't just stop because they got pregnant. I mean, most people can't, right? It's very difficult for them to stop. So I do think that they should be, it should be made mandatory that they go to some kind of rehab, some kind of counseling to make sure that they get off this. If that means they are put into some kind of holding facility, quote unquote, while they're pregnant, while they're going through this process, so that we can ensure that they're not damaging the child further, that's fine with me. I think that, but I'm also torn because, you have to deal with the reality that, kids who are born to drug addicts sometimes come out permanently damaged, right? Or malformed in some way, or they need to deal with disabilities their entire life. And it's difficult for me to say, okay, well, someone who did this to another person just shouldn't be punished, right? Because they were sick at the time they did it. So I don't know. I'm actually really torn on this one. Between my instinct to punish somebody who's doing a lot of harm to a future child, and my empathy, or my human empathy for the person going through the addiction. So I don't really know what the answer is, to be honest with you.
Thank you. And finally, our friend Grid.
All right, great. I don't know how I'm going to follow that from Gibbs. I'm not sure that that I brought enough, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. First of all, I think it's really interesting that everyone keeps talking about child abuse, and none of these women are being prosecuted for child abuse or being prosecuted for child endangerment. This is a very important distinction because you don't have to have a child present to be prosecuted for child endangerment. It's a very interesting thing. I understand it's a hard concept for someone who doesn't have children to understand, but we'll get to that, I promise you, later. Now, and that kind of roll, and I kind of got to roll into this, and Gibbs, you kind of stole some of my thunder. It's okay though. I'm going to let you get away with it. I got to scroll past some of my things here. I don't ever believe that the state should intercede. That was one of the questions that nobody actually addressed, except maybe Scott. And Gibbs, of course, addressed it in a very profound way. The state should Well, the state should not intercede. That's my personal belief. I am a mind your own fucking business sort of conservative. It's not my it has nothing to do with me or my life, and the state has no reason to do that. I think it's actually really troublesome that we have CPS workers in hospitals to monitor these women. It's even more disturbing that, as someone who's had a child, my wife was tested multiple times. Her blood was tested multiple times. A doctor would have known if she was using opiates. And why is it that we're waiting until these women deliver to have a problem with it? Well, obviously, in this specific instance, it's because the child endangerment and not child abuse clause. And that's a very interesting thing. The child abuse thing is interesting because if I'm and by the way, I do believe it should be enforced though, because of consistency of law. If I'm driving down the street in my car, speeding with my child in a car seat, and I get pulled over, I will likely go to jail for child abuse that day. You don't believe me? Try it.
Please don't.
Don't try it.
Listen to Lactoid, the lawyer.
Yeah, you will go to jail. I'm just telling you, you will go to jail for child abuse for driving too fast with a child in a car seat. If you will be arrested for child endangerment if you are so stupid as to leave something dangerous laying around that a child could get his hands on. So we have to be very careful in how we're addressing this, because most, not everybody, got it kind of wrong. Because we're talking about drug addicts. Well, drug addicts are identified usually long before, especially the way Katya was talking about, long before CPS gets involved, folks. CPS has been involved since before the pregnancy, more than likely. So that's an issue. But again, I do believe that we need consistency in law. And if I get arrested for driving fast with a child in my car seat, you should get arrested for smoking crack while pregnant. I'm just saying that's how it is. God dang it, Gibbs, you really did a great one here. But we do live in a society where a woman in Georgia just last year was arrested for allowing her 10-year-old son to walk to the store for child endangerment. Right? So the child doesn't even have to be present for that to be an issue, right? And actually, they had the child call his mother. How fucking cold is that? I got an interesting fact about Georgia if you ever, guys are interested later. Do I believe that the women need intervention and the threat of jail time is the best path and all of this punishment? No, I think that I don't think that I think the threat of jail may work with some people, but it may not work with others. I'm not educated enough to know what every individual person on this earth is motivated by, and I don't care to be. All I need to know is that we have a set system in place to deal with the problem. Whether you agree that it works or not is really irrelevant, because that is the system we have. You can work to change it, or you can shut your fucking mouth and just keep going. I don't care, and nobody else does either. But if we are going to talk about what my personal feelings are on the idea of how to correct the problem with these women who are testing positive for opiates at the end of the pregnancy that the doctor has somehow missed in all of the prenatal screenings and all of the blood tests and everything else. Well, first of all, I think the fucking doctor's halfway responsible and should be charged, or at least looked at, because that's negligence at the very least. Second, I'm a big fan of natural consequences, and maybe the child custody is given to the father, and the mother goes into rehab or house arrest with I don't know, like counseling or some crap. I don't know. I'm not, I'm not a lawyer, like Tweet is though. I really don't understand most of the arguments that Katya have. Lactoid, I kind of get his argument, and I understand Doobie is confused. I to a certain degree, I am too. I don't care about false reporting. False reporting happens in every aspect. I am way more concerned about abuse by the government with CPS agents in hospitals. Interesting fact, if you actually read the literature, Mississippi, and they picked on Mississippi because Connecticut and other states have the similar problems. Mississippi, in 2015, they found 300 cases of these women that had children that tested positive for opiates. Then they reshuffled how the medical documentation and started actually screening these women, screening every single birth for opiates. And guess what? It increased to 1,200 children that tested positive for opiates. So if you look for it, you're going to fucking find it. So I don't really know what the answer is, and I don't think any of us do, but let's have a great time debating this. Anybody that's dumb enough to bring abortion into this argument needs to just sign off now and move along.
Can I clarify something?
Gibbs, you can take that.
Well, I Grid, I don't want to pick on you. There's just
pick on me. Come on.
Point out. One, I understand like it is going to be an aside if people bring up abortion, right? But obviously the abortion and this issue are gonna kind of depend upon the same thing, which is like, whether or not we consider a fetus to be alive. In terms of like,
well, no, because
talking about certain
the law we're talking about is a child endangerment, not child abuse.
For sure. No, I'm just saying, like, if we're going to discuss issues like first trimester drug usage, right? Because that's where a majority of the damage is going to be done. And if you are testing the meconium, right, that can go back like as far as 4 months, right? So some of that is going to be at play. But I agree, it's not really the issue at hand. The other thing I want to say is CPS isn't in the hospitals, right? Social workers are in the hospitals.
Okay.
And the problem here,
I kind of
the problem here,
the same thing.
Oh no, for sure. I mean, they're part of the same kind of institutional structure.
I understand you've
problem,
done that work before, so I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so obtuse.
No, it's fine. It's I'm just clarifying. Like, I'm not being like, you dumb fuck. I'm recognizing that I have like some knowledge on this, and I just want to get the is straight. So because social workers are mandated reporters, if they come across, because their job is not to look for crack babies, right? Their job there is to look for signs of abuse, right? Their job there is a woman comes into the hospital, maybe she's sex trafficked, right? A lot of times there's going to be women that are going to come into the hospital that are pregnant, and then all of a sudden there's going to be a pimp or an abuser there, or and they're there just to have the baby and get out quickly. So they're looking for those warning signs at a very critical moment to save that baby. The problem comes from the fact that the law requires them to be a mandated reporter, and they have no idea what the fuck they're looking at, and they're worried that they're going to lose their job or get in trouble if a record shows in the medical record, oh, I've done drugs in the past, so now we have what is, quote, a history of drug abuse. And even though all they said is, oh, I smoked some weed, right? And then secondly, that a baby does test positive for drugs, they're not qualified to be able to discern where those drugs came from. So now they have to report, or they're in fear of losing their job. Then CPS gets involved, and CPS has no idea what the fuck they're doing. They're one of the most incompetent organizations in the country that government runs. I think left, right, we all kind of hate CPS and how bad they are at their job. And so I just want to make it clear that, like, in part, this isn't like there's like this nefarious thing. This is what happens when you have unintended consequences in government, which is that you create laws to protect people, presumably like social workers, and then you create laws like mandated reporting, and then this is just kind of a natural occurrence of those things.
Right. I have a question where, like, earlier when Grid was replying to what I said, he said that odds are CPS was involved with these people before they were even pregnant.
Yeah, I was confused about that.
How? I'm confused.
Well, I did make an assumption that they had more than one child. I did make that assumption.
Yeah, but why make these assumptions? Like, there's no reason to.
Well, plus a lot of the
Yeah,
time,
yeah,
Better
it
log off and
doesn't-
sign
it
off
doesn't
now.
change the
Yeah,
equation at all,
it's
right?
an assumption I made. You can say, hey, it's a bad assumption. That's fine.
You should just log
No,
off.
I'm just like saying like why I'm just saying like it doesn't change the equation at all. What we're actually dealing with at the core is a person who is having children and is addicted or in some way or using drugs in some way, right? It's when they shouldn't be. So I don't think there's a reason to say, oh, they were talking to CPS prior or they have multiple kids. It just seems irrelevant. No, it's not a big deal.
True.
By the way, I would apply my my ire and rage towards like the legal drug use as well, right? Smoking and drinking during pregnancy.
Yeah.
There's a what it comes across to me as, and I know in every case it's not like this, okay? And I can, although I think there does need to be a hammer to some extent.
Arthur Dyer, you
behavior
missed the
because
entire
is actively hurting children.
Talking
My
specifically,
perception, and this is maybe
5 others
based on discussions I've had, but there seems to be a lot of people I've talked to
it's a very specific set of laws.
Dodging of personal responsibility.
So
a rejection of the concept of accountability
these women
when it comes to these actions.
Endangerment laws.
Where it's like, oh, it's okay to have like 1 drink a week, even though everything, all the medical literature says don't do it.
And
says don't do it, and you can't give it up for 9 months.
Right? We can
Come
go
on.
not actually further later, but
no, hold on. I have had this debate multiple times, and there's like it's so pervasive. There's a lot of people. Yeah, so it's fine to do this. I got this is a while ago. There's a Facebook argument I got into with some woman that I knew from high school who's unfriended me shortly afterwards, which is I think a good thing. Where she was like, yeah, my nurse said like, yeah, I can smoke during pregnancy. The stress, like if I stop, the stress would be worse than the baby.
But one small glass of wine in a weekly matter is I don't think you should do it. I'm just saying you were specifically citing the literature, and maybe you can send me studies that I'm not aware of. I have seen some, but when you're looking at self-report correlational things, the mechanism. Like I need something. Do you have something that describes the mechanism in like third trimester, right? Because when you're in the 3rd trimester, the risk of fetal alcohol syndrome from like a small glass of wine a week is infinitesimally small. I mean, it's basically impossible at that point.
I'll have to
review.
Sure. I'll have to review that. Hold on, real quick. So I'm going off of the recommendations from every major health organization, including the CDC.
Yeah, we've really
very specific.
Yeah,
they
tell people not to do that because they know people are alcoholics, right?
Yeah,
and they know that people won't stop at
really great discussion.
Yes, and so the people who do that 1 drink are also providing that risk of doing more. First of all, because people don't have the self-control that they think they have, and then on top of that,
these guys,
I'll have to look more into like the specific danger that comes from 1 glass. But again, to me, it just seems like that lack of it just feels so selfish to me. It's like you can't stop for 9 months. Look, I could and I would, and if I couldn't, then I shouldn't be having a kid.
So, Corey, sorry, not Corey. Lactoid. I'm sorry, Canadians look the same to me.
I don't blame you. It's a compliment.
Lactoid. You're framing there. I have a bit of a pushback. Like if you're just talking about it, I guess an individual who like is a casual drinker, right? And they won't give up their casual drinking during that 9 months. Well, then it feels like, are you actually casual if you don't do it? That's a question by itself. But in any case, but let's just go with that framing. They're a casual drinker, right? So it seems like that could be maybe called selfishness, but like if we're talking about a person who's an addict, I'm not sure that like calling it selfishness like is exactly like what you want to use here, right? Like I think that's part of the problem how we talk about addiction in the first place is that it's like a moral failing. We're talking about a chemical addiction. It's like
it absolutely is.
I actually in my chat I have a doctor, a emergency room doctor lady person. I don't know. She told me what she does. I don't know. And she's saying that in the 3rd trimester,
they're a doctor. They're a chiropractor, I'm sure.
No, she's what do you do again, Arthur? She's an anesthesiologist and works in a critical care unit. So she says in the third trimester, you get asymmetric growth restrictions from alcohol use, also increased risk of miscarriage, which backs up what Scott was saying.
Well, backs up what
I
I
would
was
actually
saying.
go against what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, does it? I'm sorry, I wasn't.
Yeah. Because what I'm saying, what I'm
attention. I've got this person
you're fine.
yelling at me. So
no, you're fine. Grid, thank you. Thank you for backing up my point.
Yeah, if you can get me, if she can get me, because I think that she would probably be a lot better versed at what the research I'm specifically asking for. If you can get it from her, a link or something, I'd really appreciate it. I'd like to catch up on it.
Yeah,
Also, how much alcohol? Just so I'm curious, how much alcohol was she talking about when we talk about alcohol use?
Dr. Daya, can you get me some literature Scott would like? I'm sure that she can hear you, but
yeah.
And just keep in mind, not all professionals.
I don't want it to be an aside, right?
Well.
Like,
yeah.
Well, no, but she can fucking Google Scholar, search something, and knows.
I'm sure.
She fucking because it's her.
But keep in mind, like finding sources and shit is like a very particular thing to Twitch poll. Okay, it's not like a normal thing that people do in the professional world.
Don't start with the sources.
I'm genuinely asking.
No, I know you are. All I'm saying is that based on this person's credentials and I guess my priors, I'm very inclined to believe what she's saying. Okay, it makes perfect sense to me.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I'm not willing to die on this hill, and I would like to learn more if she has a specific thing.
I know.
Right?
I'm not coming after you. I'm not
in everything in the world. You know
I want to know what her opinion
I'm not
is
coming
on
after you about this.
the hobo camps. So what's her medical opinion?
Okay,
on
we'll get to the hobo camps in a second. Right now, we're dealing with this because, by the way, the breastfeeding thing
at the tail end of my opening, and she was getting
real quick, I got a study on that breastfeeding thing, by the way, and like only like 5% of women can't actually breastfeed. Okay, like medically speaking, most people who say they can't breastfeed just don't. But anyway, go ahead, Prime.
Oh, we can't for what reason? I'm confused. What is their definition of can't?
Well, let's not. Sorry. Don't distract them.
Can't produce.
So hold on.
Probably
Dr. Daya says that Scott is correct that fetal alcohol syndrome comes from exposure in the first trimester, but there are effects in third trimester too.
Listen, but long story short,
just don't do it
while you're pregnant.
Don't do it.
Just don't fucking do it.
I like surprising, like I said.
Prime, you are not going to be able to get your shit out.
Well, actually, Grid, this is the only thing I think you disagree with me. I actually see this as a 1-to-1 ratio with the abortion. The people that don't like abortion are the same people that are saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't be doing this stuff during pregnancy. You shouldn't do crack during pregnancy. You shouldn't be drinking during pregnancy. Shouldn't be smoking during pregnancy. We're all of us also anti-abortion. But the ones that are pro-abortion, this is why it matters, are pro giving my fucking money away to go help these fucking degenerate lowlifes that are fucking doing nothing with their lives except sucking on the teat of society, and they're providing a net loss. Honestly, you know what? I'm tired of it. I'll say it. The world would be better if we had less of these degenerates around. It's terrible. Hopefully we move them somewhere and I don't have to see them.
Gibbs, I totally understand that that feeling, Gibbs. Believe me, I do. Right. The thing is that, like, given that these are people who could potentially someday provide some kind of value to the country, to the community, I think it does make sense to invest in them a bit, right? It's totally reasonable. There are many people who fall into drug addiction or just some kind of degeneracy, and eventually, they get the resources they need, and long term, they are more beneficial than most people to the community, right? These cases happen. So given that we don't know which of these people is that case, right? Which of these people might someday come up with a way to defeat all kinds of drug addictions, right? It makes sense to invest.
Well, I disagree, dude. I'll tell you what. If you give 1 second, dude, I disagree with you on one part about that, right? I still think it's a net loss. Just because you have like 5 out of the million recover and become a great speaker or are learning, the net loss is bullshit. And even if it's only 5, I don't want to invest like this at all. Like, fuck them. They made their life choices. They can claw their way out on their own dime. I'm sick of it. Every day, I have to walk to the goddamn meat market to get meat. And guess what? I'm attacked by 6 fucking speed-tweaking hobos, bro. I can't even drive down a quarter. We're paying the city. Even the Democrats here are paying the city to fucking put a hostile architecture, and they just keep moving into the neighborhoods. It's crazy. This is the future that the Dems want.
Lost in Badlands. Understood.
It's awful.
Okay.
Okay.
So Gibbs has to get meat every day. Gibbs has to get meat every day. We know this.
I do. Yeah, I like meat. It's great.
Okay, so like I
need to.
I think this framing is important, right? Because
For local business.
It does color the rest of the conversation. And it seems like other people have some disagreement with me, right? But if a person's having a chemical dependence on this, if we frame it simply as, well, you're being selfish, well, that says like, well, you just simply have control to be able to knock this off whenever, right? Hey, let's say heroin addicted individual, right? What have you ever tried just like not being on heroin? Like, yeah, actually they probably have, and they're having trouble. So like if we frame it simply as a moral choice or moral failing, right? I think we aren't going to be able to properly address the issue. Like, does that make sense?
Can I?
Well, let me respond to this. Let me respond to this real quick. So first of all, I think it can be a moral failing. If we're talking about a situation in which somebody's like heavily addicted prior to pregnancy, I'm just going to reiterate what I said before, which is, let's say this was me, let's say I could get pregnant, I would stop drinking during those 9 months, and if I couldn't, I wouldn't be having unprotected sex. Flat out, I wouldn't be getting pregnant. That is the moral failing.
People get pregnant with protected sex, right? People
exceedingly rare.
Oh, hold on, but it wouldn't matter to you, right? It wouldn't matter, right? In the end, like they're
hold on.
Right?
It would matter to the sense of like my moral condemnation of them. Hold on. If you know that you have like an addiction problem, and you're like, fuck it, I'm just gonna like go have unprotected sex. Like now, I think you're considerably more reckless. And by the way, to Gibbs and Doobie's point, have you guys ever heard of a organization called Project Prevention? I think this is also a potentially helpful organization.
Yeah. I've heard this. Whatever. But hold on. But like, what if you're saying you're in favor of prosecution? You said before in your opening that is a purpose of the state to protect children. Okay, right? If a woman was using, right, but also highly protected sex, but still got pregnant, exceedingly rare, but it happens, right? Would that exonerate them? Like, well, they were protected. Oh no, so it doesn't actually matter. Okay, so
whoa. I said it matters on the degree of moral condemnation, but my expectation of somebody is to have a sufficient level of will. Hold on.
Degree of condemnation. My point is about like how
you kind of asked.
Well, no. I actually no, but that's no. I'm saying
it matters to me.
Framing there. No, I'm talking about like the framing and how we tackle this issue, right? So if society looks at it as a moral failing, right? If our courts look at it as a moral failing, then it's like, well, you should have just knocked it off.
You need to define the moral failing
rather than saying this person has a chemical addiction. If society understands that there's a chemical dependency, right? Then we could say, oh, maybe this is a medical issue, right? And then we should look at it as a health crisis. That changes everything.
But we have to look at which moral decision. As my chat accurately points out, the moral choice is making the decision not to seek treatment because there is treatment for every chemical dependency. Every single
but they might have sought treatment. Like a lot.
Apparently, that treatment's my tax dollars,
and then have failed.
That's right. That's Gibbs about that treatment.
It should be yes, and privately run and privately paid for facilities, whatever, right? But like
those are real cheap.
Addicts have been there and are struggling, right? We have very ineffective drug treatment programs, right? And I'd love to get into that at some point, but whatever. So even then that falls apart. Yeah,
equine therapy.
These are medical treatments. These aren't like halfway. This isn't the 12-step program. I mean, like there are medical treatments for every addiction right now. So the moral choice is to not go get treatment, and that is and so to Lactoid's point, if you choose not to go get treatment for your addiction, then
wait a minute, what if they don't have access to that? But I don't have access.
Maybe not. Like, who doesn't have access? Come on.
People who don't have insurance, right? Private insurance, obviously don't have access, right? If they're a person of a low economic status, then they probably don't have access. It's all the regular people who don't have access to the medical to medical technology and to medical help that don't have access. Those are the people I'm talking about, obviously. Like,
I know,
And then a lot of times detox
Republicans.
requires
Hold on,
inpatient care.
I know a lot of Republicans hate this fucking organization, right? But you might as well fucking mention it in this instance. If you are poor, if you are impoverished, and you are pregnant, go to a fucking Planned Parenthood. They're not just there for abortions. You can go get a sonogram. You can go see a doctor. They have nurses there that will help you get on WIC so that you can eat healthy and will help link you up to all of it. If you are drug addicted,
there are these other cool places called churches, and they help people.
Churches,
they have methadone there. True.
I mean, okay.
Listen. The moral failing.
I'm going to fight back on your argument, Prime, because
listen.
The moral will help people. I spend a lot of money in taxes for my taxes to go help people. Gibbs obviously does. He hasn't stopped talking about it all night.
I never said that help didn't exist, right? I'm saying one, if they have access to effective help, they have access to help. One thing. If they have access to effective health, another thing. It's a completely separate thing, right? If it happened to have worked for them, and all those things, right? It could be no.
I just can't make excuses for people like
pregnant.
that. I just can't.
Listen.
Well, we talked about
it literally feels like dodging accountability, like I said before.
Listen. The only time
when you're on a timeline.
Hold on. No, it is the moral failing is not doing drugs. Okay, the moral failing is having a body that is poisonous to children, and then choosing to have sex, which can lead to the birth of children, knowing that you are addicted and that you can't stop it. It is no different. It is no different than taking a person that is walking down the street and then saying like, hey, I have something really cool in my house. And then you walk in the house and you know that the house is on fire. Like if you invite someone off of the sidewalk into a burning building and they don't know that it's burning and then they burn in said building, that is the choice that you made. Now, if you are raped, you have, number one, you have absolute 100% bodily autonomy. If you choose to be a drug addict, that's a terrible choice, but it's your fucking choice. And if you are then raped and you are a drug addict and you are pregnant due to the rape, right? It is
That's crazy. That's crazy.
What's that?
How many people choose to be a drug
Well,
addict?
I guess all of them.
Plenty of people choose to be a drug
addict.
addict.
Yeah, no, I think
that's
most people
stupid.
don't choose
Something's
to be an
dependent.
addict. Sorry, go ahead.
No, listen. They chose to engage in the behavior that led them to be a drug addict, right? I'm not saying they were like, you know what I want to do today? I want to be one of those people that like has a 90-degree body angle on like the street corner somewhere, right? Like, no, they're someone that chose to engage in drugs. They made that choice.
Right.
I mean, unless of course someone forced it on them,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But nevertheless, if they're drug addicted, there was a series of behaviors there. Now, if they choose to have sex, even protected sex, they choose to have sex during this time where their body is poisonous, they're making an active choice that can lead to the birth of a child whilst they are in a position where they feel like they have no control over their drug addiction. That is a choice.
I'm glad. So
we're talking about somebody who's not in like a rational state of mind, somebody who has an addiction that is impacting that.
Choices.
Yeah, so treating them or speaking of them as if they're making rational choices based on the current situation they're in is silly. Like we're talking about somebody who has a type of mental illness.
No, so this is a fucking binary. You are either a rational person that is capable of arguing for your own rights, that is capable of critically thinking and making decisions based off of your desires towards the outcomes that you wish, or you aren't. And if you aren't,
I don't think they are.
then that means you need a guardian appointed to you, and because you are incapable of making choices. If you are incapable of making choices, then someone needs to sweep you up and force you into a mental institution or a family
or a mandatory rehab center where they can get to a position where they are now.
I mean, obviously, I'm a libertarian. I don't want like
you're okay with them, just throwing them to the wolves. Okay, like I get it. Like I'm not okay with that. I do think that the state should come in.
That's not what I said.
Sweep them up.
Don't
put them into a position where they can get healthy, and then after that, we can judge them on their choices.
You mean I never said that I think we should throw them to the wolves. I'm just saying I don't want to be stolen.
Yeah, jail really helps
taxes stolen.
with this. Thank you.
let's.
No, I don't think jail is helpful either. But
I was
Exactly.
being a bit facetious, but
let's
there-
like, hold on, let's
I
Yeah.
felt like somebody else was too.
Corey, if he wants to as well. I'm gonna have to respond to this much later. But yeah.
So- What I wanted to say is we talked about psychological dependence. One thing that I brought up in my opening statement that I want to mention is, as well as with a lot of the drugs that do the most harm, we're talking about physiological dependence, right? And when somebody's pregnant, right, you're kind of on a timetable. Like, we can't do like a, if all else fails, try again. Hey, try to cut back. Hey, you detox up, it didn't work. For months and months and years, considering like, oh, you're giving birth like in 9 months, like you can't, hold that back until you figure it out. That's why I'm saying that people should have the, at least the resources available to him that if they do not take it, then
we get it.
then obviously that's a moral culpability.
Pushing.
What did I just say? I'm so sorry. What?
She said resources available. She's not talking about abortion here.
I'm talking about to detox, because if you detox off of drugs that you have a physiological dependence without stuff like methadone, without medical treatment, you're in trouble as far as your physical health, sometimes your life, as well as, if we're, taking into consideration, especially somebody who wants to have a baby,
let's
the
roll with
baby's going to be even more fucked up.
So
sure, let's roll with
that. They
can we real quick
in about a week. No problem.
Can we roll with this free detox now? Prime, are you okay with punishing these women?
Baby.
Free detox.
Yeah. There's a new guarantee where if you're like a pregnant woman and like for some reason you can't stop, like the government will provide the resources, whether you like it or not, and you will stop doing substances one way or another. And now, like if the woman dodges these services, now we can punish them, right?
Can we get accountability then?
Well, hold on. That depends, because if a woman is dodging the services like upfront, it's probably because she's an addict and she knows if she goes to this addiction center, she's no longer going to get access to the drug. And because her judgment is impaired by the addiction in the first place, it makes sense that she would avoid the center.
If an addict shoots me and takes my wallet and then uses it to buy drugs, should this person be punished?
I don't know how much I like you, to be honest.
According to the leftists,
So
we
that's
shouldn't
the
punish
thing
Jesus
anybody.
Christ.
We
Doobie, I
shouldn't
know
punish
you like me a
anybody.
lot, okay?
We shouldn't punish anybody. We should let them rob us. We
Yeah,
should
because
let
I mean, hey, they weren't in the right. They weren't in the right state of mind. They were addicted. All criminals technically really are in a weird state of mind.
It was,
You
you
show
know,
they're
it was their
responsible.
inescapable.
Everything was determinist, man. It's like a ball.
If they couldn't break the cycle,
Fall down a
the
hill. You
cycle's
can't hold
too
anybody
hard for 'em.
responsible.
The system is keeping the man down, and the only way to get through it is if daddy government comes and lifts him up by the little nuts and saves him.
No. I got the ultimate response to this. Right? If it's not their choice, if their addiction is clouding their mind and it's not their choice to like do these crimes, then I can't help but be born with the mindset that I'm going to punish them.
So
Gibbs,
yeah, that's why I
thing that you keep saying "daddy government" and then sucking at the teeth.
Well, because that's because you have to preach to the audience, and we're on a leftist channel, so we know that these guys are soy betas, and so I'm trying to preach to them in a manner just like their like Daddy Destiny shows them. So I want them all to know how they can, speak. I'm trying to speak other language. That's what I'm trying to say.
Let's go to Katja, and men have nipples too. Let's remember that. Okay. Katja.
Yay, nipples. Anyway, so yeah, that's why I said, like, especially with stuff like, medical intervention with detoxing, because that's what I feel like is the first line thing where it might not actually be somebody's choice. If, hey, I'm pregnant, hey, I want to get off of this drug that I have a physical dependence to. Well, if I detox at home, either I can continue to, give the baby like drugs or whatever through my system, or I can just detox and I'll get hurt. The baby will get hurt even worse. So that's like, I feel like the first line of that.
So would you support an act like the Marchman law in Florida that allows hospital workers to hospitalize without permission anyone whose judgment is impaired by drugs? Would you support
if they're pregnant? Yes.
Well, the Florida law says anybody.
I mean, it really, like, the reason why I'm saying this too is that, like, I'm saying these resources should be available, and then I'm more open to situations like punishment if people know that they have access to get off of it, like, physiologically without, putting themselves at further risk. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. So that's why I'm asking you, would you agree with every state having something like the Marchman
Act, which is a Florida law that allows for involuntary civil confinement and to detox people who are, as Prime says, not capable of making good decisions, or maybe that whoever said capable.
I'm gonna say maybe, but I want to know more about how the law works in practice and what negative effects are, because there's always situations where
telling me about it, so I'm assuming that they agree with it.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to. I'm gonna read more into that, but like, yeah, there are situations obviously where the cure is worse than the disease, and something like that seems like it could be a close call. So I'd want to know more about that before saying yes or no.
Well, I mean,
I think $3 trillion in tax dollars is a cure worse than any disease.
Sorry for wait. What's the $3 trillion for?
Gibbs, Q Gibbs.
Oh yeah, I mean, what do you think the $3 trillion is for?
Taxes. Okay, we don't need to go down that road.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, you already know. No.
So Lacto, just to maybe tease out where your line might be, or clarify it further. So I think Scott brought up an interesting scenario in his opening statement, where do you view it the same way? Yeah, exactly. Like, how would you? So would you hold that person responsible, or would you? Like, they shouldn't have kids? Would you also advocate for that? Or like, unless once they learn they're pregnant, they don't revamp their life and undergo a strict weight loss program, they should be imprisoned.
There's a line. I think that, in fact, this was something that my own chat challenged me basically immediately on. And yeah, if you have somebody who has like type 2 diabetes that's like under control or whatever, and then during pregnancy, they're like, just ignore that and then just start eating like a bunch of ho-hos or sugar cookies or something, I have a problem with that. And yes, it can get to a line where I would criminalize the behavior. Now, as with all criminalization, like there does need to be some level of threshold. There's like even for child abuse, right? Like there is a level of neglect that parents engage in where the amount of resources and the effort at enforcing it is actually probably going to be more detrimental to the child than not doing anything. And it's just on top of that, a wholly inefficient use of resources. So is policing every time somebody goes to McDonald's going to be realistic, or doesn't cook with cooks with butter instead of cooking with olive oil? No. But I think that things that are definitely enforceable, not olive oil, and things that are I like olive oil. Things that are in fact I use olive oil on my hair. But one of the things, I think it's like tobacco, alcohol, drugs, and etc. These are already currently probably to an extent that much more than I want regulated, right? We've put these substances in a different category of their own. We don't let children buy it. We don't want children to be consuming it. And if we don't want children to be consuming this, why are we letting children consume it? Like it's more harmful when they're younger. So to me, it's like the same logic applies. If you wouldn't buy your 1-year-old a fifth of vodka, then don't drink a fifth of vodka. I look at the two the same. So if I see a pregnant woman drinking vodka, it's like I'm closing my eyes and looking at like a woman holding a vodka bottle to their 1-year-old's lips, and the 1-year-old.
Funny though.
So like Scott, I think Scott in his brought up like fast food. Do you view that same way of like holding up the bottle of vodka to your pregnant?
When it comes to like fatty foods,
be regulated as well.
When it comes to like fatty foods and etc., there would be some. It wouldn't be one time. There would be some line. I think I would just, follow, because obesity in children, right? Like taking your kid to McDonald's is not the same thing as giving them cigarettes. But if you take your kid to McDonald's every day, and now they're like, significantly obese and they're having heart issues at 8, yeah, at that point we start getting involved. That's fucked, right? You can't do that.
To be fair,
and in the same way, if you're pregnant and like you're having all these like obesity issues, and here's the thing with the permanent damage, I can somewhat agree. Actually, the permanent damage is like perhaps like where we charge it differently as like abuse.
Yeah, that's where the legal endangerment line should be, not the moral line, right?
But for me, the moral like endangerment is enough. Like I think that if you give your kid, like the woman who's like feeding their 1-year-old kid like vodka, it's like, oh, you can't prove any harm. No, you don't get to do that. That's not an activity, because that activity has a very high risk of harm, right? Just like we don't let 1-year-olds go skydiving, even if they turn out to be okay.
So Scott, going go ahead, and unless Corey has something else to say.
I do, but later on I'll save it.
Oh no, you want
Well,
get it out
sure.
now because my
Well, no, I want to engage in a different point with Grid One because he seems to be okay with the child endangerment, and I'm like, why are you okay with that? The child,
Not okay
like,
with
can you
it.
clarify?
It's simply consistent legally.
How is it consistent? Because they weren't doing it before. This is like a recent development. As in, your view is that they should always have been doing this.
I'm only okay with it in that it is a legal thing that is consistent with the child endangerment law.
How is it consistent? Are you saying it wasn't consistent before and now it's consistent?
Well, before they didn't do it because under Mississippi law, they can't prosecute for child abuse because they don't recognize the fetus as a child.
Yeah, and so how does child endangerment come into play?
Oh, it's a very simple computation. If you are using drugs while you're pregnant, you are knowingly endangering the child that you're carrying, and when that child is delivered alive and tests positive for drugs, you are now guilty of child endangerment.
So isn't that also a track with child abuse then?
How there can't be any that you haven't abused a child yet.
You haven't endangered a child yet, at least not before. Not before a certain line.
I can't explain it further than that. Maybe the lawyer can help you. I don't know, but
are you saying that from the moment of conception is a child, and if that's the case, then child abuse and child endangerment are on the table?
I didn't cite my belief.
I think if you believe a child begins at conception, then the position again, like for child endangerment, makes perfect sense right off the bat. If you don't think that, I still think you can come to a logical argument for this being child endangerment. Like with one simple hypothetical, right? Daycare for 5-year-olds only, and then you put a bomb in the basement that's timed to go off after 6 years. Technically, the kids in there aren't born yet when you set the bomb. Did you endanger children though?
Not within. Well, I mean, with some intention, depending on how it's framed. I need more. On the hypothetical, yes, probably.
Yeah, like you are aware that even though the children don't exist right now, like within 6 years, there will be 5-year-olds in this building, and they're going to get blown up by this bomb.
Oh, okay.
Right?
So if the hypothetical, actually, if you're saying that, well, if this was like a renovated building, okay, and then the bomb was planted 5 years ago, but then 1 year ago, a child daycare opened up, I would not put that as child endangerment.
I'm telling you, that there's going to be 5-year-olds in there soon, or within 6 years. And they haven't been born yet. You know that there will be children that do not currently exist, but there will be children in there.
Even then, I don't know that I would reckon. I don't think the analogy tracks, at least for me, intuitively.
All right.
I think it tracks, right? Because you're setting up like a situation where the future children are going to get hurt.
Well, so that in my mind, like the bomb going off when the children are there. For me, like if the drug is administered, okay, before a child exists, that's why I said for me there's a line in terms of like after like second trimester, if someone's still actively doing drugs, okay, then a child is harmed in my mind. But if it's before that time, it's not a child. That's why the analogy doesn't track for me.
No, I don't. Hold on. I know you're saying it's not a child, but again, when the bomb is planted, there's no children in the building.
The thing is there's no crime unless the child exists. So the child has to exist outside the womb first, according to Mississippi law. I didn't bring my worldview into it, and I didn't make the claim that it's a child beforehand. That's why trimester doesn't matter. None of it matters, because the only way Mississippi charges you is if that child is born. Once that child is born and they can prove that you did drugs, you have endangered a child. That's all. That's all of the qualification that is needed.
Let's go to Scott.
I'll be right back, guys. I don't normally pop off, but I'll be right back.
That's okay.
Sometimes we all have to pee. Sometimes.
Yeah. So we'll go to Scott. I want to yell at Scott.
I pee constantly.
And then we'll go to Katya.
At the side,
so I want to say two things.
We have something else to say too, but go ahead.
I do want to say two things. So while I, previously I was, discussing the concept of like, that Grid also brought up, but he's not here, about like, confining someone against their will because of their inability to make rational decisions. It is also, when we're talking about the state and the current state of affairs, we have to be very, very careful of this. It needs to be something that there is an extreme degree of like scrutiny on. there's this really famous like case study that everyone learns when they're in like undergrad in psychology. So like most of you have probably heard of it, but maybe you haven't. On being sane in insane places in 1973. So it was a psychologist that was a professor, right? He had all of his, and it was a PhD program, right? So all of his students are, you know, people that already have a bachelor's degree in psychology, and they are well within, you know, they're well within their PhD program in learning to become a psychologist themselves. And they're all presumably sane, right? They're just regular, you know, university students in a PhD program. So he asked them to check into mental institutions with like a very vague thing, like, you know, oh, I feel like, you know, I feel like I'm a little crazy. It wasn't like schizophrenia or anything. So they voluntarily checked themselves in, and the majority of them could not get out. They were like, hey, I'm normal. Like this was this was from my professor. There's nothing wrong with me. And they'd all been diagnosed with like severe mental health issues. And like it was impossible for them to get out, right? Because the very concept of like mental institutions. Now it's gotten a little bit better, presumably, since then. It got better and then it got worse under Nixon, but regardless, right? That is still a thing, that it can be very difficult to get out of these places. So we have to be very careful about forcibly committing people into these places because it's very difficult to get them out. Now, the other thing that I wanted to say,
their entire purpose is to institutionalize people, right? So once you're in there, like, okay,
right.
Well, I'm going to diagnose you because
their purpose
is what I do.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like their purpose should be to help people go out into the world, right?
Yeah.
But they, you know, it's like it's a hammer, you know, sees nails everywhere type of situation.
Yeah.
And so like, you know, you have to be careful of those places. And the other thing I wanted to say is I think it's very interesting because, you know, Lactoid, Admiral Gibbs as well, but Lactoid focusing on it, this concept of like a lack of accountability from people. And I think it's important where we discuss, I think culturally where this is coming from, because it's not, I think the real reason that this is so divisive in terms of putting mothers and giving them accountability is at its core the patriarchal instinct of our culture. Our culture, human culture for the most part, in any functional society throughout time, has been patriarchal. And, you know, woe is any culture or society that doesn't respect, venerate, and want to protect the pregnant woman, right? I mean, as far back as thousands of years, you know, if you have a culture or society that doesn't value and protect pregnant women, you have a culture or society that will die, right? And there is a deep instinct in many of us, and specifically in our culture, to take accountability away from pregnant women because we feel that they are a vulnerable people that need to be protected. And we're very recalcitrant in using like legal systems and things of that nature against them, which we should be, I think. I think that is something we should be careful of. At the same time, we are also living in a culture that has, for the most part, given women the liberty to go out and act in the same ways that men act. We are no longer in a society where, you know, a woman is called hysterical and locked in her husband's room, and all of society agrees that that was the right thing to do. And, you know, and that can be good. But I think the problem here is the conflict between these two ideas, right? Like you can't have both. You can't have a society that is patriarchal, that doesn't want to force pregnant women into accountability and doesn't want to, you know, use those same systems against them when they commit acts that we deem to be wrong, and at the same time give them free liberty to make the decisions that do have those bad outcomes, that, you know, to engage in the behavior like drug addiction, or, you know, not being controlled by the father or the head of the estate, etc. And I just think it's an interesting kind of like crossroads where we're at.
So here's the chat order, right? So I want to respond to Scott, so I'll go, then Katja, do because I'm sure he has something amazing to say, something brilliant. Then Corey.
I have something short to say.
Okay. But anyway, so I have a your last statement seemed to be a bit more mitigating. So take that into account. But like responding to a previous statement, you said, you know, you said something along the lines. I didn't write it down exactly, but like
Mhm.
that women with, you have a body that can get pregnant, and then you are having sex. Basically, that it doesn't matter if you knew or you didn't know, right? That you are responsible if you're drinking and fucking, right? I think that's a ridiculous standard. I think that
Why?
we have. I'm just about to tell you, friend. I think that it's pointless to build a system that requires people to be perfect, right? Because what you're dealing with within that system are humans who are inherently imperfect. People are going to drink and fuck, right? In fact, those two things are often tied together: drinking and fucking. If that is an issue, right? Like women drinking, right, with their potentially pregnant bodies, right? By potentially, I mean like at any point in time, like a woman has like rather than a kinetic pregnant body, right? They have a potential body, pregnant body. Like it just at any point in time they can be pregnant.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. So
Schrodinger's pregnancy.
Schrodinger's pregnancy. Yeah, you never know. They just can be pregnant, right? Like you have to observe them. If that's the case, well then we should like shut down bars, right? Or at the very least, ban women from bars. Because women are going to go to bars, right? They're going to drink, and some of them are going to fuck.
Prime.
Right?
This would be like saying, well, look, we're not perfect. Sometimes people are going to drink and beat the fuck out of their wives, so we might as well ban the alcohol.
Well, so we might.
Yeah, it's the same.
Well,
so people aren't perfect, right?
Well,
how can we design a society around people being perfect? Sometimes you just gotta let off a little steam. Sometimes you drink and then you get violent, right?
So the difference is some people don't know they're pregnant for a little while, but if you're gonna hit somebody, I'm gonna hit somebody, right?
If you're having unprotected sex.
Wait, hold on. But Scott specifically said
he's responding to Scott, who said more than unprotected sex. That was a problem.
Let me respond.
Sure. And quickly, Scott said that and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that it doesn't matter if they know or not, right? Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, so he said it doesn't matter.
So for example, let's think about this, right? If someone's blackout drunk and they have no memory of what they're doing, right? And then they get behind the wheel of a car. We don't say they're forgiven for a DUI. We recognize that they made the conscious decision to drink, and then they made the conscious decision to drink so much that they became blackout drunk. And despite the fact that they are completely out of their mind, they're still going to get a DUI. We recognize that they didn't necessarily make the decision of sound mind and body to get behind the wheel. What they did is they made the decision of sound mind and body to drink and keep drinking until it got to a point where they were so shit-faced that their faculties were gone, and then they're still responsible for that behavior afterwards. Similarly, if a woman is having regular sex and she's sexually active, there is a risk. There is a potential. Just like a drunk person that gets blackout drunk, maybe they've never drunk and drive before, right? Maybe they don't drink and drive, but this one night they got drunk and they decided to drive and they were blackout drunk. We don't forgive them of that because they put themselves in the position where they engaged in that behavior. The same thing is true of someone that's sexually active and is also addicted to drugs. They're engaging in behavior that can bring a life into this world, and they're also a drug addict. And when you do those two things, they're not absolved of all of the damage that they do or don't do to this human simply because they don't know whether or not engaging in that sexual activity and doing those drugs will or won't lead to that outcome. The same way a DUI is enforced against someone that's drinking at a bar that doesn't know whether or not they'll get behind a car and get in a car accident and kill somebody.
How does this system work then? Should we make women a test before they go into a bar? I'm not against
this liberty. What I'm saying is if you show up at the hospital and your baby has fetal alcohol syndrome, that's on you, right? Like, I'm not saying that we have cops at the bars to be like, are you sexually active? Like, I'm not saying you police that behavior in that regard. What I am saying is that if you engage in behavior that permanently damages and harms a human life, that just like a mugger, just like a DUI person that, crashes into you, just like any other situation, you're responsible for your actions that led to that and harmed that person.
Okay, if you're not saying then we police, all right, then I have less of a problem with that. Then, all right, then I'll leave that alone. Then, let's move on to what did I say? I have to chat. Okay, so Katja, Doobie, Corey. Anyone else wants to jump in?
I was just gonna say that I feel like a lot of the there's just when we're talking about the drinking versus driving versus this, that, and the other. I feel like the difference here is I think that like the way to make it equivalent would be drinking is equivalent to drinking, driving is equivalent to having sex, and getting pregnant is equivalent to crashing the car, right? If you drive drunk, you don't know you're going to crash the car every time. If you have sex, you don't know you're going to get pregnant anytime. The difference here is driving drunk is illegal, but having sex is legal. There's like a difference in like
even when it wasn't, even when driving drunk wasn't illegal.
I don't care.
Just to be clear, there are separate crimes. There are separate crimes that you can be charged with once you cause injury. Right, so causing injury while drunk. By the way, you cannot be charged with that unless you hurt somebody while driving drunk.
I want to make this very, very clear. I do not give any fucks whatsoever what the current law is in the United States or anywhere in the fucking world. That is like of the things that I value, like it is below a shit sandwich. That is how much I care about what the current law is. What I'm saying is an ought claim about what ought be the law. And what I am saying is that they are similar in this regard. And the reason that they are similar is not about whether or not driving is illegal, because drunk driving is illegal. But nevertheless, even if I was to take your critique as it was in the regards to drunk driving, I don't care. What is illegal, as far as I'm concerned, is taking actions that lead to the harm of a child and doing so consciously. Now, you're saying it's unconsciously, I presume, because you don't know whether or not the child exists or doesn't exist. But it's not about whether or not the child exists or doesn't exist. It's about you engaging in behavior that can lead to this outcome. Sometimes people do shit like steal from someone and no one knows that it was stolen. Or sometimes people shoot bottle rockets and they don't know that they're in a dry field that might burn up. It doesn't matter whether or not they know that the bottle rocket is going to light the field on fire. What matters is that they're engaged in risky behavior and the outcome was that someone's property was damaged. Or in this regard, a human being was harmed and it was due to the direct decisions by the person that harmed them, in this case, the pregnant mother.
What Scott's talking about here is actions have consequences.
Oh, I've totally never heard that before, especially on these panels. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, well, you still seem to understand it. I felt like it more repeating
something. So
wow, I've said that.
I can understand punishing the woman who goes to a bar and drinks while she's pregnant, right? But in that case, you'd probably punish her for. I mean, she's sober at one point. She goes to the bar, and then she drinks. She made the decision to go to the bar while pregnant and drink, right? So that makes sense to me. But if you're dealing with an addict, right? I don't think you can compare the two, because you don't have somebody who's sober in a logical, rational mindset. You have somebody who's already mentally affected by the addiction, who's making decisions that are impaired by the mental impact of the addiction. So unless you can rewind and say, oh, well, 2 years ago before you had your first drink, you should have known that you were going to become an alcoholic. It's not really helpful to punish them, right? It's more helpful to say, hey, yeah, this is a bad thing that's happening. How can we make this less bad, right? And then take actions to make it less bad.
I mean, I understand the empathy here, but like if a crackhead goes underneath your house and steals your copper pipes because he's severely addicted to crack and needs his next crack rock, right? You wouldn't say, well, you know, the crackhead was just addicted. Like, he's not responsible for those actions. Like, no, he engaged in a behavior that harmed your property. You go home and now you don't have any fucking water and you have to spend thousands of dollars to fix this situation. And if you find said crackhead, you're going to fucking punish them. Now, I understand you saying like, hey, look, drug addiction is a disease and it impairs judgment. And I have empathy for people in those situations. And so the way that I view this is less of a moral failing than someone that is completely sober. And I can empathize with your empathy in that regard. But again, you know, like where is that line getting drawn, and why is that
even
line
using your
special
crackhead example
for pregnant women and not for other people?
It's not,
and it's because of what I said. It's patriarchal.
No, it's not.
Tendencies.
So even using your crackhead example, right? So that person goes into your house, steals your copper, or whatever, fucks up your plumbing. So I think it makes more sense in that case, even to, right? I mean, we put him in jail, right? Punish him that way. Your pipes aren't fixed. He has no money to pay you back. He's still he's gonna go to prison and be an addict in prison, probably get drugs in prison if he can. If not, maybe he'll come out sober and solve a fucked up.
We can make them work in prison.
Or you put him in some kind of rehab program, get him healthy, get him sober, get him to a position where he can pay back the damage that he did to your property. Right. So in long term, he's no longer engaged in that kind of activity.
Clarifying question. Would you or would you not, as part of this process, take that child away from the mother?
Yes.
Okay, so you are in favor of recognizing that the mother has lost the right to her body until she gets clean, and that the mother has lost the right to the child and must fight to get the child back. I don't think our positions are actually that far apart, because I'm not necessarily over here saying that, you know, we need to imprison these people and make them do forced labor, or that they can never fight for their kid back if they prove that they're clean or anything. I don't actually think our positions are that different at all. I think maybe we're talking past each other, because I think the actual outcome of what I would want the state to do is almost identical to what yours is.
I agree. So, one second. So,
pregnant lady right now.
I'd make the crackhead work.
Yeah, 1 second. So, I think again, Scott, I think we mostly agree. I mean, like I said earlier, I do agree that it does make sense to take the children away, even if she's still pregnant, to wait until the baby is born and then take it away until we are sure she's totally clean and able to take care of that child and herself, right? Like, that makes sense to me.
Well, I would slightly differ in that I would say that, you know, if she wants guardianship back of the child, you know, she has to prove that she's the best fit.
Yeah,
right? I think once you lose your rights to a child, if, let's say, you know, an aunt takes over and the aunt is like, no, this is my baby now, and 2 years later you're like, well, I want my baby back, I'm clean and sober now and everything, and it's like, I don't think you just default get the child back just because you're clean and just because you've proven that, like, you're you know, no longer bad.
Yeah, currently on your feet, basically. Yeah, I get it.
Right. Yeah, like, I think, but if, like, they're in CPS or some shit, then, like, any clean fucking, you know, if you're paying your rent and you're clean off of drugs for a year, like, you're better than the foster care system.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. Yeah.
Corey Gibbs. I have lots of thoughts. Corey and Gibbs.
I should be quick. I just want to actually add on, because I'm a huge nerd and obviously history of science nerd, what Scott outlined earlier with the psychiatric institutionalization. It's actually a pretty infamous paper. It's called, I'll post in the Discord paper, in the Discord chat. It's called
Insane in an Insane
Place.
Yeah.
The Rose and Hat paper from the 70s. And it gets even more wild because, like, yes, when that scenario played out, you know, psychiatrists were like, oh, no, like, it was rigged. And then they challenged the researcher again, saying, well, actually, send out patients again, okay? And then we're actually going to identify those insane ones. And then he put out the word saying, okay, I'm sending out new patients, okay? And then the psychiatrist came back saying, we identified them. And then he responded saying, I actually didn't send out anybody. You identified false positives.
Yeah.
Well, you look for
it's a famous study. And it's the problem is not that much better than it was in the 70s. It's still pretty bad. We have to be very careful about institutionalizing people because it can be hard to get out. Even if you are a trained, almost a psychologist with no known medical or mental issues, it can still be almost impossible to get out of some of those places.
I don't think
really want to explore that. Go ahead, sorry.
I don't think the same risk though would apply like if you're institutionalizing pregnant people, right? Because like,
well, I'm saying we have to be very careful about the parameters, right? We have to have an end goal that says when you're institutionalized, when you meet this, you get out, because those places can keep people in and can cause there's been tons of studies that show that those places cause mental health issues.
Look. I'm all fine with like being careful. I'm just saying that like, I mean, the max, like under my proposal, the max these places would be able to hold people would be 9 months.
You can go fucking crazy in 9 months, and
I know. Hey, I know. I'm saying
you can go
I'm not
fucking
saying
crazy in a few days in those places.
Let's go to Gibbs, and then I'm going to jump in.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Pod. So, really, like the problem, like I stated in my opening, I maybe you're right. Like maybe it's not the addict's fault that they chose to do drugs and they got addicted. Maybe if they didn't choose to be addicts, maybe it's not the people's fault that they're lazy pieces of shit and they don't want to work and they want to live with the welfare system and not take any personal accounting for their daily lives. Maybe it's not these people at all. It's the perpetual cycle of the economic system that's holding them down. Whatever bullshit y'all want to spill, because all we're gonna really do here, all we really offer this whole panel is piecemeal Band-Aid solutions. All these little policies we're talking about are just treating the symptom. They're not fixing the root cause, the homeless problem, the rampant drug addiction, the crack babies, the welfare state. These are all symptoms, and any one of them can be deadly to America, and we should remedy them, right? However, the real problem is the underlying sickness. These little Band-Aid solutions, we're just like making the problem worse. You're either pushing it down the line, letting it grow, buying time to get a point of no return on any of these symptoms, and the society collapses. I don't know. It's just, I think the real problem is we need to start teaching personal accountability again. And until we do that, we need to dig this, we're going to have to start digging these symptoms out really harshly. It's like an infected leg. We need to cut it off before it grows further. I guess it's going to be sad, but some people that might have recovered, you know what? You always talk about the greater good. Well, the greater good in this case might be a few of them get left behind for the betterment of society as a whole because, oh God, they could have recovered. But, if they had my fucking money, well, oh God, I could be Bill Gates if I had as much money as Jeff Bezos. It's a fucking terrible argument and it's stupid. Anybody can be anything if you're taking the money from everybody else that's working for it.
Okay. So I didn't state like how I feel about this. And it's like it's been in flux since like I first like learned of this story and like literally as this panel is going. And so I'm gonna say something here, but God, it might change. It really might change. As you know, as the regulars here know, right? I have, and along with Juby, the most extreme view on abortion, right? As far left as you could possibly go on abortion.
Peter Singer's position?
Peter Singer's?
Abortion up to 2 years of age?
Post-birth abortion.
Post-birth abortion.
We're gonna make the baby comfortable.
Oh, you might not have really have the leftiest.
So you do, you don't have the most left position. Then,
it's not abortion. It's not abortion.
He's vegan, by the way, a known famous vegan, an animal rights advocate.
That's not abortion, so I'm gonna have to leave that alone. But yeah, the most and I'm a social libertarian in that I think people should be able to do what they want with their bodies, and it's generally none of our business what that is, and so
except keep their money.
Keep their money. Okay, that was okay.
I'm just saying, if you actually believe that people should be able to do with their bodies as they please,
I get you. Thank you. Oh my God, Scott! For 2 seconds, I forgot you were an ANCAP. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I appreciate
guys,
it.
I am doing Twitch panels and streaming for one fucking purpose primarily, and have always done so, to
Spreading the message.
proselytize libertarianism.
You don't have to. I'm sorry. You don't have to inject your ANCAP in this while I'm talking. I get it. We get it. Thank you. I love you. All right, moving on. Gibbs.
If I was doing this for money and clout, I'd be a Republican, like Connor.
Gibbs. Thank you. I love you. All right, Gibbs. Right. I hear you. Fuck. Well, what can I say to Gibbs? Oh, you were saying that you have to be consistent on this, right? That you know, if you are pro-abortion, then you should also be celebrating a woman, you know, doing heroin, I think is what you said. I understand that mindset, right? And I've been contemplating this like for days actually. What do I feel? When in terms of like let's remove the pregnancy just for a second, right? Let's look at a prisoner. Like, is it okay for to have a death penalty? For to say a certain level of crimes, we should execute this person. Like most people would say yes, right? A lot of people like agree death penalty should exist for a certain level of crime. However, if you just change it slightly and say, well, what about torture? What if we hobble a person? Let me literally torture an individual. I think a lot of people would say no. That's different, right? Which you haven't killed them. Killing them is like the ultimate punishment, supposedly. But torture feels differently. And putting the pregnancy back in, it feels different to say that, hey, there's a pregnancy that for whatever reason you need to end this pregnancy, which is taking a life. I believe it's taking a life, right? That you're going to end this pregnancy, but then it's different when you're going to torture like a child, right? Like you're going to like specifically endanger someone who's going to go out into the world and just like live a life hobbled by decisions made within this very small time frame. That feels different. And in a way that like I don't know the best way to express that, but it feels like that shouldn't be the same. I like let's imagine, right? Like especially if you're like a pro-choice person, right? Like, and you think that a woman should be able to do whatever she wants with her body, and especially ending a pregnancy. Let's imagine there was a technology, right? Like one of those you ever seen one of those wands, right? That like that shock an individual, right? Like you put it to your skin, it shocks you, right?
Like a cattle rod or like a
Well, yeah,
cattle prod.
I wasn't thinking of a cattle rod, but yeah, but fine. Cattle prod, it works. Yeah, sure. Imagine if you had like a device like that, but if a pregnant woman put it to her stomach, it didn't shock her, but it shocked her baby, and someone was doing that for fun. Like it's her body, right? She can do whatever she wants with it. But is this the same? Like, would you defend that? I think a lot of people wouldn't defend that. So this feels different to me in a way that I'm not sure I can properly express. So like the state stepping in to address this, like I am sympathetic to that. However, like the more we criminalize these behaviors, right, rather than like maybe look at it as some sort of like a health issue, right? When you start using the criminal justice system, it is a blunt system, right? It's not nuanced. It's not a scalpel. The law never truly is. It's a blunt system, and so like there are plenty of educations. I forget if this is because I read a bunch of articles, so I forget which one I sent to you guys. But like one of them talked about a mother who she had been on drugs previously, but she got off of that, and like. But she had a history of drug use, and so now like when her baby comes out with like a positive drug test, right, like yes, sure, she had taken drugs, but she had gotten off. She had literally turned her life around, right? She had done the thing that we want a mother to do in that situation. She got clean, but once we set the system up, then we're going to end up punishing like people like her, which I think a lot of people could be very sympathetic to. Like, is this a system we want? I don't know if the law is the way to do this. And so that's where I'm at right now. So I don't know.
I tend to agree with you to a large extent.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be, anytime you make a law, there's always going to be unintended consequences. There's always going to be individuals that are, edge cases, right? Because the law is black and white, and it's involuntary. And so because of that, there are going to be, there's always going to be
everyone in the
situations
chat.
where you're
I
like, wow,
am
this shouldn't have happened.
just kind of hanging out now.
And that would even be true
at the end of the day,
my ANCAP utopia.
Prime
right?
took so long to land
The
that
world
plane.
is
I think he's in
imperfect, and
Greenland.
there are criminals
But,
everywhere, and no
good to see you in
system
the
of governance
chat,
is going to
Kissy
fix either
Cat
of those
and
things.
Arthur
Or nor
Daya
is it going
and
to
Smoking
fix
Spaceman and
what
everyone
isn't a
else.
problem, which is subjective value.
It's going to be a
And
good.
so,
I mean,
I
it's been a
think
good
obviously it's true that
discussion
we have to
so
be
far.
careful
Unfortunately,
about implementing any
the lefty
legislation or any
the lefty
law
female
that
tonight was just
attacks
not up
any
to
one group of
par.
people. Right?
Her arguments have
Thomas
been
Sowell
weak
talks about it
and
mostly in
predictable,
economics,
and
right? But he says
easily
that
defeated.
every policy is
And
a trade-off. Right?
this is
Every
terrible.
policy is a
So,
trade-off. That's what you're doing.
at any rate, guys,
even if you're a lefty, you have to recognize that you're
we'll do what we
some
can from
value,
here.
some tax money you took
Stick
out of the
around.
market.
We should be wrapping
So
up in a few minutes.
someone's gonna every time you
We'll
say
see.
we need a new tax,
And
someone in America dies.
we just
Every
need to
tax,
let Scott
someone in
land this
America
plane.
dies.
So,
You're willing to accept
but
that
he's got to
death.
respond to all
And
that
death
nonsense
is
that
from
Prime
a
just
guy
spewed.
who loses his job because the business didn't grow as much, and he ends up being leaves his family and develops an opioid addiction. Like unemployment causes. I mean, the numbers are really hard to pin down. I've heard a lot of different numbers, so please don't trust my numbers, but it's something like 40,000 Americans die for every 1% unemployment. And those are just excess deaths, right? That doesn't mean that the unemployment directly caused the death. That just means it led to a change in the system where people ended up dying. And so any implementation of any law is something that we need to be very careful of. Obviously I'm for the state getting out of all of the laws in this regard. My issue, however, is when the state is going to be the monopoly on power and violence and is going to be the only institution that is allowed to imprison people, is allowed to determine where kids go, etc. Right? Not having the law in place in this situation, there's other trade-offs here, right? What about the man who has a relationship with a girl and gets her pregnant, and he realizes she's pregnant and is like, okay, I'm getting off drugs.
Arthur, you really missed
we have to
earlier
clean
when
for this
I
baby. And so for the next 8 months,
I really
he's
made
clean. He gets help.
fun of the
He goes out and gets a better job,
lefty
and has
girl.
a stable income and rent and all of
You'll
those
have to
things.
watch back through the
And
stream.
then,
It was really
she
good.
just stays on drugs.
She
And,
just kept
we don't
walking
have the
right
state
into
involved at all, and nobody reports the fact
it's
that
pretty.
she
It's been
had
pretty
this
good so
baby.
far.
And so now he has this
RBKH, I don't know who you are, but good
now
to
he
see
has
you in
to
the
hire
chat.
lawyers
People have been coming and going all
through
night.
an
This
expensive and difficult legal
this
process
debate
just to
is
get his own
really
kid because the state's deferring
kind of
to the mother
interesting
and
overall.
deferring to her.
And
now
Arthur Dye, you're
he's
correct. The
trying to
lefties
spend
on the panel are pretty
$20,000
dumb.
to get a kid that's been damaged by his drug
Corey
addicted
Campbell
mother.
asking me about the
That's
law and how I
another
interpreted
trade-off
it
of
was
not
like
doing anything.
Yeah,
ridiculously stupid.
But
But
I
he
didn't
is
say not do
Canadian,
anything,
so
right? And I
I don't know
wanted
how
to also get
the law
Larry's
even works.
opinion
on
on
For
this.
sure.
For sure.
Like there are market solutions in a lot of ways, right? Like crisis pregnancy centers for Catholic institutions all over the country will help people and do the best that they can. But you can't always lead a horse to water. I mean, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Hold on, but I'm not even saying like lead a horse to water in that voluntarily, right? I'm okay for some sort of involuntary solution, right? I'm okay with I'm leaving my options open as to what the system could be, right? But the moment we start criminalizing people, right? And I feel like my libertarian friends, should be on my side here, right? But the moment we start criminalizing things, then we introduce state violence that is blunt and non-nuanced and produces more outrageous. Again, this is why I cared about that framing from the very beginning. That if we look at it as a health issue, right? Okay, we have a person presenting to us, right? This woman who is pregnant, but like has a history of these drugs. What do we do with her? Right? Is it that we?
Well, good to meet you, Rebecca. Yeah, I was over on Wrestles the other night. I tore up. I tore things up over there pretty good. Normally on my channel, I don't do business.
Lock them up.
This is a Continental over here, so it's usually pretty chill. We have a lot of really good discussions. Sub up and check it out. Next show will be Wednesday
right? Is always like the
night.
More likely than
I might do a Wednesday afternoon, but we'll do Wednesday night for sure.
Generally speaking, yeah.
Yeah. So
tonight I'm on a panel. It's an invite-only panel. For everyone that doesn't know, this is an invite-only panel. It's put on by Prime. Kai's, right, whatever. He's a cool dude. He is super far left.
I look.
So we got libertarians, Republicans, and liberals
to the extent that it works. It's like my goal here is ultimately.
It's a pretty interesting panel to be on. Sometimes we have really good debates, but
so
we're just having
if shit. I sort of treat it somewhat along the lines of
that, but.
People who
the last couple have been really good. This
election to hurt children.
Unfortunately, the left is
that if you come to us first,
this did not live up
treatment
to expectations.
Maybe that can be an option.
But it is funny. It is funny. So it is worth.
There's going to be a stick. There's going to be penalties associated with this behavior. And hopefully that provides some kind of incentive, some kind of return structure of like, look,
people have been coming and going.
Look, we're not trying to be heartless, but this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable.
And I do mean quick. It's like one sentence. I Prime guys, you also have to understand that doing nothing still maintains the status quo that kidnapping is illegal. So you're already using state violence to stop someone who would want to take care of this child. Right? Like if there's an aunt, like I said, right, that is like you delivered a crack baby and you're still doing crack, right? If you say, well, we're not going to have a legal solution here, well, the legal structure is already in place that makes it illegal for the aunt to go and save that baby and give that baby a better life. So to say like so what you're really saying is we're going to use violence against those that really aren't criminals, right? People that want to take care of a child and haven't committed a crime, but we're not going to use violence against the criminals that have harmed the child.
Sorry, Hunt. Okay, so
I'd like to answer your question too, Brian. You get a chance.
Sure. Okay, fair.
Do you mind if I have a closing statement soon? I have a bad headache. Like I feel like mega.
It's also past time.
That too. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna dip out of here. Say hi to my crack baby. I don't think she's actually on crack. She's just a cat, so she's a bit stupid. But yeah, you can.
Baby.
Yeah, my cat baby. You can find me on Twitter or on Blue Sky at Premier Katya. But I'm gonna go night because I feel like shit. Thank you for having me, Prime. Nice talking to everybody else here. Night. Bye-bye.
Take care. Be well. Feel better.
Nice to have you back.
Good night.
Night.
Fuck. I forget what I was going to say, honestly. Let's go to Gibbs, and just like if anyone needs to leave, they can head out.
Yeah, I mean, I think the issue you're having is like
no worries, Mike.
You can't reconcile between the abortion and the
we're going to
heroin addict baby, the crack baby.
Anyway,
I think we can explain
good.
this. I'm
Good
here
to
to
see you
help
back in the chat.
I'm going to bring you to the light. We're going to figure out the problem because you're right. There is one of them is
everybody. We'll do some. I'm going to.
The reason I say this to some extent about these products debate is because of the lack of the glorification, the lack of personal accountability.
We'll go from there.
You can have random sex to have a baby, and oh, you know what? I don't want this baby. And like for some percentage of women, they'll decide.
I actually really like Gibbs tonight. Gibbs
and that's harsh. It's terrible. And some of these are maybe even government-funded abortions. I don't know. Tax dollars go to work, and I'm real sad about that. I hate it. I think it's evil. It's awful. However, this is gonna sound real bad. That's only a one-time hickey each time they murdered that baby. And with the crack baby, where they come out and they're deformed or they're like mentally ill, and we not only have to take care of this baby for the rest of their lives. Now they're on state funds. We have to take care of the mom and rehabilitate her as she fails multiple times and keeps going back under the bridge. And then, we're going to enable all these other homeless people, all this other shit. We never stop funding it. It's a bigger hit. And you're absolutely right. Because you know what? They are torturing somebody. They're torturing the American taxpayer by keeping these people on life support and not making them fucking have to deal with the consequences. We are enabling them. And we're like, every time we do this, it's crazy. This is what you're doing. We go, okay, well, they can't get out of drug addictions. Put them in rehab. Oh, you know what? They can't work because they're in rehab. So let's give them welfare. Then they go and buy. It's fucking insane. It's a cycle that they get them in and they get them hooked. It's great. It's terrible. It's the evil leftist ideology.
I've actually never agreed with Gibbs this much. I am shocked, sir. I am shocked.
I don't understand, like, in terms of abortion, why like conservatives don't like consider getting abortion act of personal responsibility. Hey, I fucked up. I had this baby when I am unprepared to handle this baby, right? Like, hey, you shouldn't have sex when.
Well, you got to remember, I would do it. Like, in my case, it's always about what's ever best for me, right? But I'm speaking for like all the other conservatives when I say this.
Yeah. Conservatives say like you made a mistake when you had sex, right? Okay, right now you have to deal with the consequences. Okay, well the consequence is that I'm going to have a baby that's going to lower my life outcomes and maybe the life outcomes of my current.
I always love it how leftists talk about how it's going to ruin this woman's life to have a child.
Well, it's ruining our lives, taking our money all the time.
I don't know why you. I don't know why you can't.
Dude, you're talking to one of them. You are talking to one of them right now. My mom was an 18-year-old mom.
The anecdote of your mom. Great. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your mom.
Okay, but what you said does matter. You literally give no proof for that,
right? But it doesn't matter for us on a larger scale of a policy, right? Great. I'm so happy that it worked out for your mother and for you. Fantastic. I'm glad you're here with us. But that we're not going to build policy around that your 18-year-old mom who happened to have like beat the odds. So for many other women,
it was hard work. It wasn't beating the odds. That's the dumbest thing that can possibly be said.
Hide the ball. Got it. I'm so happy for her. But any which way, right? There are plenty of people who are in precarious situations, right? People who may already have children or and understand that some don't have the funds to take care of another child, or for whatever reason. There's a whole list of those reasons, right? And then they're deciding, I'm going to end this pregnancy, right?
All I'm hearing is that
we're
defeatist and we're selfish. That's what I'm hearing.
Who's going to be poor, right? And going to use up.
Yeah, that's what all I'm hearing is defeatism.
Not going to do anything. I'm taking care of that issue. Accountability. But for some reason, conservatives never look at it that way. It's very strange to me.
May I answer? I'll answer here, right? Because the fundamental misunderstanding here is, and it's usually where the misunderstanding comes from, is philosophy. And I know people get so bored about it, it's not blood sports enough, whatever, right? But you're talking about outcomes, and your typical conservative is a deontologist, right? Especially the Christians, right? Murder is wrong. There is no situation where murder becomes right. And so it's not about
then Case, by your logic, I should literally go around and put a 22 in the back of the head of every drug addict. By your logic.
No.
That's not by my logic at all.
Hold on. Like I'm not even I'm not even stating like I'm not even getting into like a discussion here about like arguing for that as a merit, right? It's just descriptively true. Most conservatives believe that murder is wrong. Self-defense is killing. That's not murder.
Death penalty though. Therefore,
right. Death penalty is not murder. That's justice. Right. The person loses their. That's not murdering. That's killing. Right. Murdering is killing a non-aggressive entity. When someone engages in, so if someone kills someone, then you can kill them, right? They have argued that it is right to kill them, but I don't want to get into the philosophy that much, right? I'm just saying this is where that fundamental difference comes from. When the conservative is hearing you say, well, the outcomes will be better for the mother, the outcomes will be better for this, even a conservative that is outcome based, let's say they're not a deontologist and they share the same philosophical worldview as you in terms of being outcome based, then what we need to do is we need to look at what conservatives value versus what left-wing people value, right? So for example, fairness, really high for the left. That's not that high for right-wingers. Right-wingers tend, the more right-wing they get, the more the 5 values of moral psychology studies that like what's his name did. I know Corey Campbell hates him.
Jonathan Haidt.
Jonathan Haidt, thank you. Right, moral psychologist, right? The more those kind of coalesce together. And so to the conservative that is a consequentialist or is a utilitarian, they hold life at the highest value because life is uncapped potential. When you say her circumstances will be, better because of the abortion, the conservative, even the one that agrees with you, will say you can't possibly know that because life could be anything. You could be killing the next Hitler, you could be killing the next cancer, the person that cures cancer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the human life is of limitless potential, and you are killing that potential, and getting and so because of that, like so the concept of like we have empirical data to show that like socioeconomic status is higher, right? But the problem is that there are all of these other things that many data doesn't necessarily represent that conservatives are looking at. Conservatives are thinking about what's going to happen when she's 40 years old and she doesn't have children. And she thinks back on that moment where she could have gotten her life together and had a child. But now that she's older and, maybe she gets a husband or whatever, it doesn't matter. And they travel the world and they have fun. But, Christmas comes and they're 50 and they have nobody to call them and they don't have family and they don't have the continuation of their legacy, and the culture and the community dies. Like it's just, it's a different value system. And I'm not even saying like it's right or it's wrong. I'm just saying like when you say you don't understand it, that's what's happening. Is you're not seeing the right's values and you're not seeing the right in terms of most of them in what they just say murder's wrong because it's wrong, period.
Then I'll leave it there.
Yeah, no, Scott's bang on.
Yeah. I don't know. So I acknowledge that that our value systems are so different. So we're hearing different things here. Yeah. I don't. I think it feels worse for me going back to the subject at hand. To like torture a child. I'm okay with killing them through abortion. Like I acknowledge it's a loss of life, but that's okay, because it's that woman's body. But it seems like, I don't know. I guess when a society
Join the libertarian dark side and just become an evictionist like me, please.
eviction. I've been thinking that we had a private conversation. Private, I guess, which is after everyone left.
I was streaming.
yeah, exactly. That was on private in quotes. But a conversation when we talked about that, and I put some thought into it, and I do like the idea. We can talk about more later on. Why don't we just end things here, unless someone has anything else they want to add?
Yeah, I mean, it's New Year's here and like New Year's Eve. Sorry, in like 8 minutes on the East Coast.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks all for coming through. This was a lot of fun. Thanks, Sean, for gifting or for resub.
Oh, and iCal Rich donated, FYI, in the chat.
200 bits. Yeah. Thank you for the 200 bits, Rich. Yeah. Thank you, our friend Scott, for coming through. Yeah. I'll give you an outro. So, Scott.
Yeah, I am Scott. My channel name is Fabian Liberty. You can find me on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. I just got back from my 7-day naughty boy ban. And you can find me on YouTube is where I'm predominantly streaming. Libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, philosophy, economics, social issues, things like that. Thursday, I'm doing Libertarian Nerd Night. So this will apply to almost none of you listening.
Oh, it was
if you
terrible.
want to learn more about If you want to listen to argumentation ethics and Stefan Kinsella explain why the self-ownership principle is a dated philosophical idea, come hang out. And I agree that there might be one of you that wants to see that, but that's what I'll be doing Thursday.
So much. Let's go to our friend Corey. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's always fun. There's almost no better way that I could think of that I'd want to somewhat conclude the year, although there's 24 hours left, or 24 hours and 6 minutes. And I look forward to starting the new year, hopefully returning back on these panels, because, yeah, always fun and something to look forward to. But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Gibbs, Grid 1, Scott, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
We could have hours and hours and hours of more arguing with each other, right? With that, making New Year's better.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
It's actually my resolution to argue more.
And hopefully I'll help you keep that. Grid, thank you so much for being here, friend.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for giving us the platform for us to come together and argue, because I enjoy arguing. It's my second favorite thing. I'm just going to have to reflect back on something my dear old dad said before he left this shitty old world. And that is, don't stick your dick in crazy, because you may have to live with it for 18 years. And I lived wholeheartedly by that principle, and I suggest all young men do so. A lot of wisdom in that one little sentence. If you want to find me, I'm an Unreasonable Man on YouTube. It is Grid 1-Motorsports, just like it's right there. If you're going to put it in the search bar. And yeah, it's a good time. I like the debating. On my channel, though, there is no actual debating. There's no business done on my channel. It's like the Continental. And I only do business on other people's channels where I can go and hurt people's feelings and change worldviews. And Admiral Gibbs, I got to give Gibbs the best. He had the best opening in a long time. That was great. It was good.
Appreciate it.
All right. Have a good evening.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I feel like my opening on his show may or may not have been better, and you should go back and watch the VOD.
That was
on
really
Admiral
good.
Gibbs' channel or my channel, right?
That was really good.
Just throwing that out there so you
That
can
was
give
really
either
good.
of us some views.
Yeah.
That was.
Thank you so much, Gibbs. Finally, please.
Oh yeah, thank you for having me. I'm glad that you probably always have us and you host all these wonderful debates and put up with all our bullshit. And thanks for letting me run long, because it's been so fun. Running all these hearing all these long dissertations. I just wanted to return the favor, and like let y'all really enjoy it and see what it's like to sit there for a while and get preached to. I'm glad y'all enjoy it. And I'm definitely not gonna do that all the time, because fuck all that. But yeah, thanks for having me. And check this out Thursday. Give Me a Break comes back. And Friday we'll be having more Debate Championship Series opening round matchups. I think we're gonna have Ico Rich versus Portland is Burning, and we're gonna have the Big JC versus Average Tyler. So it should be good. I'm excited. Good times, good things. Exciting things are coming here in Twitch Bowl. People tell you the politics sphere is dead, but those people are scrubs. Listen to me. And people like Prime and all the rest of the people here, y'all are great. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I'm gonna send you guys off to another woman who the thumbnail. Yeah, sure, why not? So off we go. I just sent you to a woman. And good luck with that. I'm just calmly waiting until the countdown is over, and it is there. Okay. But thanks, guys. If anyone wants to stick around, I can yell at them a little bit more.
You can yell at me all you want. It's fine.
Yeah,
I can't stick around, unfortunately.
Okay. Have a good one. Guys, watch Silo.
I looked it up. I technically have access to the first episode on Prime. And I have the option to start a 7-day free trial of Apple Plus. So I'm probably just gonna get the free trial and Well, binge the first season.
Wait till it's done airing, if it's still airing.
Yeah, well, the first season is out. They're doing the second season
fair
right now.
enough.
Yeah.
All right, guys, and we are back. Good to see everyone still hanging out. We're down to 17. It looks like maybe something was going on somewhere else that I didn't see. But we're back. We're bad. How about it, guys? I got to be honest. I was a little excited tonight because for the past few weeks, it's been a sausage fest, really. It's just been me and a bunch of dudes up there, and we're just kind of, smacking each other around. And I was kind of, what's the right word there? There was a TikTok invasion. That's fine. I was kind of expecting a lot more from Katya, or however you say her name. I really did. I really was expecting it to be like, I don't know, what's the word here? Like, cool. I was expecting it to be cool. And brother, it was barely cool. The best part of the whole thing was Admiral Gibbs' opening statement. Although I didn't actually listen to half of it, his energy was so awesome that I was just like, hell yeah, brother. Let's get in the Camaro and ride. And but that motherfucker had it going on. So I'm actually going to be doing. I'm supposed to get involved with Gibbs's debate Grand Prix. I gotta do some work. I do a little bit of work, but other than that, man, it's been great. I gotta say a big shout out to my man, Mr. for the Cash App. Unfortunately, I didn't have my because I'm only using 2 screens on this setup and not 3. I have I have to have the Discord or the Streamlabs set up to be put into Talk Studio, and it's tough. It's really tough. But thank you, Mr. for the Cash App money. It certainly is appreciated, and a very, very solid gift. So let's talk about some other stuff here. I'm still pretty pumped up. I'm actually kind of let down. I honestly, I thought this was going to be a lot more. I thought this was going to be a lot harder core. Yeah, they did. They phoned it in tonight. Well, the problem is that the problem with the leftists in this specific argument is, on the one hand, they don't want to condemn the drug use because, let's face it, they like that. And they really kind of wanted to make it about abortion. And I right out of the gate, between Gibbs and I, we slammed the door shut on the abortion argument. And we never really let it open up. Now, obviously, Kay's tried 3 times to bring it back up. Didn't let that happen. And you saw Katya really like back up when I called her out on the because she was going to go right back into the abortion argument. She changed up and pulled some shit out of her ass, and it stuck. But other than that, it was a really, I'm not going to say they were bad faith. I think they were, except for Prime. Prime is just that way, man. He moves goalposts. He freaks out. He starts doing the hand thing and everything. But I tell you what this is it's really good practice for just being completely stoic in my countenance. And really, it's really good practice. I don't get a lot of it. It's really good practice for me just to sit there and listen to them prattle the fuck on and just not get, who cares? The one guy did come at me, Corey, about a couple of times. He tried to come at me, but I wasn't having it, dude. Look, I told him, look, I made an assumption that if it's a crack, if it's a crack whore, she's probably been in contact with law enforcement. All right. And she has kids. She's been in touch with CPS. I'll make that assumption. It's an assumption. I'll admit it. If you don't like it, move on. It's no big deal. But that was, and the other thing, what was the other thing he tried to, how does the logic work on the child endangerment law, which is what they're actually charging these women with. He was, I don't know what he was trying to get, where he was trying to get to with that, but it didn't work. So it was a great night, guys and girls. And we had some new people. I don't know if Becca or however you say that. I hope I'm getting that right. It is kind of a tough topic, and it's an easily defeatable topic, right? Prime lately, his topics have sucked because they're really like terrible, and nothing that there's no meat there on the bone to just dig into. And what really is happening is the right and the libertarians are doing such a great job of coming out of the gate and just hitting that serve right on the line, and usually they just can't return the serve. They just can't. So I don't know if we have Arthur Daya, Rebecca, Kissy Cat. I don't know if any of the ladies are still left in the chat. I saw Mikey Balls earlier. I don't know if he's still out there. I saw Michigan Christian. I don't know if he's wandered off. I don't know who's still left out there, but if you are out there, glad to have you as part of the audience. Hey, it's Mikey Balls. Good to see you, sir. I don't know how much of the debate you saw, but it was, I did my best. You're in bed. That's good, man. That's good. You should get some sleep, man. You got to get up early and do the news. But there won't be a show tomorrow, guys. I may hop on a panel or two. Depends. I got kind of a busy day tomorrow. I got a little bit of work to do. But hey, it's Kissy Cat. How are you? Are you doing well? So the reason I call her Kissy Cat is she's got that OXXO bracket, and I'm not gonna say OX Cat XO. I'm not gonna say that every time. So we all know, it's just Kissy Cat. I hope it's embarrassing. I don't know. It seems Prime's it is. You got it right, man. Prime's strategy is to travel so far with his points, multiple, that you forget what he's saying and you just kind of deal with the last little bit, right? And he does it all the time. And dude, he moves the goalpost like a pro. Like a pro. Like the goalpost, he shifts goalposts like you've never seen. Oh, $9.99 from Mikey Balls. Griftmas isn't over, chat. Win to Mikey. Good job, buddy. Man, I hope you're doing well, Mikey. I really do, man. Alley Cat, don't throw her out there in the alley. Kiss her cat. That's I don't know. Ghost. That's between you and her. I don't know. I'm not getting into that. That's it's none of my business. You know what happens actually, Damien, and watch this happen in real time. he will start off on a point, and either Gibbs or Scott will comment, just like a one sentence, one couple of word comment about how he's wrong. And he knows they're loaded, and so he will just like veer off in another direction. It's like the video game where you shoot the whatever, and it pings off in another direction, and then you shoot that, and then it pings off in the other direction, and it's just he's just like pinging around there because he's really trying not to have he doesn't want to take the L, but he generally does. Yeah, we got to catch some lunch, man. We gotta do that for sure. That's for sure. Can't embarrass you. I'm not trying to embarrass you at all. I think Ghost was, but I wasn't. So, but yeah, ADD 13 could be. Oh right, yeah, Allie. Yeah, I know her name is Allie. I do actually remember that. I had forgotten it, but now I remember it. So yeah, meow. Ghost is ready for some. Ghost is ready for something. I don't know. But yeah, it's actually been a really good show tonight. It's unfortunate that everybody didn't hang out for it. But I get it. You know, it's the debate gets slow. The opening is usually good. The debate can get pretty daggum slow. And after that, you know, there's just zingers sometimes. And these guys are not true blood sport debaters. Like they do not know what to do with me half the time. Cause I just you can see Scott and, you can see Scott, Gibbs, and Lactoid about to cry laughing. I thought at one point I forget what I said to that to Katya, but Gibbs I thought he was going to choke because he died because he was laughing so hard. Damien, I'm glad you enjoyed the show, man. I really am. I'm really glad that that you guys are enjoying this. I usually don't. Just so you guys know. So the thing is that for a long time people thought I could not debate, but that wasn't what I said. What I said was it's better to not debate me because I tend to go direct. You know, I tend to go for the kill. You know what I'm saying? A lot of media is debating the HB1. Yeah, but that's just guys getting clicks. It's like a non-deal. I don't know if you guys saw what I was talking about. I mean, bring in some more Sikh, dude. Those dudes are based. I love the Sikhs. The Sikh are just badass. And they carry a knife around all the time. Come on. What's not to like? A harem? Okay. 13 says he has a harem. That may be why he goes by 13. Could be. HB1 sounds like a shot that you get somewhere you don't want it. You know, that's what HB1 sounds like to me. So let's see. Is anybody out in the panel verse tonight that's rolling along, singing a song? Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. And the frog. So what's interesting is I thought that Doobie guy, the frog guy. People actually kind of warned me about him. People were like, he's tough. He's got. He can be really hard to. Really hard to argue with and things like that. Dude, I destroy that guy. I don't know what they were worried about. And he hasn't even really taken any positions. I don't even know why he's there. I don't. I'm sorry. I just don't know why he's there. I know. I don't mean to be rude or nothing. I'm just saying, I don't know why he's there. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good thing is that the arguments didn't get too circular. Mikey Balls love debates and love the topics. It's hard when people are saying, yeah, we don't usually do that. Fortunately, I think those guys are pretty good. Let's see. A couple of Sikhs I know are decent and chill dudes. Absolutely, man. They're badass. They're really based as fuck. Guys, I'm gonna end this stream. I've been on a while. I may go over and chill out on Rob Noor's stream. I'm gonna send you guys over there, and he's airing of grievances. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe I'll jump onto his show for a few minutes, or maybe I'll go over to Scott's. I don't know. But you guys have a great night as you listen to Andrew Wilson laugh his balls off at this stupid degenerate bitch. And guys, be cool and wear glasses if you need them.
Yeah, now I just answered your question. Can you tell me what epistemology means?
Epistemology is the study of the epistles. I mean, you can. This guy told me that a husband and wife is supposed to be the representation of God and the church. He said he's a husband. I asked him if he sees himself as the embodiment of God, and he said no. That doesn't make any sense.
Wait, what is the epistles?
The epistles are the apostles. Are you talking about the apostles?